order. Mr. Clerk, would you please call roll?
Supervisor McGordy?
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Good morning.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Okay, next on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Jurdy, would you like to lead us? Next item on the agenda is public expression. I invite members of the public for comments on items of interest that are not on the agenda. Members of the public shall line up at the podium 6 feet apart, and members of the public joining via Zoom shall utilize the raised hand feature by clicking the raise hand button on the bottom portion of their screen, or by pressing 9 if they are calling into the Zoom meeting via phone. Is there any public expression this morning?
Hi, my name is Priscilla Tarver, and I just thought about something when we did the flag, when we did the pledge. Okay, freedom and justice for all. Okay. Justice. This is SEIU 2015, speaking on behalf of the Caregivers Union. And the justice that I'm going to talk about is fair wages, benefits. And I did a little bit of research. I know that you guys make 2 to 3 times more than they do. Lifestyles are different, that's fine. Everybody's struggling for these economic times. However, I don't know if any of you are taking care of anybody in your home or outside of your home, but all these union people out here and the non-union people out here, they're taking care of somebody 24/7. The wages that they're getting are not even gonna meet. I did this last night. They're not going to meet being able to pay groceries, pay utilities, pay rent, car insurance, child care, the very basics, no luxuries. Eggs, $10 a dozen in some places. So that's like 1 hour of work almost, because by the time you get a gross paycheck, you don't get that amount of money, you get net. So how much of those taxes are taken out? That limits what you're going to be doing with your budget. The people that are here today are speaking up because we want the board to come to an agreement about negotiating with us. We need to look at fair wages. You guys are doing okay. Many of them are not. We may end up taking care of you, and you might want to make us happy before we do that. So, the bottom line is we're encouraging you to come to some kind of an agreement with us. It's not our problem about the budget. That's your internal stuff. So we need to be able to be dealt with. You're negotiating with other people. You need to negotiate with us as well. And we would appreciate that you look at us as professional as you, because we are. So that's my point to make today. The last thing I want to say is, when you go to bed tonight, I bet you're not going to get up in 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning because somebody pooped their pants in another room, or because somebody fell and you have to get up now, get dressed, run to the emergency room. You're probably not going to do that. But these people behind me, they probably are going to do that. I have to do that, okay, because I take care of my brother-in-law who lives with us 24/7. A lot of people here are taking care of their own plus others. So please think about those things, because we need to be able to live and provide shelter for our family just like you do. Thank you.
I just wrote this last night as well.
Please state your name for the record.
I will. My name is Beverly Galton. I have been working since I was 19 years old. I'm 79 years old, and in about 5 more months, I'll be 80 years old. I have been on Social Security. I believe since I was 62 years old. I love what I'm doing for work, and I don't want to give it up. Between office work and caregiving, I have been working for a approximate total of 60 years. I would like to retire sometime. I'll probably be 100 then, but I can't. If I was to get $20 per hour, it would help a lot. I am on, like I say, I'm on Social Security. It just went up again. My rent is going to be going up to $800 a month in a lousy trailer park. And I use my Social Security to pay that. But like I've always said, I come back out here to California and went broke.
Good morning, Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Gratitude, appreciation always for the IHS workers, for what they already have, and for what they should have. I really didn't have a lot to talk about, and they showed up here, and I'm wondering why, I asked already, why there wasn't an agenda item with this, and why any supervisor hadn't brought it forward as an agenda item. I didn't have anything in particular to say when I came, but that's the general idea of what I had. Everything, I looked at the agenda, and it's hard, tough stuff that you got to go through, and we need it done. But I didn't see anything new brought by anybody. And it's just like same old stuff. And I won't even talk about the budget and the numbers. I don't even want to open that wound. But that's there also. So as much as I am grateful what's already happened, I'm feeling like, what have you done for me lately? And the people behind me, in particular, for me personally, I've already mentioned that, I need these people. That's the only other thing I'm going to throw out, some personal stuff about myself. The reason I came forward was I was in a really dark place quite a few years ago, and I was doing veteran suicide work, and that place got darker. And we all wanted to give and do more. And how do you do that when you're in a dark place? Well, we wanted to go do that in other places. And I was working with a preacher, actually in Africa, who got me to realize that if we wanted to change the world, I think I may have mentioned this before, we have to do it at home, we have to do it here, and in county government. The only thing I saw on the consent calendar, I think it was called 3U, and it was about the COVID restrictions. If there's anything in this agenda today that should have been pulled, should have been fought about, and it's party line to go with the Democratic thing with this COVID stuff and the social distancing. Well, they're saying it's over. Why is this on our agenda? Why is it not pulled, discussed, and taken out? A lot of people have come here for the whole COVID time to talk about that type of thing, and here we still are within the insidious little government thing happening. It should stop. I'd like to see it stop. And again, more input. What have you done for me lately? And also from the public. Please come forward with these things. Otherwise, it's just business as usual here. Thank you. See you again later.
Hello, my name is Petra Schulte, and I am an IHSS worker for my neighbor. She rents from us, and she cannot find anybody who will work for her. She's disabled. It's very difficult for her to drive. Often she gets eczema on her hands, so she can't do things. She lives in Little River, right next to us. So I became an IHSS worker for her, but I don't have a lot of time, and the pay is not really that good. So she can't find anybody because people don't work for, it's $1 or $1.50 over the minimum wage. And she has like 110 hours that she can get a worker for, but she can't find anybody. So there's a lack of workers, and partially I think that is because it doesn't pay enough. And I'm glad that the first person who talked about you all know when you go to the grocery store now how much money it costs. I have enough money to buy food, but I'm still aghast of how much food costs. And $16.50 is not enough to live on. I don't have to do it, but my neighbor is in the predicament because there are not enough people who want to do this work, which is not always fun work, but it's very important work, similar to those of preschools. And most people in preschools don't get paid enough. Teachers get, when they're unionized, they get more wages. But preschool teachers usually don't get enough money, but they do extremely good work. So I really hope that you will consider increasing it. I know people who are privately doing it get at least $20 or $25 an hour, but low-income people cannot afford that. They can't afford really, they don't get any payment for mileage, so they have to, take it out of their own pockets. So they're in a predicament. They're just on the bottom, and I appreciate that the service is there for them. That's really awesome. That they will get these hours. But for my neighbor, it doesn't do her any good because she can't get anybody. There are a lack of IHSS workers. So I'm hoping you will increase it at least to $20 an hour. And I know finances are tight. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Janice Acker. And I come before you. I've been here before you all some years ago regarding my brother, Gary, my oldest brother, whom I took care of for 4 years, who had severe dementia. And I talked about how I would give him a shower at night and put him to bed, and he'd always look up at me, and he'd have a full belly and say, I just love you, Janice. He always remembered my name. And it was really wonderful that I could keep him home. But unfortunately, after the 4 years, I had to place him because I had nobody to help me. As the girl was just talking about, it's really hard to get people, for one, come to Hopland and to work for this wage. I placed him, and unfortunately, he fell a couple of times, and he died 4 months later. I found out from the coroner that he had weighed 115 pounds, and when I dropped him off, he was 170. So long story short, there was a lawsuit. They were found negligent, and it's just really, really hard to think of, places where you have no choices and you have to do what you have to do. But I'll always live with that I couldn't take care of him till the end. Fast forward, I took care of my dad as well, who was 98, and it was wonderful, the whole situation. He was able to stay home. He passed at home up here in Ukiah. Now I'm with my son, who's an adult, who has paranoid schizophrenia. So I care for him. I'm retired. I worked for the Santa Rosa JC, so I have a public employee retirement, which helps a lot with Social Security. But also, there isn't anybody that I can get to take care of my son because of his paranoia and his schizophrenia. It's very difficult. And he would be absolutely homeless or in jail or somewhere if I wasn't there to take care of him and help guide him and find resources for him and the right medications. And it's a struggle. It's a struggle for me because I have no family. I don't have a mom and a dad, and I don't have any sisters or brothers that can help me. And I'm always behind in my mortgage. I'm always behind trying to find food I can't go in the store anymore, like go to, those great stores like Whole Foods or, I'd love to go to them and just, buy whatever I want. I was in Ray's in Cloverdale, found a cart full of wonderful bread for $1 a loaf, and boy, I bought like 10 of them, and it was good bread. But this is how I have to live. And, the nurturing that families need, in my personal, experience, is really important. And I know I'm out of time, but I appreciate you all being here, and I pray that you all think about it and do the right thing. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Consuelo Rocha. I have been a caregiver for 17 years. I lost my mom 2 years ago. I was her caregiver. And let me tell you, this salary is not enough. I have been a single mother since 9 years. A salary that doesn't cover health insurance, doesn't cover retirement like everybody else has, doesn't cover many things, vacations. We don't have vacation at all. We don't have free time. We have to struggle and do whatever we can to have a free time with a family. We have to work sometimes, like the other lady said, 24/7, and we're not paid enough. Other people watch our job like it's a joke. We're not a joke. We're professional. We take care of your families. We take our families. Sometimes other people said, oh, it's your duty to take care of your family member. Yeah, but who's going to put food on the table? If we cannot work for our family, we have to. We cannot go outside and work in another job that give us the goodies we need. Really, guys, think about it. You guys, I respect you. I respect your job. But think about, we don't have all the amenities, all the things that a regular job has. Then you know what? When I'm 65, I'm being informed that I'm not going to have Social Security. Our country is having too many struggles economically. And another thing, if we lose people taking care of other people, it's going to affect the county also, because seriously, I prefer to go somewhere else where they give me a better price of food or anything. And plus the gas. Gas is being crazy going up. And really, sometimes I struggle to have a full tank. I have to be careful where I drive, because I have to take care of that. And my salary is not enough. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room?
My name is Jennifer Henderson. This is my mother, Clara Henderson. She just turned 59, and she has severe dementia. My father passed away last July, and I am now her responsibility. My brother lives 3 hours away. He's the only other family member that I have that could potentially help me. Other than that, there's nobody that can help me take care of her. I've had 2 nights off since last March, and it's really wearing on me. I have to take care of her. I have to take care of her mortgage payments. I have to take care of my dad's cremation. And $16.50 an hour for her only qualifying for 31 hours a week is not enough. I'm struggling, and now our septic tank is broken, or her septic tank is broken, and to fix that is about $17,000. I used to be a dental manager out in Boonville, making over $30 an hour. To all of a sudden, since March, my dad in and out of the hospital, and it took about 4 months to get the job at IHSS because they're just so overwhelmed with people that are trying to get in. So it took until about July until I actually started working at $16.50 an hour, and I was just living off of my personal savings account to help her. And she had a catheter for about 2 months. The hospital sent me away with extra catheter bags. You take care of it. No one trained me. I had to look up YouTube videos on how to take care of her catheter. With her being with dementia, she would forget in the middle of the night that she had a catheter. She would pull on the bag, the bag would be dragging across the floor. I literally had to get up, I was counting 19 times sometimes a night to make sure she doesn't just wander around in the room in the dark with her catheter. I have to feed her, bring water up to her so that she could drink water. She can't get food on her own. If there was a fire in the house, she wouldn't know how to get out. doesn't know her name. She doesn't know my name. And I could barely afford this. And I want to because I love her very much. So please help. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to address the board?
Good morning, everyone. So, my name is Alvaro Santa Cruz. So this is the first time that I'm doing something like that, so I feel pretty nervous. So I'm sorry, and also I want to say I'm sorry for my English. It's not very good, but I hope you guys understand me. Okay, my name is Alvaro Santa Cruz. So I'm father of 2 kids with autism. So. My job is as a truck driver. So I've been working as a truck driver since 2009, doing different jobs. On 2017, I decided to buy my own truck and to work, to support the family. And I guess it makes good money. And my job was hauling garbage from Mendocino for those 3-4 years, hauling the garbage, pulling the garbage from Mendocino. So, but I had to leave the job because to take care of my kid, and it's really important to us, to receive this raise. And I'm not talking about just me, it's about all us, because as you say, guys, it's pretty hard to support the family, with that, it's almost like a minimum wage. But I've been considering to take my job back because, as I'm saying, it's not enough. So thank you, and sorry, about the English.
Good morning, everyone. Cesar with the CIA 2015. There is not much to say, right? All those stories are incredible. I represent them. I've been working with them for many, many years, and it's heartbroken to see the wages and the benefits. There are actually no benefits in Mendocino. So we're in the middle of contract negotiations, and I just hope that the budget mess is solved. That way we can receive a decent proposal at the table. But also what I'm hearing from them is we can't wait. We can't wait. We don't know how long this is gonna go, but we can't wait. So encourage you to look at different ways to see if we can actually receive a proposal sooner rather than later. We actually are thinking about different ways how we can actually get some movement at the table, and we'll be presenting new proposals in probably this week. But at the end of the day, we can't wait. They can't wait. Prices can't wait. They continue to go up. So yeah, thank you for your time, and we'll be back. We'll be coming back as long as we have to until we get a contract with a livable wage. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Catherine Gregrick, and I have similar experiences with my other IHSS workers. I wanted to present a different aspect of it. I would like to see junior high and high school programs to teach young people to get them into caregiving. Caregiving can it can lead them into nursing, it can lead them into social welfare. It can just help the common neighbor, helping their family. So I would appreciate a living wage because I have young people I try to speak to go into this. And there's a lot of work to do between, you have to have requirements, you have to not have a criminal background, things like that. So it would be good. I know at the Mendocino College, they have, if you go there, they have little brochures that tell you if you want to be a social worker, if you want to be go into different areas, they tell you what classes to be and what to do. I wish I'd known that years ago. I'm 70 now, but I'm retired, but I still can't live on my own, and even if I could, I would probably be helping my neighbors anyway. It is, the price of everything goes up, and I just appreciate the consideration also sooner than later so that more people can be helped. I just passed the gentleman on my way in, and he said that he couldn't get a caregiver, so I gave him my name, and he gave me his card, and I know of somebody that's looking for work that's an IHSS caregiver. So there's a big networking that goes on. But I appreciate your listening. Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I'm with the IHSS workers, and I see the sign that it's time for 20, and I fully agree. Chair, I think we need to bring the state into this discussion. This was a program the state created, put on the county as an unfunded mandate, and we see an age demographic of folks needing care growing, right? It's not going to be less in the coming years. This is an unsustainable program for the county, and the workers aren't being paid fairly. How do we bring the state into the conversation?
That's a good question. CEO Antle, you're probably more familiar with the funding and how things are done in this program, if you can enlighten us a little bit. By the way, I agree 100% with what Supervisor Williams has said.
Good morning, Chair McGordy. We actually have the expert in the room, and that's Becky Emery for social services, and I know she does a lot of work at the state level and is headed there this week, I believe. So, Becky?
Sorry, Becky, I couldn't see you throughout Mrs. Head.
Good morning, members of the board, Chair McGordy. Becky Emery, Social Services Director. So, as CEO Antle shared, I am working very closely with the state on a multitude of issues. The IHSS MOE is one of those issues. That's the maintenance of effort that we are required to pay for any share that the county has in those wages. I hear loud and clear, and I've talked to this board members, all of you at different times, in open session regarding the IHSS caregivers, the wages, and the need to work with the state to find a more fundable manner on this. I think that there's a lot of counties that are in this same situation and looking at these costs and trying to figure out how do we make this work and how do we find wages that are going to meet the needs of our IHSS providers. So it is an ongoing discussion. Some of the things that we are doing at this is meeting with our representatives. There's a group of directors that I'm a participant of that are having these conversations. It started last month. We have a multitude of meetings scheduled over the next 6 months, so that we'll be meeting with, my group will be meeting with, of course, Senator McGuire, Congressman Huffman, and Assemblymember Wood. For those discussions, as well as representatives of the other individual directors that are in this group. So we are having those conversations. I also hear that your request is how do we get them involved here? I think that is a discussion, again, with those individuals on the level of this board. And certainly I can share with them that there's a request for them to have this conversation as well.
Thank you. Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really big conundrum because, as Supervisor Williams pointed out, the demographics of the county are getting older, of the whole state, but our county is older than the state as a whole, and so there's a growing need. And but my research shows that statewide, only about 4% of the people who are in this program are in a version of the program that predated Medicare and Medicaid. And so, in other words, prior to the early 80s, there was some counties had a version of this program, but there's been a 96% growth in the enrollment in the program due to the demographic changes in California and the expansion of people eligible for the service to meet a need that's out there. But what's important to keep in mind is that up until 1978, local governments could raise property taxes to pay for services that their communities wanted. After 1978, there is no authority of a city council or a board of supervisors to raise revenues. That power resides with the voters. And so my plea to the people in the audience and who are maybe listening to this meeting is, if you feel this is an important issue, and I think it is, I think the only solution for this, the county doesn't have an extra several $1 million to pay the 17% cost share that the county is required to pay for this Medi-Cal program. County government wasn't set up to pay for Medi-Cal programs. So if there's going to be new funding brought in to pay for this program, I think only the voters can bring that, and that would be through some sort of voter initiative to provide a funding stream. That funding stream could provide that local match to this Medi-Cal program. There is no other Medi-Cal program that local government pays for. This is the only Medi-Cal program. It's really bizarre to me that there is a Medi-Cal program that local government is being asked to pay a part of.
Thank you. Are there any other public expressions at this time?
Morning, Board, County Council, CEO. My name is Scott Ward, Redwood Valley, Scott Ward Company. I'm here as a follow-up to my rather strident utterances at the last GCC meeting, and this is regarding the cannabis program. And I know we're all tired of hearing about it, but I have to forcefully state my opinion and point out the problems that we're having. On January 30th, I sent you guys all a letter asking to rescind Director Nevedal's opinion and position that CAMP criteria is the only eligibility criteria for LEAP grant eligibility. And I've asked you to respond to that, please, and direct Ms. Nevedal to amend the LEAP manual to broaden the eligibility criteria to include any cannabis raid by law enforcement. It's a no harm, no foul. The state allows it. You give her direction to broaden the scope of the grant process to as many applicants as possible to maximize access, were your words, in the resolution. And that hasn't happened, and I respectfully request that you do that and overturn her decision denying my client eligibility. It's interesting to note that the information I gave Ms. Nevedal about the raids that my client experienced is exactly the same information that was approved by another applicant in a previous year. So you're treating the applicants differently. One applicant gets their eligibility criteria accepted without camp raid, yet mine doesn't. That's not fair. That's unequal treatment under the law. You can't do that. You know that, County Council. The raid that happened that I put in my memo to you and to her happened at 2350 Road B in Redwood Valley. A guy named Matthew Cohen, North Stone Organics. It shut down the entire county cannabis program. It was a federal raid. It definitely had a disproportionate effect on the cannabis farmers in the entire county. Yet that raid, according to Ms. Nevedal, is not enough. She interjected her personal opinion saying that it had to be helicopters low flying, guns present, people hanging from helicopters to have an effect on a cannabis grower. Well, canceling the entire program of the federal government raid pretty much has the same effect. Item number 2, 6 weeks ago on December 21st, I sent an email to MCD regarding the client's application. Planning department changed his AP number, and I had to let the cannabis program know that so they weren't chasing down a dark hole with the wrong parcel number. My client had sold his property, and so I had to send a copy of the deed. That was 6 weeks ago on December 21st. I waited a month. I did not get a response from staff on that email. So on January 21st of this year, I sent a follow-up email. Again, no response. Yesterday, I sent a third follow-up email 6 weeks later, and I finally got a response. You manage that department. She's your responsibility. That department's your responsibility. I worked for government for 28 and a half years, and if my staff waited 6 weeks to respond to an applicant's email, we would have a serious personnel discussion. It's not acceptable. Third item, I'm running out of time. Can I have a minute?
You may.
One of the directors reports, and during her Zoom meeting, she says it takes 200 hours to review an application, a cannabis application. There's only 2,080 working hours in a year. You take off 80 hours for vacation and paid holidays, that leaves you 2,000 working hours in a year. If one planner reviewed applications for an entire year at 200 hours per review, that planner would only get 10 applications reviewed. 200 hours to review that application is preposterous. It's a gross overstatement and exaggeration, and it's not possible. Those applications take me about 6 to 8 hours to put together after I get all the CDFW and all the government agencies' information together. It shouldn't take any longer than it took me to assemble the application and upload it to review it. It's just a ministerial permit. 200 hours to review a ministerial permit is inexcusable, and it's wrong. And you need to reassert your authority over that department and get it running correctly. Thank you.
Good morning, Hannah Nelson. First, I want to say I fully support the comments of the SEIU workers. As an individual who has 2 local family members with catastrophic and terminal illnesses who need care, we find it very difficult to find home health workers who can assist. And it's, of course, because living wage. And so I appreciate all the efforts, and go for the state funding, whatever you got to do. I appreciate it. With respect to some of the comments that Mr. Ward just made, I also sent you a letter, the same date, maybe the 29th, regarding changing the LEAP manual. And I hope that you've actually read it, because it's substantive and specific. I represented Matt Cohen, who was shut down. That was the original cannabis permitting program in 2010, 2011. One single warrant impacted the entire county with respect to anybody who wanted to step forward to become legal. Period. There should be no equivocation about whether or not any law enforcement activity regarding the criminalization of cannabis is enough to show the impact of the war on drugs. Of course, keeping within the 5-mile radius. There is no reason. You directly oversee Director Nevedal. This topic cannot wait until the next GGC meeting. It's imperative that you act now to direct her. There's no reason to be so restrictive. The state is not restrictive. The term camp raid was a colloquial reference, period. And in my memo, I document that. So please take care of that. Additionally, and again, these items will be brought up at the GGC, but it can't wait. We are dropping like flies the number of people who want to be regulated. They stepped forward and said, hey, here I am, tax me, regulate me, I will do what you tell me. And they are dropping like flies. Why? Because of the insane responses by the department. 6 different management efforts over 3 departments in less than 6 years is insane. 2 years the current director has been hired, nearly, just another month, I think. There is no reason why should still have the inefficiency and the lack of response time. I received 2 emails yesterday for files that I wrote in October saying, I am not the agent, I'm the wrong person, don't send this stuff to me. The files are still not being kept properly. I received 2 deprioritizations the other day, which were not only incorrect, but one of them I had corrected in October when it was incorrect. This is insane. There should not be this level of dysfunction. And this board has chosen to directly supervise that department. It's not the CEO's office department responsibility to supervise.
Hannah, you need to wrap it up.
That's it. I really appreciate your efforts and again, strongly support SEIU.
Sure, go ahead.
Got wrapped up in the Pledge of Allegiance thing in my head. I forgot to say what I was going to say. The last 3 things, this is Priscilla Tarver, I'm sorry, again, SEIU 2015. Workers are leaving us. I've gotten phone calls. They can't afford to stay. And placement, if you think that, well, why don't you just choose to place your loved one? I just thought about that. I'm having a hard time finding a place for my brother-in-law. It's expensive. It's like $10,000 a month in a skilled nursing. Not only that, you have to qualify because you don't always get in just because you have money sitting in the corner because they use that up. And the other side of that is you have to wait to apply for Medi-Cal till they get down to $2,000. Now the assets have changed, but the income is the thing that stops them. So, okay, there's that. And we supported you guys, so we need you to support us back. Thank you.
Any more comments in the room?
Janice Zacher again, and I thank you all for listening and some agreeing with this situation. And just to talk a little bit about the caregivers that I know, and I know a lot of them, they're all very caring, loving, nurturing. When I took care of my brother, I took care of him like he was my baby. I mean, he couldn't tie his shoe, but he remembered things in the past, everything, things that I couldn't remember. And so I would bring up the music he used to listen to, the hockey games in Canada he used to play. And I took my brother everywhere. Took him to the ocean, to the redwoods, out to eat, to the store. I would come out of the store and he'd be in somebody else's car. But, you know, you had to really keep an eye on him. But it's just the nurturing and love that we all have. There's special people that can take care of loved ones. And I think it comes from who you are as a person as well. And I think you all being here gives me some hope that you care, and you really care about your families maybe, or your children or grandchildren or whomever, you know, may need some care. And I just want to thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Any other comments in the room before we go to online comments? Okay, so.
Chair, I have a question.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm concerned about something that Scott Ward brought to us. We've had folks in this cannabis permitting program waiting for about 7 years for a ministerial permit. Those ministerial permits need to be issued, and I'm not going to blame staff. I think we have a bad ordinance. I think it does take a lot of time. I don't know if it takes 200 hours on average. That seems like an incredible amount of time to review an application. But I think we're at the point where we just need to approve any application that we haven't identified as being out of compliance. I know staff probably has 100 categories. As a county supervisor, I see 2 categories. There's the stack where we found problems. Put that aside. There's the other stack where we haven't identified problems. Complete application, they've paid taxes, we don't see any reason to not issue. We could do 200 hours of further review to find a reason to not issue. I think, given that we've had these people waiting 7 years, it's time for the board to act and direct staff to approve those applications that have not been found to be out of compliance. And county council may tell us we can't do this today, it's not agendized, but I would like a straw poll to see if we want staff to bring back a properly agendized item to approve issuing permits to all of those who have not yet been found to be out of compliance.
Well, I'll just speak for me personally. I think that there's issues. I think we, at the very least, need to review our process with people who know permitting processes and people who know about cannabis programs that are running effectively, and see what we can do to up the game, because I agree with you. I mean, this is, we spend huge amounts of time not only at meetings, but also trying to support the program. And we need to find out why we're doing so poorly. I mean, if this was my kid in school getting a D, I'd want to speak to the teacher. I'd want to know what's the problem. And I kind of feel that's where we're at, even though I know our staff works hard. But, I've always said, sometimes you need to work smarter, not harder. And that's what I'm concerned about, because it's clear that we have some issues. Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before this conversation goes any further, I do believe that we've had this discussion before as a board, and it's not legal to do that. So the more that it gets brought up, I think that the public gets the misunderstanding that somehow that's possible. And I think that we need to focus on doing what we can with the program and the ordinance that we have. And yeah, in my dreams, I would love to just give everybody a green check mark. That's not legally possible. So continuing to have the conversation is just frustrating for the applicants. It's frustrating for the staff when they hear from people, oh, I heard in a supervisor's meeting you could just approve it. I mean, so could we have county council just weigh in before this goes farther?
Mr. Chair, if I may, there's actually two things. One, Supervisor Mulherin is correct. It would not be consistent with the ordinance or the environmental protection requirements that you've baked in to approve a permit without review. It also would mean that the people getting the permits would not be eligible for state licenses because they wouldn't have any local CEQA. That being said, I think we've probably gotten a bit too much into the details of discussion for something that's not on the agenda. The board does have the ability to decide whether or not to come back with an item to discuss it. I would suggest maybe rather than deciding to frame it in terms of a course of action, which I think you probably wouldn't be able to really do without having a debate, which is getting, I think, too much into something that's not agendized. What you could do is just bring back a process discussion for a future board meeting.
I think that's probably a good idea. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'm happy to support that, but I've just got to be frank here. County council doesn't seem to have an idea for us. CEO's office doesn't have an idea. The department doesn't have an idea. This board doesn't have an idea. Hannah Nelson might have an idea. Having people in a program for 7 years and telling them we're going to look at the program, we're going to look for efficiency, it's too late. We're going to get sued. You have hundreds of applicants that are going to fall off this program. They're going to pool their funds and they're going to sue the county. We're going to be sitting here saying, well, we had no option. We had to let it fall apart. And I just can't keep a straight face up here. 7 years is ridiculous. So I'm at the point where there's no good option. I would be happy to have an agenda item to talk about approving the applications. And it's imperfect. Maybe we shouldn't do it, but we also shouldn't spend 200 hours reviewing hundreds of applications. We'll never get through them.
Okay, thank you. So we have people online who wish to speak. Oh, Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, it's a good conversation. I don't think this is the place to have it because, when we I agree with Supervisor Mulherin, when we throw these ideas out there that maybe we should just do it this way and we can't do it that way, then it sets us up for failure. What we do have this afternoon is a discussion about how we can streamline one part of the process. We've heard from Mr. Ward this morning about how to streamline the LEAP process. We need to start acting on these because it's killing the program. And when we say it's going to take 200 hours to review one application, it's just ridiculous. And I agree with Supervisor McGordy, and we need to really have a review of what the process is and what's happening in the department. Thank you.
So, Mr. Counselor, we can instruct staff to come back with a agenda item?
What you can decide is that the board wants to take up this discussion at a future agendized meeting.
Okay.
I don't know that you'd really be able to provide staff direction as to, a particular proposal to be able to craft between now and then, but certainly the board or any supervisor could bring forward an item.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so I support that. Would it be possible to ask staff to bring forward brainstorming on the idea of having the board approve applications that are not yet found to be out of compliance? I don't want to get to the agenda item and hear that staff hasn't done the research. Is it possible to bring that research and give us the pros and cons, our level of risk with the various options?
So I don't know that you will really be able to direct staff to be doing work that would exceed, say, the 4 hours, et cetera. I do think staff will be prepared for that conversation, however, and I certainly know from my office's perspective, we will be.
So why is there a 4-hour limit? That's on a supervisor asking staff. This would be the whole board asking staff to come back prepared.
Again, the existing structure of the rule has been that if more than 4 hours of staff time are going to be needed, board action is necessary. We don't have board action. We don't have direction. Quite frankly, we're a bit into a debate now as to what staff would or would not be working on and preparing for.
Can staff use the 4 hours to come prepared to answer the question, could this board direct staff to approve the permits that are not currently identified as out of compliance?
So may I offer an alternative, and that is I'm working with Deputy CEO Steve Dunnicliffe and Cannabis, Mendocino County Cannabis Department Director Nevedal to work on some of these issues, actually, to kind of figure out where we are with our process and where we are with applications that are pending in good standing versus those that are not. And I think out of those discussions, we might be able to craft a reasonable agenda item to take a look at this and move forward. Does that make sense? Yes, Supervisor Hasjak.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused because I thought that cannabis issues were supposed to be going through the General Government Committee.
They are.
And so, I would think that we should recommend to the General Government Committee, looking into this.
We could do that. So remember too, that the Cannabis Department reports to us, so we've tried to come up with a mechanism, it's relatively recent, where we can have a check-in with a representative of the board, which is me, along with Deputy CEO Dunnicliffe, so that we can respond very quickly to issues that are coming up with the director. I absolutely agree that all policy issues should be run through the General Government Committee, and all I'm saying is that we can basically set up the discussion through our weekly meetings that we have with Director Nevedal. Does that make sense? Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are there still people online who wish to do public expression? We have Corinne Powell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Are you there?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, there was no unmute coming up on my screen. Corinne Powell, and I would like to speak on cannabis in general this morning. I agree that there is a tremendous problem in the MCD. And it stems from what I believe is the elephant in the room, which is that in this county, we have had behind the scenes manipulations for at least as long as I've been a participant in trying to be a legal, bona fide, recognized medicinal cannabis cultivator. We have had an anti-cannabis prejudice in the CEO's office in the past. I believe that county council had recognized that bias in a conversation we had with the former ad hoc of Supervisors McGordy and Haschek last summer as we had a stakeholders meeting, all sitting outside the old cafe at the county offices, and we were discussing the VegMod issue. And I asked County Council Curtis directly if we had a tree considered for a garage construction, would there be any reason why that garage permit would be delayed or denied because there was a tree to be removed? And if not, then why are all of these VegMod holdups in the permitting process for cannabis cultivation? And he said, well, it's just cannabis. It's just cannabis, as if that is the main objection. And Susan Tibbins was attending that meeting also and said, why? And he had no response for us. That is a huge prejudice that we must eradicate from the department that continues to put obstacles in the face of applicants. It's a common policy and procedure practice there. And if you can give me 30 more seconds, I want to describe a very recent situation. I copied the General Government Committee on this. I submitted my renewal as proposed in Kristen's meetings for permit renewal. We were told by Kristen multiple times, yes, we're processing renewals. Please send your application via the email to the department. We will have 2 phases. We will have someone acknowledging that all materials have been presented, and then we will submit it for actual review after you have paid your application fee. So I submit, I get a nice letter that I thought was positive, saying, come in, pay your money, and we will continue to review. Basically, I tried to pay, although the counter was closed last Friday, would be closed on Monday. Tuesday would be my first day to pay. However, after getting that letter, come in and pay on Friday, on Monday, I get another letter from the same staff person in the cannabis department saying, oh, no, we cannot accept this. Your application is not in the correct format. I've been back and forth with them about what that format really is, only to learn that the cannabis department's new procedure is, well, we'll just wait till people submit an application for renewal, and then we will lay on them these new criteria, which is similar to a portal issue as I understand it, but it is not explained at all, and new requirements are not specified in instructions posted on the MCD website. I am concerned that
Okay, Corinne, you have to wrap it up. We're already a minute and a half
if
past
we
your
don't
time.
have more supervision of the current director's ability to autonomously create different criteria, this will lag on, delay, and to delay is to deny. So would you please take an active role in supervising the cannabis department? Thank you very much for the extra time.
Next, we have Jude Thinman.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Honorable Chair of the Board and Honorable Supervisors, good morning. My name is Jude Tillman. I'm speaking as President of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. A couple of things. First of all, I give my heartfelt support and gratitude to all of you who are taking seriously the testimony earlier from such compassionate individuals who are picking up the shovel and taking care of people that need to be taken care of by society as a whole. And I hope you can help them in whatever way you can in increasing and meeting SEIU's demands and increasing that rate of pay to the best you can. I also am really glad to hear Supervisor Williams say, look, this is getting ridiculous. Let's push this forward. There don't seem to be any ideas from this, that, and the other office, but Hannah Nelson has ideas. You bet she does. And there's another list, somebody else you could add to the list who has ideas, and that's MCA. We've been giving you very good ideas, well-researched ideas for years. And in fact, I'm rising at this point in time in public expression to make sure that you're aware of a recent report put out by the Berkeley Cannabis Research Center that has policy findings related to cannabis throughout the state of California. This report is an incredible body of work that outlines many possible solutions for our local government to consider. And we sincerely hope that you do read the report. Most of these recommendations, and this is where MCA comes in with all of its great ideas of the past many years, that most of the recommendations from the Berkeley Cannabis Research Center coincide with the 2023 legislative platform that we have put forward, and we urge you, the Board of Supervisors, to take an active role in making sure that in addition to implementing what we can here at home, that you advocate for these recommendations at the state level. And MCA would be happy to provide a copy of the report if any of you individually do not have one in hand. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Michael Katz.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I appreciate the conversation this morning. I fully support the comments of Hannah Nelson and Scott Ward related to the equity criteria adjustment. It's essential that we address that immediately. I want to also draw attention to a memo that we shared related to public expression for the LJAGP program. It's unfortunate that we have to report this, but at the GGC meeting on the 23rd of January, it was identified that materials would be provided for applicants to apply for that program by February 3rd. That would be posted on the county's website with a plan to open the grant application process on the 17th. However, there was conflicting conversation that seemed to indicate that the director of the program is not prepared to release that guidelines or the application until she has certainty that the board or the GGC won't be making any more changes. And so it's not certain now if the window will still be opening on the 17th or if it in fact will not be opening until after the 28th. And I'd just like to remind the board that there's $10.5 million in direct grant funds that are collecting dust now for nearly a year that are still now in uncertain terms of how they're going to be released. And there's grave concerns that they'll not be released within enough time to actually serve the purpose that they need to, which is to help our locally licensed operators transition from their provisionals to their annuals. So we urge the board to direct the department to provide an update on when exactly the window will open, and that they host an interactive meeting for operators to ask questions and review the application process in depth prior to the application window opening. We'd also, on the meeting on the 23rd, the GGC asked the director for information on funds that had been paid out of the LJAGP funds, as far as on the administrative side, and that information was not available. So we request that the next grant report, which is due in February, be shared publicly so we understand what's happening here. So we also are concerned that the director indicated that she does not personally have the bandwidth to support a additional application window for LGAGP, that it would force her to be spending all of her time reviewing those applications. And so we request clarification on whether MCD actually believes it has the capacity to manage the program with internal resources. So we really hope that you can focus on this essential program and the delays therein. We'll be talking about some more issues later on today. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, are there any more online comments? All right, so with that, we'll close.
We do. It's
Oh,
Paul
we do.
Hansberry.
Paul Hansberry. Sorry, Paul Hansberry, go ahead.
Hello, and Susan will be speaking after me, if that's okay. This is Paul Hansberry. Mendocino County's cannabis ordinance, as well as the state regulations, were drafted by mere mortals who had no way of knowing or understanding exactly what they were doing. Add to that the fact that the statute was, by statute, there was no time to fully get to know or understand what they were tasked to do. Mendocino County tried to be prepared and started before the state regulations came out. Having a ministerial program sounded simpler and easier to administer. Just check the boxes and CEQA exempt. Oh boy. Having a mitigated negative declaration for the entire county sounded like a good idea. It was quicker than a full-blown EIR and less expensive. Now we have a different county council who's very conservative and interprets things from a textualistic point of view. While this approach is easily defensible, the problems it creates are devastating. And to take the easy way out for council has a ripple effect throughout the county. Textualism is interpreted according to its plain meaning and not according to the intent of the legislature or statutory purpose or the legislative history. Purposivism does have regard for the purpose and the conscious intent as a basal fact. I feel that the largest problem that the cannabis community, Mendocino County Cannabis Department, and as it relates to cannabis, the Board of Supervisors have is the Board of Supervisors has repeatedly directed Mendocino County Cannabis Department to allow anything that the state would allow for their equity grant program. That was probably music to Director Nevedal's ears. However, that didn't happen. Why? A resolution was unanimously passed by the board to allow the director to modify the LEAP manual with only posting on their website and notifying the Board of Supervisors. County Council intervened. Why? Vegetation modification was never intended to be a problem that it is today. Why doesn't Matt Kradowski or Supervisor Jurdy step up and let County Council know what the intent was? That the intent was to deter environmental villains that were clear cutting and grading to grow cannabis. Is it because they don't remember? Or is it because Matt Kradowski is now subordinate to Christian Curtis? I don't know. CAMP is an acronym for Campaign Against Marijuana Cultivation. The term CAMP became a colloquial term for the militarized campaign on the war on drugs from Mendocino County. County Council, and by extension, the Cannabis Department, need to realize that the state did not specify CAMP. The obstructionism that has been demonstrated by County Council was explained in vivid detail in the Board of Supervisors meeting on October 4th. Everyone knows that cannabis is illegal federally. Why would you ask to spend $25,000 for someone else to tell you what everyone else knows?
Paul, we're going to address that later, if you want to weigh in later.
Using textualism and asking questions proposed, the County Council would be vindicated. So let's ask the question to get the answer that we really want to know. Mendocino is and has been for several decades internationally renowned for its cannabis, second only to its amazing geographic features that spawns tourism. The fact that Mendocino has the fewest state licenses and the highest amount of illegal grows in California is not surprising given the legal climate in Ukiah. I am hopeful that the hire of Jared Schwass is an indicator of the willingness to understand and rectify the damage that has been done to the cannabis community and to this county. And with that, I'd like to hand the floor over to Susan. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Can I be heard?
Yes, state your name for the record, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning. This is Susan Tibbin, Lovingly and Legally. And yes, I'm speaking about cannabis again, because It can provide the monies that we need for our county if you give us a way to do it. Ms. Tillman's reference to the recently issued Berkeley Cannabis Research Center findings and recommendations is a stellar document. It codifies the realistic and doable need for a cottage microbusiness, which we've advocated for over 6 years. The document outlines pragmatic and doable resets. Our daily interaction with numerous Mendocino cultivators, as we're trying to get them into dispensaries, makes it plain that without a realistic and immediate change in the legal and top administrative directives, we're done with. Without a change, the fiscal and social disaster, which seemingly is being willfully created by county council, will be irreparable. Many, many of us are bankrupt. We've held on, we've helped each other, but we're out of time, we're out of money, and we are out of hope. But you remember from junior high school, we learned that hope was the last thing left in Pandora's box. And we're hoping against hope that rather than finger pointing at the Cannabis Department directorship, the legal department and the administration from the top down and our board will change course, take the Berkeley report to heart, preserve what's left of our struggling small farmers, and make it possible for us to add to the tax base and make it possible for us to generate the funds for the people who spoke earlier to make a living wage. Thank you very, very much. And finally, thank you very much for making it possible that should there be another terrible fire, if we're still left, we will be able to access our materials. We very much appreciate you doing that. Thank you and good morning.
Okay, so do we have one more speaker left?
Next on the line, we have another account under Michael Katz's name. I have reason to believe it might be Monique Ramirez.
Thank you, Atlas. Yes, this is Monique Ramirez. I just wanted to draw attention to a situation for me personally that I've been drawing attention to for a while about my renewal for my cannabis permit and how recently we've discovered that we're being prioritized based on when our provisional license is expiring. But I have to say that this is really concerning to me because I have a modification that I made for my permit to be able to basically trim my cannabis outside, weather permitting. And so until the county is going, or the department is going to review my renewal application, that's at a standstill. So I can't do anything with my product until that gets approved. And I've already been waiting 8.5 months, you guys, for my renewal to be basically finished. And I have everything in order. The director has stated before that a lot of renewals are being held up because they don't have environmental documents prepared properly or they're not sufficient. And I'm in Appendix G review, so I have all of that. And it sucks that I'm just sitting there in a big stack with a bunch of other people that may be in a similar situation. And I know that this isn't, I should bring this forward to the GGC, but I just feel like the full board needs to hear this too, like as another reason that we need more review happening internally with the Mendocino Cannabis Department, like a serious audit of their time management, because we are not getting efficiency like at all. And I feel like they've tried so hard to put up all these different things with a portal, blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, we're still here. We still have 277 issued permits. Like, when has that number changed in the last 5 years? So I just really hope that something can come out of this. And I appreciate the small discussion that you guys have had earlier this morning, but I feel like we need to have more serious review of how we're doing things and figure out a way to do it better, because we're losing operators left and right. And I just really appreciate all the comments earlier, especially by Scott Ward, Hannah Nelson, Michael Katz, Susan Tibbin, Paul Hansberry, everybody, Corinne Powell. These are the people that come to you every time with these solutions, with the problems, with how the path forward. And we just feel so unheard, and it's so debilitating and frustrating. And, at a certain point, you just feel like you want to give up on the whole thing, because it's like, why am I wasting my energy with this? It's so draining. It's a black hole. It's never going to go away. I mean, I wish that we could come to a place where we solve these issues and we move on to something else. I don't want to speak about cannabis issues anymore, and I'm sure you don't want to hear about them. So please, let's figure this out. Like, not tomorrow, but today. Let's make it happen. Let's set ourselves up for a really successful outcome today with the rest of the agenda items that are about cannabis, and let's get on with it, because I think we're all over this. Thank you so much.
And the last caller we have on the line is Andrew.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Morning, everybody. My name is Andrew Scully. I'm a reporter. I've got some background noise in my feed here. You have to bear with me here. Sorry. I'm gonna have to get back. I'm very sorry. Got an audio problem here. I'll have to get back in on you. Thank you. I couldn't do it. Fuck.
So how do we handle this? Are we done for now? And would we, if he returns?
Yeah, I would say that was the last public comment who's requesting the comment, who hasn't. So we could try again if you want, or we can have him call back in later.
Okay, so we have someone in the room who'd like to make a public comment. I suggest we just go ahead and move on with the consent calendar. Is he trying to come back in?
Okay, Andrew, you are back on the line, and once you unmute, please note that you will be heard.
Okay, hi. Good morning, and I appreciate the opportunity to come back in. Andrew Scully on the line from Mendocino. I'm a reporter and a writer I write for the Anderson Valley Advertiser and the Mendocino Undercurrent. Around the first of the year, I tried to address some readers' concerns about the longer-term issues facing our county. I wanted to talk to county leaders to get their views on, above the din and drumbeat of the constant stream of disasters, falling redwood trees, fires, earthquakes, that you all have to deal with and that are very crucially important, but it takes our eye off the longer game on some of the long-term issues. So I asked and I approached the county leaders on these questions of what are the long-term goals and opportunities. Many of you have been very forthcoming. Two supervisors, Mulheron and Williams, Sheriff Kendall, two notable exceptions to interview requests. The district attorney did not return phone calls. I'm understanding he doesn't interview and doesn't take any public comments currently. Shamiz Cubison, the auditor controller, also did not return for calls for questions. Is she present at the meeting today?
No, she is not.
Okay. Well, is she responsible for preparing the budget for your review?
No, she doesn't prepare the budget. She is our auditor controller. She basically manages our money.
She audits and prepares financial documents for the county, does she not?
Yeah, this is not meant to be an interchange, so please, if you have something to state.
No, the interchange I wanted to have with her, and so I'm communicating to the Board of Supervisors a reporter and citizen's concern of being stonewalled and unable to make contact with the auditor on a question of why she has not submitted an audited and prepared consolidated balance sheet for the last fiscal year. What are they doing right now with those numbers? Why are they not publicized? Why have the books not been closed on the last fiscal year?
So we have a preliminary closure. As I said, if you have a comment, please make it. Otherwise, we're going to just continue our conversation.
Sir,
this is not an interview.
The question is, where are the financial documents? Not approximate or about numbers. Where are the numbers for last year that were due several months ago?
Okay, well, I guess that's it for public comment for this morning. We'll now move on to the consent calendar. Clerk of the board, have we established proper notice?
Proper notice has been established.
Are there any items that supervisors would like to pull for consideration or comment? Supervisor Haschak?
Yes, I'd like to pull items 3N and 3P.
Okay, go ahead.
Item 3N is the report on the public records request and the ordinance that we passed in, I guess, August of 2022. It's one of the votes that I really regret making. And I went to a CSAC, California State Association of Counties, the conference. Supervisor Mulheron was there too. And there was a presentation on the Public Records Act. And in that PowerPoint that the county council from Orange County presented, I'll just read from this PowerPoint, was that under California PRA, agencies can only recover the direct, and in quotes, direct cost of duplication. And that's California Government Code 6253 and 6253.9. And then non-chargeable ancillary cost under the California Public Records Act, PRA, include staff time involved in searching the records, reviewing the records for information exempt from disclosure under law, and deleting such exempt information. So those are, according to this presentation at CSAC, those are non-chargeable costs. I think that, we all want, freedom of information. We want people to be able to get the information in a transparent way for the public good. At the same time, we have had a high number of requests, whether it's for harassment or people, election denialism or whatever it is, the pandemic there, it seems like from what was being talked about at the conference that counties throughout California and the country were having very high rates of, public records request. That being said, the statement at the conference was that, we need legislative fixes for these issues. And, for Mendocino County to go forward with this, I think puts us at a risk. And also, that other counties are realizing that they've got problems with higher rates of these public records requests, but at the same time, charging when we shouldn't be charging puts us at a risk, I think. And so I would like to have the board reconsider this ordinance, because I think that it could be detrimental to us in the long run.
Is there anyone else on the board who agrees and would like this to be pulled for reconsideration?
I don't necessarily want it pulled, but just maybe we could get a response from county council.
County council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did address this in the report, but I'm happy to go over this orally as well. So under the Public Records Act, Supervisor Haschak is correct. The act itself limits the fees to the direct cost of duplication. There is, however, another statute, I believe it's 54945, but forgive me, I may have the number wrong, but it's in the report, that authorizes a county by ordinance to increase any fee that it charges, notwithstanding any other limitation that is found in statute. Now, the fee can't go above the actual costs, and indirect costs are limited to what was in the A87 circular in, I want to say 1984, maybe 94, at the time the statute was passed. Ventura, back in 2004, asked the Attorney General for a formal opinion as to whether this ordinance, the statute authorizing counties to enact fees up to the actual costs applied in the context of the Public Records Act. And the Attorney General answered in the affirmative. I believe Supervisor Hashek actually referred me to the presenter. I believe that was one of the senior deputies down in Orange County. I did have a good conversation with him. I did find that we had looked at much of the same research, and what he had stated, I think, was accurate. A legislative fix, frankly, would be helpful, not just for counties, but for the districts as well, right? I mean, the statute that we're relying on here applies only in the context of counties, and I know some counties have been a little bit nervous about the prospect of being a potential test case. I don't. My own opinion is, given the language of the statute, which I think really is quite clear, and given the Attorney General's opinion, I don't know that there's a lot of ambiguity in this context. But I also recognize that costs of litigation or costs of a potential test case are deterrent in and of themselves. With respect to sorry, I just lost the train of thought. My apologies. Just to recap, the Public Records Act does not authorize this. There's a separate statute that does. There is a particular process by which that has to be gone through. That is what was done in this particular case, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have on this. Oh, I'm sorry. The thought that I had just escaped me, or that escaped me, just came to me. One thing I do want the board to be aware of, and again, I put this in here. I think it's very worthwhile to push for a legislative change in this arena. I don't know that I would be super optimistic. The last I had heard was that there wasn't a lot of sympathy for local governments when it came to these sorts of costs. And to be quite frank, the last time that the legislature was forced to confront the issue of the costs related to Public Records Act requests, what they did was they amended the state constitution to make it a purely local problem. So I don't know if that there's going to be quite the same temperament there, but there is a bit of a lack of sympathy that we've seen so far.
Supervisor Williams.
Could the board review requests for records that have been denied or subject to charges so that we could get a better sense of whether this is theoretical or actually affecting real people? I'm weighing SEIU 2015 was here pointing out we're not able to pay their workers a living wage. And that living wage is coming out of the same pot of money as paying county counsel's office to do research. So when we talk about public good, I don't think having an attorney do research to benefit an out-of-area corporation that's trying to better peddle their back guano to people in Mendocino County is the public good. I think taking care of people is more the public good. So it's constant balancing. How do we use a limited discretionary fund to best provide for the people of Mendocino County? But I also don't want to find that we're denying legitimate information requests to media or people who live here. So, Chair, is it possible for us to request the log, and maybe as a board we could review and see if our current policy is finding that ideal balance?
Councilor Curtis?
If I may respond to the chair, so we did attach to the item all of the letters that had gone out. Is the board looking for the requests that those were responding to, or is there something else that I'm missing?
It sounds like we're looking for the requests of what's coming in and what that looks like.
Yeah. So certainly we can provide copies of. I mean, we could provide copies of all of the requests. I believe we noted there in the last 3 months of the year, I think there were 300 something requests that came in. We could certainly provide copies of all of those if the board would like. I think there were 5 that had been responded to with fee estimates. I don't believe any of the responders elected to go ahead and pay the fees. I think they either narrowed the requests or abandoned them. We certainly have the we wanted the board to see how we're responding and how we're proposing ways that people might be able to narrow requests that would keep them a little bit more tailored. We could provide copies of just those requests that were responded to. We could provide all 328.
So if, I think what would be useful is if you summarize the 328 that came in and, gave us a pie chart. These ones are, from local media, these ones are from businesses. So we get a sense of what the mix looks like. And then if you also had samples of letters in which you responded for a cost estimate, that would really be helpful. And it sounds like maybe we might want to hold off on this, but I don't know. Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, I understand we're trying to save money, but at the same time, we need to look at our own practices about how we get those records out. And when we, it's not just the people who are denied, it's the chilling effect too. And courts are going to look at that chilling effect and what it does to, transparency, government responsiveness to the people. And so I'm worried about that. And, we've seen before that if we were to take this case, and obviously we're on the forefront of this issue, no other county's doing it. And if we lose, then we're liable for all the fees that the, person suing us, generates through their for their legal fees. And so I'm worried about that. And I think that, there are times when maybe Mendocino County does want to be in the forefront. I don't think this is that issue.
Supervisor Jordy.
So staff have identified that a substantial number of the PRAs are associated with businesses who are seeking information about Mendocino County people. So do we want to limit staff time dealing with those requests? I think there's a lot in this. One of the issues I feel that the county needs to grapple with is we have all sorts of risks to the county budget, whether it's a project that's construction costs go way over budget, it's a service or program of the county where the costs go over budget. And I do think county council is being proactive in this case in identifying that here's a cost that, according to the staff report, the County of Mendocino saw a 300% increase in requests for information in 2021. And they're saying, hey, wait a second, this is taking up an awful lot of staff time. There's no budget, money available in the county budget to increase our staff time dedicated to these PRAs by 300%. And so they've come up with at least their attempt to deal with this increasing volume of PRA requests, many of which they identify actually came from businesses, not from individuals seeking information about the county budget, which of course is all online, or whatever might have been a legitimate reason for a PRA in the first place. So I'm not saying that this ordinance is perfect. I'm not saying I want the county to be the first one in the state. I'm not sure we actually are the first in the state. I'd like to actually hear county council's response to that statement. But I think we need to be, as a board, we need to be encouraging our departments to identify parts of the county budget that are exploding with a growing number of staff hours, and to identify ways to mitigate those expenses, because we don't have 6 months of reserves that we're sitting on. This county struggled for a decade to build up something like, I think it was 3 weeks of operating budget in reserves. I left the city council in Fort Bragg. We had 6 months of operating expenses in reserves. We worked so hard just to build up a few weeks of reserves at this county. We've got to get all of our departments to identify risks to the county budget. And I see this as at least an attempt by one department to try to mitigate an exploding part of their budget. So I'd like to hear county council's response. Are we in fact the first in the state, or is this something other counties are doing?
No, I'd say it's still a minority of counties that have enacted ordinances to this effect. I believe Ventura, after they'd requested the Attorney General opinion back in 2004, was one of the first that adopted an ordinance. We took a model, I think, from LA County, and then Shasta County recently adopted one. I apologize, we had done a little bit of research. I don't remember all of the the counties that had, but I think we're the most recent to have done it. I think the last before us was Shasta, probably within about a year or so before us. No, we're not alone on this. If I may, also just through the chair. With respect to the business, I think one of the things that I've found in the research on this is that, and I think I mentioned in the agenda summary, California is only one of 6 states where by default it's the taxpayers that pay for all of the costs related to the research, et cetera, for responding to the requests. What I found is that the model under the Federal Freedom of Information Act actually splits it into 3 different categories. So for commercial requesters, which they define to include litigation-related requests, which is one of the categories that we had that was large, when it was private litigants sort of using the PRA to get documents for their own lawsuits against each other. So that's not kind of the ones that we're a party to. That's just ones where we're a non-party. The commercial requests under the federal statute would be charged both categories of the fees that we have in the ordinance right now, both for the search and for the redaction. The non-commercial requests would be limited to the search fees, and then media requests or requests by certain academic institutions, et cetera, may have a complete fee waiver under the Federal Freedom of Information Act. I think I mentioned when the ordinance was first adopted, I'm not sure that the county would be able to enact something similar to that because of Prop 26 concerns. That essentially the way it's structured under Prop 26 is that you're not supposed to be charging fees to one person that you don't charge to another. That being said, I've since come across some things that maybe make me think that there are structures where if everyone is treated the same and it's maybe related to particular purposes, that there might be some flexibility there. If the board would like, I could research that. On the other hand, that there's a certain amount of time that goes into that, so I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole unless the board has interest.
So Supervisor Hashtag has a motion to pull the item for further consideration.
I didn't hear the motion.
Go ahead.
Well, I pulled it to talk about these issues that we're talking about, and I think it's important. And I would like to have it come back at a future meeting.
And what specifically would you like at the future meeting?
Well, I'd like to see if there's other options and to have a real discussion about the pros and cons of it and the legal implications.
I kind of feel like we've done that, but if there's other things that you feel that have not been really explored as well, if you could specifically articulate what you're thinking, that would help.
Well, the information I've received is that we're not on good, solid ground legally. And so that's what I'd like the board to consider.
Supervisor Williams.
Would it be possible to share with the board the information highlighting how we're not operating in accord with law?
Well,
I heard the quotes from the presentation. It was at CSAC.
Right.
But I don't see that conflicts with the ordinance we passed.
Well, that's yeah. I think that if we got an attorney general review of this, I think that would be helpful, because I think we are charging.
So,
and I think the intent of what we're doing is to charge for public records request.
Didn't another county ask for an AG opinion? And isn't that what we're basing ours on?
That's correct.
So
yes.
Through the chair for county council, is there anything substantially different in ours compared to the one that the AG reviewed?
not meaningful. There wasn't an ordinance in that case. It was posed as a hypothetical, essentially, before it went forward. We crafted this to try and be consistent with what the AG had opined. It's limited to the cost of actually responding to the request. So, there had been, for example, there was a Sierra Club case that had gone up back in, I want to say 2012, to the Cal Supreme Court, where they were trying to charge for fees that went to preparing the records, in that case GIS software. So beyond the cost of responding, here it's been tailored to just what the actual cost is to provide the records. Respectfully, I don't know that there's a question I would ask the Attorney General that hasn't already been answered in the opinion that we have. Now, I recognize that's just an opinion, so it's considered to have great deference from the courts. It's not binding, and until someone actually does get in a lawsuit and there is a published opinion, I recognize that there's still the possibility of a test case. But if the question is, are there sort of more steps that we might take, at this point, the Attorney General opinion that we have is what I would have asked for if there were ambiguity on the point.
Thank you. And then last, for Supervisor Haschak, do you know of any public records requests that have not been satisfied by the county without fee where you believe they should have? Is there anything we could look at as an example of where the policy has failed?
Well, I don't know. I know that the First Amendment project has made requests of the county for information about how this ordinance came about. I know that they're looking into it. But, beyond what was actually denied, we have to look at the chilling effect too, and that's what courts will look at.
Well, I appreciate your concern, Supervisor Haschak, because we certainly don't want to put ourselves out front for being the poster child for a lawsuit, and more importantly, we don't want to suppress legitimate requests for information. And it sounds like County Council has spent a lot of time looking through this to craft something that's compliant with the best legal knowledge and case study that we have at the time. So is there anybody else who also shares concern with Supervisor Haschak and would like to delay us approving this? Is there anybody else who would like to direct County Council to come back with some information, as he's said that he's willing to do? Counselor?
Mr. Chair, if I might add to that, I could also, if the board would like to have a more in-depth discussion, I could also prepare a legal memorandum or a closed session item to discuss any potential threat of litigation in an appropriate format. But I think I've covered the main points already.
Thank you. I know that this update is supposed to come back to us in 6 and 12 months, and I think if County Council can think about Supervisor Haschak's comments before the next update, I think that would be satisfactory to me. I don't want to continue spending general fund dollars at this point. We have a scheduled update, and I think that we can hear any concerns. Certainly Supervisor Haschak could work directly with county councils to outline those specific concerns, and I don't need to have it removed today.
Supervisor Williams.
When there's a new pothole, somebody calls me and yells at me. And I don't hear anybody yelling about public records requests being denied. So I'm with Mo. I don't want to, there's other things in county council's queue that are taking time. And I don't want to slow those down by asking for more research. In fact, I retract my previous request for the log. If there's anybody who's concerned, they can show up at our meeting and tell us, and then we can take it up.
Okay, well, I think that ends the discussion for now. There doesn't seem to be an appetite from the board to want to spend more time on this, although you are encouraged to engage county council if you have specific issues, and then as Supervisor Williams suggested, then people could come for public expression and let us know. You have another item also that you wanted us to consider.
Well, it's item 3P, which is about the solar panels on the Willits Library. And there's concern about, being able to take advantage of the PG&E rebates. And so I wanted Janelle Rao, Director of General Services, Government Services, to really explain to us what that process is at this moment.
Okay. Can we bring Director Rao in to the meeting?
She's in.
Good afternoon, board members. Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. We did some research, or staff did some research into upcoming changes in PG&E's structure for rebates with regards to solar projects. With specifically with regards to this particular project, what we've discovered is that the project would likely need to be, for lack of a better term, shovel ready. And by shovel ready, we would need to have contract details, specifics on the actual equipment to be installed, which at this late stage, we don't have. That deadline is April of 2023. What that would mean is that there's changes in the rebate structure. It doesn't necessarily negate the benefits that we will be receiving by the carbon footprint reduction in implementing solar. But I do know that we're working with other partners and determining if there's any other way we can, I guess, take advantage of some of those rebates, even though I know they're changing their deadline in April. And I hope that answers your questions.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to get that information out to people.
Sure, and do you have a realistic timeline for this, Ms. Rao?
Well, the library project, as soon as we've been waiting, I mean, I want to give credit to the library administration for their efforts in obtaining this grant. As soon as this board adopts this item, we will be collaborating with the library staff and the executive office on implementation. This will be put on the forefront as discussed through many iterations of board meetings. This will be the first endeavor where we will be implementing a microgrid type of solution where it could be a combination of solar, battery, generator. We're looking at, again, reducing the need for the generation power where appropriate. So this will be a project on our forefront. We look to kick it off this fiscal year. I know the timelines of the grant, I believe it has to be concluded by 2026. I believe, I don't have it in front of me, but we most certainly will be looking to kick that off this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. Question or comment from Supervisor Jordy?
Just that I appreciate that this is moving up a little higher in the priority list of things to do for the General Services Department because of the deadline to spend the money with the grant. It is important to note that it's not like a one-time rebate that's changing. What's happening is that the state has reduced the amount of subsidy that people with solar panels who come online in the future will be getting for their electric power that they're sending into the grid. And so it sounds as if this project will go on the roof after that changeover occurs. So people who already have solar panels on their roof, they're getting a higher rebate for the power they send into the grid. But going forward, it sounds like we're going to miss the deadline to get that higher legacy rate. So we're going to get a reduced rate. But I think it's still proving to be a very cost-effective program. As you remember, when the library first asked for an estimate for the cost of a diesel generator backup for the Willits Library, I don't know what the source of the information was, but the rough number they were given was $500,000. We're going to get 24/7 power, that clean power from solar panels with battery for the same cost, or maybe only slightly more than we were going to pay for some diesel generators that might be used 2-3 times a year. So this is by far a better approach. I think this kind of proves that we should not even consider going out and buying diesel generators for county buildings. We should be looking at solar power with battery backup at every opportunity.
Yeah, well, it fits our long-term aspiration for the county of reducing its carbon footprint that we've stated before, so very good. Is there any public comment on before we go, Supervisor Hasjak?
I was going to move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. Any public comment before we leave consent calendar items?
A couple of things. I think that the Attorney General's opinion was from decades ago, so that might be something you want to consider. In addition, that it wasn't reflecting on a specific ordinance, so that's just some context. But I think, you know, the cliche, ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I think that one cost savings prior to getting to the point of PRAs is to have a more transparent, accessible form of government, and particularly posting things in a timely manner, in a transparent manner, online in a way that people can get them in places that make sense to get them. I actually had a hard time accessing comments that were uploaded to Granicus, accessing other people's comments, never mind my own technical difficulties. Thank you, Atlas. You know, and it just, or even you heard earlier, which is true, the MCD was supposed to post stuff on its website last Friday. It's still not there, and there's no category for it. There's like people have to search all over the place. So I think that a little bit of effort into making sure that the systems are more efficient would provide a great cost savings and cause people to make requests fewer times. So I encourage that when you're having these discussions, you really look at those cost savings rather than looking to potential litigation, which are subject to recovery of attorney's fees based on an attorney general's opinion from many decades ago. Thank you.
I'll also be brief. It's almost lunch. That solar project, check the condition of the roof of the library before you put panels on it. It would be dumb to put a roof that's exceeded half its lifetime to put panels on it. Only have to take those panels off to put it on again. Make sure that a re-roof, at least the minimal area of where the panels are, is in that budget. Otherwise, you're wasting money down the road. Makes no sense. Doug Anderson can tell you that. Regarding the PRA fees, whatever, except for when I try to find a resolution ordinance, they're not readily available. You've got to snake around and in and out on that website of yours to find these things. Just have a web page for public information. Post all the ordinances, post all the resolutions, post all the board meeting, all the board and commission meeting minutes. Put it on a page with the links so we can find these things simply. I'm not real technically savvy, but I'm not stupid. I worked in computers for 28 and a half years at work. But trying to find a resolution, just as an exercise at lunch on your laptop, go try to find a resolution pretending like you're a novice and trying to find one. Lastly, I'm a business as well, and I feel like you're kind of giving us a pejorative term. Businesses are looking for information. I look for information too, and it's for the right reasons. Thank you.
Chair, can we ask facilities if they've evaluated the roof before we install solar?
Actually, for clarification, the roof in the Willits Library was already on schedule to be replaced and repaired, and so that's actually part of the project, unrelated to the cost of the solar panels.
Okay, great.
Hi, my name is Wendy, and I just wanted to thank Supervisor Haschak for bringing up it's not right to charge for public records requests. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I just wanted to state my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have public comment online?
Yes, we do. First on the line is Michael Katz.
Good morning, board. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Per the requests of the board just earlier talking about this, where folks have issues with the PRA ordinance, they want to hear about it. So I'm calling about that at this moment. The issue with that ordinance, I will say, is that I actually am aware that it is producing a chilling effect. because there are people who cannot get access to information that they need in various forms from various departments that would be utilizing this service to get that information. But because of the concerns about fees and because of the economic hardships of so many people in this county, they have been deterred from even engaging in the process. And so, I encourage the board to review the letter that came in from the First Amendment Coalition regarding the challenges that they see to this ordinance. And I agree with Hannah's assessment. It's really about evaluating how to create a more transparent and easily accessible government. And further, the way that the ordinance is written now, you have media, but there are organizations that might not be considered media who would still need to get access to information to support members of this community, and they are being chilled from seeking out that information. So I sincerely encourage this board to evaluate that and to make the required adjustments so as not to charge for community members to be able to seek government-related documents and be charged to do so. Thank you.
Next on the list is Kate Maxwell.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Kate Maxwell. Thanks. This is Kate Maxwell. I'm the publisher of the Mendocino Voice. And I want to, as also a third district resident, appreciate Supervisor Hashak for pulling the public records fees report for some brief discussion, although I have not talked to him about it directly. I also want to point out that, frankly, I feel, Supervisor Williams said, if people had a problem with these public records fees, they would be up here yelling about it. That's what I'm here to do right now. And honestly, at every single time this has come up before the board, the vast majority of comments have been in opposition. I think maybe one person spoke in support of this ordinance in the beginning, and that was solely because they were frustrated about not receiving information from their requests. So like Michael, I really encourage you to reference the First Amendment Coalition letter if you have questions about the position that County Council is taking and the potential legal challenges here. The chilling effect is real. I can speak for myself. I am one of the people that has received 2 different fee estimates from the county out of what I believe County Council said was maybe 5 total since this ordinance has been passed. And serendipitously, it was about camp information. I get 1 to 2 emails or phone calls a week of people who are hoping to submit LEAP applications and are desperate to find out information about when camp raids happened. I have reported on cannabis in this county since 2014, and I know how difficult it is to actually get any concrete information about camp raids while they're going on or afterwards. I filed a request desperately trying to get information myself so I could help these constituents and at least have some clear information. Now that this has been put in a county ordinance, if people need information about camp raids, how are they supposed to get it? In response to that request, I got a $66,000 fee estimate, $66,000. That's not something I have lying around. So in a basic hope to just be able to address one of these issues that comes up at every supervisor's meeting about the LEAP applications and the cannabis programs, I received a $66,000 bill that, really should be information that these applicants should be able to just access so they can submit their files. So I would really also consider that you look at how County Council is framing this as a success because requests are going down and because people are being stymied. I think that is something that is counter to government transparency and is deeply concerning about what the actual goals are here of this ordinance and providing transparent information to residents in the county. Happy to provide details of the requests I filed to any of you. Thanks.
Yeah, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah,
Supervisor
Kate,
Williams.
can you share with us what the request was that generated the $66,000 estimate?
Sure. The other one I got was, similarly in the tens of thousands of dollars. I'm happy to send my specific requests and the responses I've received from the county council's office.
Can you tell us now what the request was that was a $66,000 estimate?
Yeah, I would have to get the tab back open, but it was legitimately just, I'm seeking information about camp raids that happened within this period of time. I basically took the language from the LEAP application ordinance and I tried to phrase it as directly as possible because I have watched people over and over again try and work with this requirement for LEAP applications. And so I proposed, I will send it to you. I don't know that
Okay.
it's worth everyone's time for me to get the tab open
Okay,
right
thank
now.
you. If you could send it to the whole board, that would be good. And
Sure.
Chair, could we ask County Council if he recalls why there was a $66,000 estimate?
We can.
So if you actually look in your packet, attachment 3, the letter that's being referenced is starting at page 8. It's the number 15th letter. In that case, the search that was performed came up with 173,088 potentially responsive emails. And we gave our estimate as to the amount of time that would be needed to review that. I'm actually pulling up, if you give me just 1 second, I can give you the language of the request. The request was for, there's 10 categories. So any and all documents, photos, emails, videos, texts, spreadsheets, PowerPoints, or other records, including the words or phrases camp or campaign against marijuana planting between January 1st, 2015 and the present, including records of arrests, search warrants, locations of eradicating operations, reports sent to coordinating agencies, asset forfeiture records, miscellaneous contracts, calls for service, sheriff's logs and or sworn statements, dash cam footage and any aerial footage, fixed or rotary wing aircraft and or drones, civil suits, and receipts for mutual aid requests. The high volume, I think came particularly on the email side. When we did the search for the terms camp or campaign against marijuana planting, that's where we came up in the time frame that was requested with 173,000. If you'll see a little bit later in that letter, we tried adding a few additional words to try and narrow it. This was on our own to try and suggest ways that it could be narrowed. So we excluded any emails that referred to a county employee whose name was camp. And we tried adding the search word marijuana to the search, and we still came up with 29,981 emails. And when the search was limited to the sheriff's office emails, we came up with 85,158 potentially responsive emails. Because those emails aren't broken up by any search term or category that would be limited to non-exempt materials, when we have a very high volume like that, that's going to encompass things that are necessarily going to be, say, privileged communication, records that are going to be exempt from disclosure, et cetera. Those require manual review of each and every email before it goes out. What we tried to do in this process is to engage with the requester, let them know how our search system works, let them know what we are and are not able to search by, and then also give them the possibility for some back and forth. Again, and this all happens per the manual we attached without any charge to the requester, some back and forth in terms of letting them try some other search terms, let them try some other criteria, see if we might get this down to a manageable number before we go ahead and provide the records in the response to the request. Additionally, we notified, because this was a media requester, that they would be entitled to a subsidy through the program that the board had directed. The CEO established about $200,000 annually for staff time, for media organization requests. In this particular case, I think the numbers were substantially in excess of what would have been funded there.
So previously, prior to the board adopting the new public records policy, would county counsel's office have done this work at a cost of $66,000 to the county?
Prior to adoption of the ordinance, I think this is one that we would have done a 6255 objection on. So there is the Public Records Act really has no mechanism for dealing with extremely burdensome requests other than just to refuse it. So they've actually changed the code sections now as of January 1st, but under what it used to be Government Code Section 6255, there's a public interest exception that applies essentially when the resources that the county would be using in response to one particular request outweigh the public benefit of that one particular request. That determination has to be made on a case-by-case basis. You don't know you're right unless you get sued and the court rules on it. The official responsible has to evaluate the public interest in the disclosure versus the public interest of non-disclosure, and the public interest in non-disclosure has to clearly outweigh. Where we found, I'd say, some of the highest volume of work has been when we've probably been in the when it's a few hundred emails, we were reviewing and providing, no fee, and still at this time, frankly, 100 or less, we'd probably fit within the 1 hour. If we probably get up to, it depends very much on the email, very much on the search term, but if we get into maybe the low thousands, I think we're within the scope of what a media requester could get within the scope of the fee waiver. Where we were seeing a very sort of high volume of work that was happening on the county council side was it the ones that were in the range of, I want to say, 5 figures. So low 4 to low 5 figures. Once we get into 10,000 or more documents that need to be responded to, we're looking at a rather substantial amount of cost there. That's when we could start to sort of seriously weigh under 6255. It's a very onerous standard, so to make that refusal, you really need to be able to establish why that's too much resources. Courts, it's largely court created. It's not explicitly specified in the statute. It comes from a residual public interest balancing test standard, and so it's also very subjective, right? So you really have to be confident before you assert and make the refusal there that a court is going to agree with that analysis. So for example, we had one requester where we came up with an estimate of 500,000 responsive emails. We offered to narrow it. We made the 6255. He refused. He threatened to sue. And ultimately, I think that one has been dropped. But there's some back and forth that goes into it there. And then there's additionally some work on the ones that actually do get down into maybe the high hundreds or low thousands figures.
So in my time, I don't think there's a single email that I wouldn't want the public to have access to. Frankly, I work for the public. These are their emails. I understand there may be cases where we have patients and it would be wrong to disclose, you say social services, information about a child or behavioral health. That's not the public's information. That's confidential patient records, perhaps. Is there any way, it seems like we have a dynamic going where both sides are right. The records should be available for free, and we don't have the resources to pay for the research when those records are requested. Could we transition to a mode of flagging newly created documents as confidential or not, so that the ones that are not, we can make available to everybody immediately, reducing the future research? I just think the past decades have created this dynamic where, it's like every document stamped as top secret, classified, right? And somebody has to go through and read it and see, is it actually? Any thoughts?
So this is actually something that we put in the memo from the executive office. You'll see that there's some discussion about trying to make sure that records are maintained in a way so that you have some readily accessible public records, and then some identify the ones that are confidential separately. It's harder to do on email, but I do think that that's something that if the departments can implement that, frankly, even on a limited scale, that would make a very big difference in terms of some of the efficiency and some of what we're able to provide effectively with a relatively small amount of resources. So there's a lot to be said for that approach, and trying to maintain things going forward with an eye towards what can we identify as public and what can we identify as private, and keep them categorized in ways that it's easy to search for what's public versus what's private. Really email and text messages, things that go through a massive server and get commingled are one of the hardest areas for us to be able to effectively segregate that.
Supervisor Hasjack.
So just to go with what Maxwell was asking about the camp rates, and it seems like that's information that is needed for the LEAP eligibility. So how is that dealt with? Are all the applicants for LEAP funding going through this process?
I might need to defer to the cannabis program if they have knowledge as to specifically how some of that's provided. I don't think we've seen a high volume of requests for information on camp raids, but I frankly, I might have to talk to my office and get back to you with some specifics on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we still have one more person online who wishes to speak? Peter McNamee?
Good morning. Thank you for giving me this time. I want to speak to item 3P, having to do with the solar on the Willits Library. First, I want to say I'm speaking on behalf of the Grassroots Institute that asked me to speak to you today. We have consistently supported and encouraged the board to move expeditiously to install solar and battery systems and other clean energy approaches to generating the electricity that county facilities need in order to serve the public. We see your movement today on this issue as encouraging, and we want to support that. I also want to take a moment to speak to the issue about the net metering changes that are going into effect, I believe, on April 12th of this year. What's actually on the table here is that the rate that solar providers will be paid for the solar energy that they generate, that they put back into the grid as an offset to whatever they used, plus as a revenue source to themselves, will essentially be reduced substantially for all solar projects that are not already approved for the former rates that are in effect until April 12th. And so what this means for the county is that because of the delays in putting solar on public buildings, the county on average, as all solar users in the state on average, solar electricity generators will see the amount that they're paid by PG&E for the electricity they put into the grid will on average fall from about 30 cents per kilowatt hour to 8 cents. So you can see there's a dramatic reduction after April 12th in the amount of revenue that the county. So in this case, and I really want to emphasize this, delaying on doing the right thing to both reduce the county's carbon footprint and to make the county energy independent of the dirty electricity that PG&E supplies means that delay is going to cost the taxpayers money. And so I really strongly encourage the board to examine what efforts it can make to try to get these projects moving as quickly as possible. And in this case, what you would need to do is you would have to have a contract with a solar provider in place and filed with PG&E by April 12th. Now, if you can't do that, you can't do that. And there's some things you can do to try to mitigate that. But again, it's one of these situations where not moving efficiently and effectively is going to cost taxpayers money. And this is a win-win-win for the county, for the taxpayers, and for the planet. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for moving forward on this project. I encourage you to move forward on all the county public buildings as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Yeah, just in regards to those comments by the last speaker, is that we have been working as quickly as possible after we got notification of the grant for the solar panels on the Willits Library. I've been working with Director Rao every week we've been having conversations about how to expedite this process. And we just do have limitations with the bureaucratic process. So we're doing the best we can.
Thank you for that.
Last, we have a voicemail.
My name is David Drell. I'm commenting on item 3N on the consent calendar. In enacting the California Public Records Act, and I quote, "The legislature finds and declares that access to information concerning the conduct of the people's business is a fundamental and necessary right of every person in this state," unquote. In our representative democracy, the elected officials and their staff act on behalf of the public, who need to know most of what government knows and what they are doing on behalf of the public. It was inappropriate to put this report on the functioning of Ordinance 4507 on the consent calendar, a part of the meeting set aside for routine, non-controversial issues. Item 3N is not a non-controversial issue, since it is about a fundamental and necessary right of every person in California. Item 3N and its attachments needs to be removed from the consent calendar and properly placed on a future agenda so that people have an adequate opportunity to discuss this critical issue. In my opinion, item 3N and its attachments does not show how Ordinance 4507 is working successfully. It in fact proves that Ordinance 4507 is a dangerous threat to transparent government and should be rescinded.
That concludes public comment on the consent calendar.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that's been seconded to approve the consent calendar. I think we're ready for the call.
Supervisor Mulhern, Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
and Chair McGorty.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
So I would like to ask staff, would you like to take a break for 10 minutes? Okay, so we'll be back here. Go ahead.
Chair, if I may request that we do the CEO report, it should take 5 minutes.
Okay.
And then we would be right back, and then Becky's item can go 4B, or 4A, Becky's 4A, sorry, Becky. We could go right back to 4A, and then that'll get us into lunch. I have staff waiting, but okay.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and take a break. We'll be back here in 10 minutes. meeting, and the next agenda item is the Chief Executive's report. Whoops, our Chief Executive isn't here. Hold on a sec. Here she comes.
Chair, maybe we could go to 4A and come back?
Yes, let's go to agenda item 4A. Discussion and possible action, including acceptance of a presentation regarding the Pacific Gas and Electric Fund allocation to the Emergency Medical Care Committee to support and enhance emergency medical care services throughout Mendocino County, and approval of retroactive agreement with Sonoma County in the amount of $343,358 for the provision of emergency medical service administration in Mendocino County for fiscal year 22-23. Sponsor is Social Services. Ms. Emery.
Good morning, Chair McGordy, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis, and members of the board. Thank you for your time today. My name is Becky Emery. I'm the Social Services Director and meeting with you as the EMS liaison for Mendocino County. With me also is Jen Banks, our Emergency Medical Services Coordinator for Coastal Valleys. So I do have a presentation. So before you today is our contract for our Sonoma County's Coastal Valley support as the local emergency services liaison for us and overseeing to ensure compliance for the Local Emergency Medical Services Act. Additionally, today we're going to go over our PG&E funds that were awarded to the Emergency Medical Care Committee for the 8 projects. Our contract this morning is retro due to some significant staff changes in Sonoma County in both their fiscal department and in their management team. So it has taken several iterations going through, as well as a request to do a multi-year contract. So the contract before you today is a single year so that we can further negotiate those, and I'll be expecting to come back to you prior to our July 1st start date for the next contract with a multi-year proposal to solidify that relationship and partnership. In addition, our goal is to give you a clear understanding of where we're at on the 8 projects of the PG&E funding today, and what funds have been expended to what use, and what funds are still there, and the purpose and projects that we're proposing for them. With that, I'll turn it over to Jen.
Thank you, Becky, and good morning, Chair McGordy, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council. I'm Jen Banks here, Emergency Medical Services Coordinator with Coastal Valleys EMS Agency. The primary function of the LEMSA is to plan, implement, and evaluate the local EMS system. In past presentations, we have come to the board and provided overview of our local EMS system with some EMS 101 education. Today, I would like to provide overview of some of our LEMSA office functions and obligations that we provide to the county. So organized under Sonoma County Department of Health Services, Coastal Valleys EMS Agency provides administrative and regulatory oversight responsibilities for both Sonoma and Mendocino County EMS systems. So we're a regional response area that is quite large within the state of California. Our specific statutory authority is vested in the LEMSA Medical Director as the EMS Medical Director Control Physician, and still with our agency, he's been here for many, many years, almost 30, is Dr. Mark Lovato serving as our local medical director. And the next slide, although it is a little bit busy, and I apologize for that, it portrays the various levels of EMS provision at the state and local level, as well as identifies statute and regulations, local policy, and then creation of our treatment guidelines that guide patient care at the local level. In the state of California, there are 58 counties, of course. Of those 58 counties, there are 34 LEMSAs that provide provision and oversight EMS services. All of those LEMSAs work with one purpose, and that is to provide the best patient care and save lives. And this is just an illustration of how we get that done. If you look at this chart, everything in gray is sort of the rules and the legal laws that are followed to comply with state legislation and local ordinances at the county level. Everything in purple is state function, and everything in green, including the Board of Supervisors, is our local functions. And following all of those provisions and oversight, what does Coastal Valley's EMS agency do at a very quick glimpse? We do certify all of our local emergency medical technicians. We do our local paramedic accreditations. Paramedics are licensed. They hold a medical license at the state level, but in order to work in a local area, they have to have local accreditation in addition to their state licensure. So we provide accreditation to all of our local paramedics providing care within the county structure. We do provide all EMS medical control. We conduct all disciplinary investigations. We provide oversight to our EMS aircraft partners, our trauma centers, our base hospitals. We have a very robust continuous quality improvement program, which I'll go into further in a few slides. We have done tremendous work and effort at the local level, and I want to spend just a minute to talk about our public safety Narcan program. In 2014, the state allowed for more first responders and public safety entities to carry and administer Narcan to patients who are experiencing an overdose. In Mendocino County, we were one of the forefront counties that took this on and really took on aggressive training with all of our first responders and public safety law enforcement partners. And present day in Mendocino County, all law enforcement agencies and first responder agencies are authorized to carry and administer Narcan when they beat EMS to the scene of an emergency because of an overdose. We also provide oversight of EMS specialty care programs. So our specialty care programs are our stroke, STEMI, and trauma programs. And then we also provide tremendous oversight, not just at the local level, but at the state level of all cardiac arrest care and outcomes due to care that patients receive in the pre-hospital setting. We provide oversight to EMS training institutions. We have a continuing education program. We do issue and monitor EMS service provider permits for our providers within Mendocino County. We do a lot of EMS data and research effort. We participate in the Emergency Medical Care Committee. We do our own training and education for our field ground providers. And in disaster scenarios, which I've been blessed with great opportunity to work closer with Mendocino County partners as a whole, we are the medical health operational area coordination to provide support at the local level from the state in times of disaster response. We definitely monitor state legislation, and we authorize EMS dispatch centers at the local level. So the next slide is just a good visual slide. This was provided by CAL FIRE, our contracted service provider for EMS dispatch services. And this is the calculated incident totals. The first slide is for all of our EMS ground transport providers. So listed to the left by agency is the running list of all service providers that respond to calls within Mendocino County. And that brings us to a total call volume of 12,883 calls of service for 2022. And just to help break down the categories in the slide in case it is a little confusing, of course, vegetation fire, structure fire, other fires. We do send emergency response units to those scenes. One, if there are injured patients or civilians that need support, but also to support the fire responders who are actively engaged in fire suppression efforts. And then MTC is just for general knowledge is traffic collision responses. So that is separate from our medical responses in collected CAD data. Med-INT is all of the interfacility transfers that we transfer out or into our county. And then our medical response volumes, and then hazmat calls, and then just other random public service categories brings us to that total call volume. Next slide. And then continuing on, not just our ground transport providers, but this is a running list of all of our fire, first responder agencies, and generally in Mendocino County, when somebody calls 911, a local volunteer or local fire department responds with an ambulance to provide support. That's a running list. Same categories across the top there, with a grand total of 10,438. The number is typically lower than our transport providers, but if you subtract out the number of interfacility transfers, it's a very close calculation to be in the same call volume. And our CQI program, I just wanted to really touch base today with you on, we've really built a very robust CQI program in recent years, really monitoring all of the patient care that our patients do receive when an EMS unit responds to provide service. So, you know, the general focus of CQI is to develop, revise, and implement all EMS treatment guidelines under the EMS Medical Control Authority, that being Dr. Lovato. We look at ever-advancing concepts in medicine and medical technologies, and we really have taken a proactive approach at looking at EMS data to determine how we can improve our system as a whole. We do conduct quarterly all agency CQI meetings. This brings all of our partner groups together in an effort to review calls and as a whole determine if we have areas that need improvement. We do participate with our local hospitals. The hospitals also conduct chart review opportunities for all of our field personnel, where we come and sit down together and review calls and determine if best practices were met. And then we also have a policy implementation and development committee that meets quarterly. And that's our secondary subgroup after CQI meetings when we hear from the service providers that there's an area that we could make an improvement in Mendocino County. We take those concepts to our policy development group. The policy development group has participation from local agency providers. And as a whole, we decide if we need to redraft and revise current treatment guideline policies that are in place for field care providers. So we're always looking at areas of improvement. Of course, you know, it's an ever-advancing field in medicine, and we really want to make sure that we are providing the best care possible to all of the patients when we respond to emergent calls in Mendocino County.
So, the contract before you today is the $343,000 to cover the services that Jen has just reviewed with you. That includes the oversight, the tracking, the accreditation, the supports, and the ongoing state legislation tracking and presenting information and partnering with Mendocino County to support the recipients of Mendocino County, ensuring that they receive excellent EMS services. Also before you is the Emergency Medical Care Committee's proposal for the 8 projects. It was $2.5 million that was approved by this board. With those active projects that we have are our CAD integration, which is our computer-aided dispatch, and the goal of that dispatch program is to be able to carry patient information forward through the various phases of response and support, with the firewalls necessary to make sure that as information is added, it's not accessible to others. In addition, we have moved forward with that project significantly, and that our Zen mapping is in progress, which is the platform that will move that information through. We did, in working with CAL FIRE, find that we needed to do an additional contract with Peraton, which is their dispatching system, to allow for that integration. So you'll see that while the initial proposal was $182,000, we did pull $16,466 from one of the other line items that were approved by this board so that we didn't have to request additional funding to keep that project moving forward. But our total cost on it is $198,000. Our next project is the Image Trend program. That is the data system that is used by the hospitals, by partners, to track things like available beds, to track ICU beds, the supports that we receive throughout Mendocino County. That was agreed that it would be paid for up to 5 years with the Image Trend funds. So that is a continuing cost that is moving through. And so it's being utilized in the current year, and we have, I believe, 4 years left on that agreement, or 3 years left on the agreement, because it was in April of '21. Additionally, the board approved non-transport fire service equipment in the cost of $280,000, EMS transport service equipment, $559,125, and then the JPA assessment and implementation. And all of those are in progress, and I will be providing additional information on each of those last 3 moving forward. The next slide is our PG&E funding for non-transport supplies. You'll see there the $280,000 that we talked about being allocated for those supports. And to date, excuse me, I have my slides mixed up. To date of that $280,000, $209,474 has been spent, leaving a remaining $70,000 unrequested at this point. Some of the things that it's been used to purchase have been laws of life, rope supports, AEDs, and extrication equipment. Additionally, we are pending request potentially for one of those individuals. Oh no, sorry, I'm on the fire one still, sorry, I apologize. So we're not, as far as I know, pending any further requests on those. However, that leaves the $70,526 that has been unspent. Our next slide. There we go. So on our PG&E funding for EMS transport, you'll see that there are 9 EMS transport partners that we have allocated the $559,000 to. To date, we have used $532,000 of these funds, leaving $26,649 unspent. Purchased for these were heart monitors, ambulances, routine medical equipment that is often not reimbursed but critical to the services that they're providing. We do potentially have a pending request on one of these that we are checking into, so that's where that pending request may be for MedStar. Our next project has been our Joint Powers Agreement. This is a critical project as we've been moving forward. It was allocated $1 million. We have not used any of the $1 million funding. That is the seed funding for the project once it is approved and up and running. To date, we've had 13 meetings with partners, including the City of Ukiah and Ukiah Valley Fire Department, MedStar, Anderson Valley Fire Department, Long Valley Fire Department, the Round Valley Fire Department, and the Round Valley Clinic, as well as Adventist Health, and other partners that have come to the table as we have gone through this project. But our primary meetings were to first initially discuss with each of the partners for their interest, and then to develop a memorandum of understanding with the group. We looked at 4 different memorandums, settled on the memorandum that was developed by the City of Ukiah with the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority, and have modified that MOU to meet some of the needs of this group and to work as our initial document moving forward. We are going to be continuing to modify and work on that document as necessary based on the reviews from all of the legal input. Additionally, we requested from all of our partners the fiscal information so that we could, with their fiscal documentation, do an internal cost assessment as we continue to move forward, recognizing that the goal of the JPA is to make transport entities whole with that gap funding, so that would then close out the ALS augment provided by the board to the 3 partners and also make whole the other partners in the community. It would allow for greater purchasing power of our EMS partners as they coordinate and make orders together. It would allow for further flexibility in the staffing supports and training opportunities and sustainable enhancement supports to our community. So with that, we are continuing to move forward on that effort. One of the challenges with the effort is that it is not staffed, so the time that is being utilized to create this JPA has all been from each of the entities as our scheduling has allowed. Okay, so next in our queue is continuing on the JPA rollout. As I said, we do have that $1 million in seed funding to cover the costs of the billing in that first year while we're waiting to be able to draw down the funds from Medi-Cal and other billing entities, insurances. That funding would then make those entities whole in that process. There is a gap fund that we have talked about to this board that the Medi-Cal billing, if we have the JPA, will allow for a higher payment of approximately about a $300 higher payment, maybe $350, depending on that assessment that we're working through. So for each of those calls that are non-government entities, we would be able to collect a much higher reimbursement. So those are the funds that we're looking to draw down with this. Additionally on the queue is the Pulse Point that was approved by the board. It was funded at $62,500. I would remind the board that the Pulse Point will move forward once CAD integration is completed, and it would allow for first responder notification and AED access notification for any cardiac arrest individuals in the area. It would also, let's see, so, excuse me. Additionally, for our training and education, that contract is the one that we did reduce, as I stated, so that we could move forward with our CAD integration. So from the $200,000 that was allocated, we're down to $183,534, and we have not made progress on that. And the EMT paramedic scholarship program was listed as $100,000, and we have not made progress on that as well. So with that, we have $1.4 million that is unspent. $1 million would be the JPA. The 442 also includes the $70,000 and $26,000 that were unspent in the resource requests.
Thank you, Ms. Emery. Are there questions and comments from board members? I'll start with Supervisor Dirty.
Yeah, so thank you, Becky and Jen, for the update and the presentation. One of the things that, as you know, that's kind of concerned me is that I think it was about 9 years ago, this board, or actually I was the only one on the board at the time, was asked to make a short-term financial commitment to 3 fire departments that were providing needed EMS or ALS service where there was no private provider, and that is in Anderson Valley, Laytonville, and Covelo. 9-10 years later, that temporary short-term subsidy is still coming out of the county general fund, when of course we don't have surplus general fund money to take on these extra projects. Also just a little curious, which this report didn't really explain, how are we paying for all of our expenses related to LEMSA? Are we getting state money for this? Is it coming out of the county general fund? What's the funding source for all this work outside of the PG&E one-time funding that we're talking about?
For the LEMSA piece for this contract, or for just so that I'm clear, the PG&E, so you're not talking the JPA, or you're talking the LEMSA?
I'm not talking about the PG&E funds, but we have an annual cost for the LEMSA service. So outside of PG&E, how are we paying for that normally?
Got it. So that is in the 4016 budget, and I will have to go get from Public Health the specifics of that, but I believe part of it is their realignment funding. I think there's also support through MADI money in there, and I can get that for you.
So one of the issues that I have with when we talk about realignment dollars is it's almost like it becomes almost like board members just look away, don't look here because it's the realignment dollars. Realignment dollars can be spent on a fairly wide range of county services, and I think it is important for us to know what are our options when we spend realignment dollars, and that it is worth looking into. This, obviously, there needs to be this service of ambulance service, but my fundamental question with all county expenditures is, what's the funding source? Is there any other way to fund it outside of our discretionary dollars? And I'm just sort of tasking staff to question, we've talked as a board about zero-based budgeting. Let's take a fresh look at things. And I'm wondering, when we've seen, such a phenomenal growth in expenditures nationwide on health, 1978, and I'll keep going back to 1978 because that's the year that local government in California lost the ability to raise revenues. Healthcare was 8% of the GDP. It's grown by 220% as a percentage of the gross domestic product here in the United States since 1978. And this looks like another part of one little piece of it, of where it's grown as a percentage of county expenditures. However, county government, city government, school districts in California have no ability to increase revenues. Yet if our costs go up, that means something else some other valid need is not being met. You know, the example I keep going to is we have 300 of our 630 paved roads that will never be repaved because we're spending money on other important things. And so I'm looking at this as I'm hoping we're going to get some relief to the county general fund through all of these expenditures we're looking at. And, you know, the example I just go to is if our modest subsidy of those 3 fire departments for ALS ambulance service is something like $90,000 a year, if we can increase the reimbursement rate, because we're a government agency through this JPA, to the private vendors you said about $300 a call, a transport, that's just 300 calls a year. I say the first 300 calls that they get, they don't get any extra money. We take that money and give it to those 3 fire departments if needed. And instead, then we give above and beyond those 300 calls, then we make the other people whole. But I think part of what we need to be looking at as a county is how can we shed these expenses from our county general fund, because we just don't have the money. So I'd like to see that approach with this LEMSA isn't just about how we can get more money to a private company, but how can we reduce and eliminate the county of Mendocino's general fund expenses.
CEO Antle.
Yes, I'd like to report that the fiscal team is just now starting a deeper dive into the public health budget, and 4016, the budget unit Becky referenced, is part of a larger budget. But for this particular line item and budget, it is $1 million of net county cost. The majority of that goes to Coastal Valleys and CAL FIRE for the dispatch.
Supervisor Mulhern, and then Supervisor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just regarding the $1 million in seed funding, can we talk a little bit about whether that fund will be set aside for future uses? What does the future of that fund look like once the drawdown from Medi-Cal or whatever else health insurance reimburses that? Will that $1 million always stay in a specific fund, or what's the plan?
So the $1 million would be utilized, and then the funds coming in thereafter would be the funds that are dispersed as well to keep the project going. So the $1 million is the seed money to get the project up and going, because there's a gap time of when they are collecting the revenue versus when when the services are provided.
So it's not going to be reimbursed specifically. It's to fill a gap.
So it's to fill the gap. That's correct. It's not intended for reimbursement.
Thank you.
I'm always for getting more money from the state, but I do see that this is really part of the county's core mission. This is part of public safety. And the ambulance and the fire crews, they're seeing people on their worst days. And, you know, sometimes I think that it's a bit overused. It's like a taxi in some cases, especially where you have people who aren't paying out of pocket, and it's a way to get a ride to the hospital. Not that it's not legitimate, but a friend could give them a ride. But imagine you're bicycling and at high speed, and you get a degloved hand. You want Ted giving you a ride in his personal vehicle to the hospital. That's going to be a bad experience. You're not going to recover the same way. I'm not going to recover the same way. So, you know, I think this is, having ambulance service countywide is really what makes it possible to live in this county. A lot of people have moved here and they have higher expectations, and I think there is some pushback. If you move to a rural county and you expect city-like services, it's not realistic. There isn't an ambulance 5 miles away or 10 minutes away. It's a much longer wait, but at the same time, we have to do something more than nothing. The LEMSA is a requirement. We can't not have a LEMSA. At one point, I thought we should have our own. And then I looked into how much Sonoma County is contributing, the staffing that we get there. I don't think we have the same talent pool here to even do the hiring. If we went it our own, we would spend far more than piggybacking on Sonoma County's effort. And I don't know if it would be a better outcome. And I want to thank Jen. She's been highly available. You know, she's answered her phone on the evening, the weekend, at sporting events, and to the point that I felt bad having the conversation, but I feel like we do have coastal valleys present in our county every day of the year, and it's an arrangement that seems to be working well.
No more comment from board members, if that's the case?
Well, so I'll just offer a follow-up. So,
Okay.
so I'm not questioning the need for the service. All I'm saying is I'm hoping that everybody involved in this is looking at, if we're going to be successful with this joint powers authority, we will be, as I understand it, we will be getting a higher reimbursement rate for the private vendors that are currently operating in our county. And so instead of getting about $400 a call, they're going to get about $700 or so a call. And again, looking at the growth in the gross domestic product, the economy of 220% since 1978 in the healthcare industry, there's a lot of money flowing out in the healthcare industry. And I think we need to be a little more entrepreneurial and trying to figure out how we, the county, can capture some of that to eliminate some of our general fund expenses. So that's what I'm looking for, is to use some portion of this new revenue that we're going to be capturing and not just give it out to somebody else, but some of it would be to cover these expenses for the LEMSA so that it's not a burden on the county general fund.
Are you making a proposal here, Supervisor Jurdy? Is there something that you would like to direct staff on, or where are you going with this?
I'm not sure if it's agendized in a way that we can do this. I'll look to county council, but I mean, I'm just saying that I'm just hoping that staff is hearing that loud and clear, that it's not just, the objective of the LEMSA and the JPA is not just to create new revenue for somebody else. It's also to eliminate expenses for the county.
Councilor Curtis?
Yeah, I do think developing a plan like that might be a little bit outside of what you have agendized for today, but I also think staff has likely heard that this is, funding is an issue and something to be looked at in the course of developing the budget.
I support Supervisor Jurdy's observations, ideas. I think that we have to think entrepreneurially, as you say. If someone else can pay it, like you said, it'd be nice to have some money to pave roads. And this is also to address what Supervisor Williams said, really a core service that people expect is when they're having an exceptionally bad day, that someone's there to help. And so that's the other thing we have to consider. Ms. Emery, do you have anything to add to the conversation?
I do, thank you. So one of the concerns that I have is the initial proposal that was brought forward through EMCC was not intended to backfill or fund in the county. And so that would be something in the JPA, and that's a different direction than was originally approved by the board for the $1 million in the set aside. And so that is something that we would have to take back to the partners as well, as far as a change in direction for this board from the board. So I just want to make sure. And, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. Supervisor Jurdy, thank you for your observations and your concerns and the gentle reminder of what the ALS enhancement funding originally was supposed to be. I want to remind the board that the JPA, it's not a requirement for all system partners to join the JPA. We're not mandating that every EMS partner within the county has to get on board. I think present day, I think we have pretty confirmed buy-in for a JPA governmental partnership between the city of Ukiah and Mendocino County as the foundation. And I think as we, finalize that JPA agreement and the language that will support the system, our other partners would like to participate. But I don't know if present day we have buy-in from every EMS service provider within the county to form the JPA as an entire system whole. I also, to speak to Supervisor Jurdy's point, I think we have to be cautious in direction once we have a formed JPA. I think on how the funding is spent and allocated and received will be reliant on the JPA board, which in itself will have its own governmental board. So yes, I think we all hear that we've used the ALS enhancement funding for many, many years past its original intent. And that continues to come back to the board as a board vote to continue to support those 3 small service providers within the county that have identified budget gaps. But implementing requirements today on what the JPA board will do, I don't know if that's just one step out of line, but I would defer to council on that.
Counselor?
It may be appropriate if you really want to go into addressing the county's posture in the JPA discussions to maybe agendize a separate item from that. I'm sure that there would be members of the community and partners that would want to be able to provide some input, and so just making sure that it's properly noticed, I would give them that opportunity.
Okay, that sounds good. I think we've raised a concern on this, and both of our presenters are aware now of what the board is thinking, and perhaps can address it at a distant board meeting. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Chair. So with the ALS enhancement, my understanding is it's about 62 or 66,000 per unit for the 3 units.
Currently, there are 2 contracts for $66,000 each. It was initially allocated at $60,000 for 3 responders. However, the third had not put forward proposals in the last few years, and so those funds were increased to $66,000 to the remaining 2.
Okay. And if we increase the amount received by $300 per, what would be the estimate of the income from that? Like, how many calls do you think would benefit from that? Would they all? Would they, a portion of them?
So it's intended for the Medi-Cal, and that's the assessment that's in process right now. I don't have those numbers, but I can certainly return with it.
Okay, because that seems like it would be important information.
Agreed.
Supervisor Williams.
I think that we need to remember that this is one where we're really all in it together. You know, if one of the rural ambulance providers is forced to shut down due to poor economics, it means ambulance is pulled from the other areas. For example, if Anderson Valley shuts down, it means an ambulance from Ukiah or Fort Bragg will be called. And think about how long that round trip is. That ambulance is out of service in an area that might only have 1 typically. Say Fort Bragg at night, 1 ambulance, sometimes 2. You pull 1 away to Anderson Valley, that's an ambulance that's out of service for a long time. Maybe they can staff up and get another ambulance in service, but it's still a hit to those other communities. So I think it's important that we look at it holistically and think about the impact to everyone countywide rather than you know, focusing on which communities have good coverage and which don't.
Any further board comment before we go to public comment?
Just to be clear, we're talking about capturing new money that's not coming into our county right now through Medi-Cal, higher Medi-Cal reimbursements. And what we're talking about is some thoughtful deliberation, both by the JPA, but also it should be by this board and by our county staff, who look at, okay, how could we strategically redirect some of those new federal dollars coming into our county so that we don't necessarily have to give money out of the county general fund that we don't have. It's not a matter of taking away from Anderson Valley or Laytonville or Covelo. It's a matter of being smart about using these new Medi-Cal dollars in a way that unburdens the county general fund.
Okay, well, thank you for articulating that really clearly. I think everyone understands now. So is there any public comment on this agenda item? If so, please come forward and state your name for the record.
I'm Francois Christen. I'm a board member of the AVCSD, and I want to thank you for your presentation today. I'm here in lieu of Chief Avila, who is on ambulance duty today because we're having staffing problems. Staffing is becoming more and more of a challenge, and I'm told by the chief that we may have to pull our ambulance out of service, which is, to Supervisor Williams' point, a big burden because we'd have, if we have to pull our ambulance out of service, we'd have to pull an ambulance from either Fort Bragg or Ukiah and so on. So, I mean, this is a real problem. I think, you know, there are lives at stake, and I think the JPA possibility is a solution with no cost to the county, and I think it addresses Supervisor Judy's point. You know, if we have a JPA where we have centralized management of ambulance services and so on, we would need the $60,000 a year that's going to fund Clay Eubanks's position, who is now doing a whole bunch of billing stuff and so on. That would be now part of the province of the JPA, and the JPA would also accrue, you know, they're increasing billing rates now, and so the amount of money coming in, so it would reduce the burden for the county. But I think the real issue is we need to move forward with this with a little more, you know, we got to get it going. And so I was disappointed that we don't have more progress on you know, the JPA concept. I mean, do we have a timeline for when we're going to get the work done? And we're going to have a plan? Do we have? So I'm concerned that we're not moving forward fast enough. We have $1 million seed money. Can we pull some of that seed money so we can staff up to do the analyses we need so we can get some forward progress? And I'm just hoping that we can get, you know, this whole JPA thing going. The great benefit of this is it's going to discharge the county's need to provide ambulance service. It'll make it, you know, self-funding. It'll take away the burden. So let's get on with it. Thank you.
Hello, Board, Chair. My name is Brandon Parker. I'd like to speak on the issue firsthand as someone who's used rural ambulance and helped fund rural ambulance in Laytonville. I believe I put $2,500 about a decade ago towards the ambulance before Laytonville actually had an ambulance. And subsequently, a couple years after that, I was, you know, injured at a festival really bad. And that ambulance took me to Willits, and I was airlifted to Santa Rosa. So it's, you know, it's a big deal. The communities themselves need it. We're willing to work together to kind of fund it ourselves too and do what we need to do. And it's awesome to see folks come with, you know, ideas and, you know, the board be interested in talking about us as, you know, the general population. You know, it's a real big deal. Laytonville not having an ambulance would mean, you know, Highway 1 that pops out in Leggett, you know, that's a very high, you know, dense traffic, you know, a lot of turns. If an ambulance can't go from Laytonville up over there, or CAL FIRE from Leggett, you know, can't get up over there, you're really cutting it down. You know, a lot of tourists, people come from out of the county, you know, out of the state, out of the country, to come to Leggett for the drive-through tree. That's a very high traffic road. It's very dangerous, you know. The Laytonville ambulance saves lives, and we do need more. So, you know, getting funding, whether it's this money, that money, or what, for the, you know, the people to drive them, the people to man the fort, you know, to be ready on call at all time to come out and save somebody, that's a big deal. I can't, you know, thank those people enough. You know, I think about it all the time, you know, laying there in the gurney and just discombobulated, you know, and getting airlifted out and the ambulance ride. It's a very traumatic time, you know, when somebody's in the rough pickle, you know, in a situation. You think back on it, you want to go give them roses and flowers, and these people save you, you know. So thank you guys so much for your time, and appreciate it.
Anyone else in the chamber who wishes to present? Do we have anyone online?
No, we do not.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion to approve.
I move we approve the presentation.
Second? Okay, let's call.
This is Atlas Pearson, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. I want to clarify that it is a motion to accept the recommended action, which also includes approval of the agreement.
It was.
And who was the second? Supervisor Mulhern? Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair McGorty?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashek?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
So, question to the chair. So is this also including direction from the chair to have a follow-up agenda item?
Are we allowed to do that, Mr. Counselor?
Yes. You could also, any one board member could also sponsor an item as well.
It's one of the few things we're allowed to do.
All right, very good. Well, we'll expect to see both of you back later with more information on this item as you develop more information about how you're going to fund the JPA and use our Medi-Cal dollars. Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's see, so we've kind of skipped over the Chief Executive Report, so if we can go back to that.
Thank you, Darcy Antle, CEO. I would like to invite in Shwen Malela, Principal Analyst for the County Office of Emergency Services and Prevention, Recovery, Resiliency, and Mitigation to provide next steps update for individual assistance for damage that occurred during the winter storm event. This is just a brief verbal report for you today because the information is very dynamic and having meetings late into the evening. So I'll turn it over to Mrs. Malela.
Good afternoon, Swen Malela. So just very briefly, as you are aware, as of February 1st, Mendocino County has been added to the federal major declaration. So this makes us, the county, available for public assistance and individual assistance. Staff is working closely with FEMA and Cal OES to organize a disaster recovery center, or the DRC. As you are aware, this is a one-stop shop for residents who were affected by the winter storm to sign up for FEMA assistance or small business administration assistance or other federal and local resources that will be available to them. We are planning this event as we speak. So the location and time is tentative, but we definitely push out those as they are confirmed. We will have one location inland and one on the coast. Today, FEMA is doing assessments at the Willits Community Center and the Point Arena City Hall, which is where Travis Kilmore is as we speak. And if those locations work out, we could open the DRC as soon as Thursday. And again, we will push those locations and times out once they are confirmed.
Any questions from board members?
Yeah, I believe that concludes our report.
Okay. All right. So we're getting close to a lunch break. Do we want to go ahead and handle agenda item number
4B would be
4B?
great.
Okay, let's go ahead
Sure.
and do that. So agenda item number 4B is discussion and possible action, including approval of retroactive and intergovernment agreement number 21-10198, effective January 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024, with the California Department of Healthcare Services regarding the transfer of $1,879,532 public funds for actual health plan enrollments during the service period of January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021, and approval of appropriation transfer of funds increasing authority in the 2000 series and organizational code IG for the full governmental transfer amount and assessment fee, and decreasing object code 82-5341 by $784,000 in order to increase object code 86-2239 by $784,000 for special department expenses. Sponsor is Public Health.
Darcy Antle, CEO. We are here before you today as this is a retroactive agreement, and we would like to move the recommended action. If you have any questions, Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce is on the line, or I can assist. There are several memos attached to this item that I hope you were able to look through.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
So as I see it, this never should have happened, and it's retroactive because it's the board now covering. And so I support it, but just curious, are there any other arrangements like this that we should know about?
Through the chair, if I may, CEO Antle, as mentioned prior, the fiscal office is just now taking a deeper dive into the public health budget. This was a top priority as we are running out of time to move this forward. I believe it was started in September or October and never brought forward to this board. So Mrs. Pierce is going through all line items, all budgets, and all grants to ensure that the grants are lining up with the county budget.
And CEO, through the chair, do you think staff, top to bottom, understands that this can't happen again? That it's got to come to the board?
Yes, we are working with staff to reinsure that they are following county policy when moving forward with items, yes. And Ms. Pierce has actually sent out a couple of emails here in the last couple of weeks to ensure the team that has now stepped into public health for this brief period met with the managers and supervisors last week and explained this issue in detail, as well as provided the written follow-up to that meeting to everyone to go out to the entire public health staff.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, since this generates $1.879 million, I move approval of it.
Okay. I just have a question for CEO Antle. So in the future, I know that you're working on creating a contract and grants department. Would this kind of thing get caught so that it would not go through?
In this particular case, this was handled at the department level, so if they followed the procedures and policy, it would have gotten caught before. So we're going to meet with the grants and the contracting unit. Sarah set up that meeting. I can't remember if it's this week or next, to ensure as we move forward that those policies and procedures are in place and would be caught.
I think that's great. I think that's a level of professionalism that we certainly need, given the amount of money that we're talking about here. It's one thing if it's petty cash. It's quite different when we're talking millions of dollars. So I'm really glad that that's in the future will be the way that we do business. So it's been moved and seconded to approve the recommended action. Let's call for the vote.
Public comment?
Oh, public comment. I'm sorry. Is there any public comment on this?
Supervisor Mulhern has public comment.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see your yellow thing. Okay, so nobody. Okay, so do you have something you want to add?
Yeah, I've already seconded the motion, but yeah, I do have a comment. I just wanted to finish the public comment before
Sure, go
what
ahead.
I wanted to say. So I think, again, this is another thing that the Board of Supervisors and the Executive Office need to add to the list for department head reviews. When we're reviewing department heads annually, which first started last year and will continue this year, checking in on grants, having a report needs to be a critical piece of that. So I just wanted to make sure that the Executive Office and HR were flagging that as the board's desire. Hopefully I'm not the only one that thinks that that is something our department heads need to be reporting on.
I agree wholeheartedly. All right, we all done with public comment, board comment, and ready for a vote? All right, let's go.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair McGordy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so I think this would be a good time for lunch break. So what time should we reconvene?
Looks like about 10:45 per hour.
Yeah, we're a bit behind, but 1:30 would be an appropriate
1:30.
time. Yes.
Okay, we'll see everyone back in the chambers at 1:30. Thank you. And we're ready to reconvene our meeting. And we're ready for... Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your situation awareness. Okay, so now we're good. All right, so we're reconvening the meeting. It's 1:31, and item 4C is discussion and possible action regarding the handling of vegetation modification in connection with applications for commercial cannabis cultivation under Mendocino County Code, Chapter 10A17. Sponsor is County Council and Mendocino Cannabis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if we could just confirm that the Cannabis Director is getting added to the meeting. Okay. So this is the item that had previously been at the General Government Committee. The board decided to take it up directly related to what has been called vegetation modification within the cannabis applications. Really what we're referring to here is the removal of certain species as provided in Chapter 10A17, certain species of trees. And one of the things that I just want to sort of start with on this is I think we actually had a commenter this morning, I believe it might have been Ms. Powell, who was mentioning that there's this sort of odd issue that comes up with this ordinance where you could have a tree that is removed and is completely legal to remove. You know, if you were removing the tree for the purposes of building a garage, for the purposes of building a house, you know, for any other number of reasons, it would be lawful. But if you're doing it for the purposes of creating a cannabis cultivation site, it's prohibited, and you're not able to actually cultivate cannabis in that location. The reasons for that are a bit odd, but it really comes from sort of the unique history of this ordinance, is that you know, we talked before about how the board wanted to create a ministerial ordinance process and how it wanted to do a mitigated negative declaration at the adoption of the ordinance. And what that means is that we've got some restrictions in here that are built into the ordinance as environmental protection measures that go beyond what you might have in other areas. And so if you are cultivating for the purposes of cannabis, certain acts that would otherwise be permissible or in certain contexts may have required us to study the ordinance before it was adopted through an environmental impact report are simply prohibited under the existing ordinance. That's led to some confusion, I think, both from some of our other agencies that we've dealt with and also in terms of the applicants. You know, why is it that it's lawful to remove a tree for this purpose, but not to remove it for cannabis cultivation? Or why is it that it was completely okay for me to remove the trees from this location, but I can't now cultivate cannabis there? And the reason is that we essentially adopted it as environmental mitigation measure to avoid having to do further environmental review prior to adoption of the ordinance. The board does have the ability to change that, but that would likely require additional environmental review and potentially an environmental impact report. So that's not an easy change to make. There's a few things related to this requirement, and this is, again, a unique Mendocino County requirement built into our ordinance, where in administering the program, the department had sort of had some questions as to how best to be applying the ordinance and what really the ordinance meant. And one of the things that we wanted to go over with first the General Government Committee, now with the board, is some of the areas that we had seen essentially some ambiguities in the ordinance. Now, this is only affecting, I believe the director estimated somewhere in the range of 20 to 30 applications that are held up on this. But what we're trying to do is identify the areas where there are potential log jams or holdups, clear that out, get them resolved, and be able to move forward. So I'm going to turn this over to Director Nevedal and to Deputy County Counsel Jared Schwass, our new deputy in our office. We're very happy to have him on board. But again, what we're looking for here is really to get some clarification and to be able to do a very limited ordinance that would clarify some of the standards and some of the definitions in the existing ordinance to be able to move things along.
Before we do that, Supervisor Williams has a question or comment.
Yeah, and maybe this is covered by your presentation, but where possible, I wonder if you could start the board from the MND, working forward to the ordinance and then the proposed changes, because I'm less concerned about what's in the ordinance. We can change that.
Right.
This board can change it. We're less likely to open the MND at this point.
Mhm.
And I think there's some discrepancy between what's in the MND and what's in the existing ordinance.
So we are going to be talking about this in the presentation in the context of what's in the environmental document. However, what I would suggest is if there are specific questions, we can answer those as we go along and go through it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman McGordy, Board, CEO Antle. As I was introduced, I'm Jared Schwass, Deputy County Counsel. And as Mr. Williams, Representative Williams was mentioning, I will go into a little bit of the background of the MND before, because I believe it is important before we jump into the discussion of the ambiguities and explain how we got here. So as Mr. Curtis was mentioning, prior to approving the current ordinance, 10A17, the current cannabis ordinance, there was an initial study prepared that recommended a mitigated negative declarations, which recommended several changes to the ordinance. And one of those changes that was recommended was the prohibition of removal of certain tree species for the purposes of developing a cultivation site. And the cannabis ordinance was approved with that prohibition included. And then shortly after the ordinance was approved in April 2017. Then in August 2017, additional language was added to the cannabis ordinance, which prevented applications to be approved if it required the removal of certain trees. And it allows approval if removal occurred before May 4, 2017, if certain requirements are met. So there are exceptions to both the prohibition of tree removal after May 4, 2017 and before May 4, 2017. To the exception for the prohibition of tree removal after May 4, 2017 is allowed for pruning and removal to address safety and disease concerns. And for removal that occurred before May 4, 2017, the ordinance required the applicants provide evidence that no trees were unlawfully removed to develop the cultivation site, or that environmental impacts have been mitigated. And in the ordinance, it addresses evidence standards that the department would defer to. It would defer to CAL FIRE, Northern California Regional Water Board Quality Control Board, and the California District of Fire Fish and Wildlife. So, excuse me. When determining when the sufficient evidence met the requirement for environmental impacts have been mitigated. Unfortunately, those departments don't have clear standards, and as we all are aware, this is a ministerial process that requires objective standards. And so there is no evidential standards stated in the prohibition of removal after May 4, 2017. So given all these ambiguities of evidence required and the ambiguity of the statute itself, which we will dive into in a little bit, the enforcement to date of this prohibition has been sparse, and I believe this is the issue of why we're discussing it now. There was an attempted enforcement of this prohibition. The department sent 15-day, what is known as the 15-day vegetation modification letters, sent applicants where there was concern of tree removal, sent those applicants and permit holders letters requesting evidence such as license, professional report that shows that the removal had occurred lawfully or was under one of the exceptions, whether it was for safety or whether it was for disease concerns. After receiving those letters, the county had received several comments from the applicants, from the permit holders, from their advocates, and from their representatives expressing concern about requiring evidence that was not required at the time of removal. And so that the enforcement of those letters was halted, given those concerns, and we are now looking into assessing the ambiguity of the evidence evidentiary standards required for the removals to fall in with the exceptions, and properly define the prohibitions itself, because the language of the prohibition itself is ambiguous, and as I mentioned, by electing to adopt the MND and a ministerial process, the department must establish objective criteria for the approval or denial of an application. The issue here is that the ordinance that requires objective standards is ambiguous. So since there's an ambiguous ordinance, it's difficult to assign objective standards. So we'll go in to dive into the ambiguity of this specific code. We're looking at 10A17.040K, which is the prohibition of tree removal. It states that the removal of any tree species as defined, and then it goes into a very clear definition of what tree species are protected. And then it states that for the purpose of developing a cannabis cultivation site is prohibited. This prohibition shall not include the pruning of any such trees for maintenance or removal of such trees if necessary to address safety or disease concerns. The ambiguity in that regulation and in enforcing that regulation lies within finding a definition for the purposes of developing a cannabis cultivation site. The ordinance itself clearly lays out what the definition of a cultivation site is. It's essentially a location or facility that where cannabis is planted, grown, harvested, dried, cured, graded, trimmed, or processed. That is a very clear definition. But when you dive into the prohibition, the ambiguity exists when trying to define when the purposes of developing such cultivation site. Does that include the irrigation pond? Does that include solar panels? Does that include commercial restrooms? Does that include expanded driveways? Does that include fences? Under the clear wording of the ordinance, it's unclear. And so when looking, if this was brought in front of a court to determine the definition of the ordinance, the court would provide deference to the department that is obligated to enforce that statute. Here, that's the Mendocino Cannabis Department, and they are, since this is such a important policy decision and has a broad effect to the county, the department was asking the board to provide guidance on interpreting this ordinance, and so if there is no, if the department doesn't have a determination, the court would also look at the definition of the intent of the legislators when drafting the ordinance. And then in this case, we would look at the initial study of the intent. And in the initial study, it recognized that there is a potential impact on forestry resources associated with the cultivation of cannabis, includes areas cleared for timber for the installation of roadways, water storage, and cultivation site, that there is a baseline condition of existing cannabis cultivation that has caused trees to be removed, and that CAL FIRE has reported a surge in a number of CEQA-exempt less than 3-acre conversions as cannabis cultivators moved into forested landscape. So taking that intent behind the MND and behind the recommended prohibition, tree removal prohibition, it is clear that the new cultivation sites and the expansion of existing sites should be prohibited if required, if it required the removal of a protected tree species. However, the question remains whether the MND meant to prevent the cannabis cultivation site that existed at the time the ordinance was adopted from building out supporting structures or land improvements or improving existing roadways or water storage if a protected species had to be removed to build such structures or improvements. That is, we are coming to request, bless you, request the board to provide direction for the adoption of a resolution to provide a definition and or clarification on the terms purpose of developing contained in the tree removal prohibition found in MC 10A 17-040K. And then we have developed some, as stated in the report, we do have some proposed definitions. And I would like to go over those definitions with the board, and then we can, if it's okay with the board, open up for discussions about the definitions before we move to the other items in the report.
So before you go into the definitions, as you work through them, can you give us guidance on whether the definition would cover the 30 or so that are facing veg mod restrictions?
If I may
Yeah.
respond to the chair, I may need to defer to the cannabis department and the director. We've talked about this in the abstract.
Yeah.
We've seen a handful of examples. I don't know that my office has reviewed all of the individual ones to be able to answer that question.
So that'll make it difficult today to make a decision, because if we decide on a definition and then find that half of the sites aren't covered, it'll come back. And the way I look at it is, I don't want to see deforestation for cannabis farms. What's already cleared is cleared, and this happened so long ago. At this point, I want to get those 30 permitted and move on. And so I certainly couldn't weigh one definition over others without knowing if it would cover the 30 or so farms that are in this circumstance.
If I may, through the chair, I think we do have some examples that we're going to be able to put up, and I think we can talk a little bit about sort of what would be most permissive, what would be least permissive, and give the board some information there.
Yeah, I'm content with that, but to start with, when I read the language, the original language that stands today, there's no way for government to know what the intention was in taking it out a tree. Somebody may have taken out a tree so they can get sun into their kitchen window. Now that they have that extra space, they increase their garden, right? The only way to know what intention was to ask the individual who took the tree out, why did you remove it?
If I may, through the chair, I think that's actually, just to try and keep this going in a logical manner, we'd like to tackle the definition part first, and then we've got another portion to address questions regarding intent, evidence, et cetera, as an additional part here. So we're trying to break this down in a way to let you work through these pieces, and I think we'll be able to get to that one just after this one.
Sounds reasonable.
So I believe Director Nevedal was going to present the slides with the proposed definitions, and we can work through them. Perfect. So sorry.
Oh, go ahead. And so, excuse me, Deputy Council Schwartz, do you want me to change the slides on your queue?
Yes, please. We're just what we'll do is we'll go through briefly the three definitions, and I'll provide a quick description of them, and then Director Nevedal will go into more details of within the slides and the practicality of the definitions. So the first proposed definition is the most permissive. It provides the definition, purpose of developing a cultivation site shall mean the alteration, grading, removal, or development of land to create or expand a cultivation site as that term is defined in MC section 10A 17-020. And so essentially what this would allow is it would allow cultivation sites that existed at the time of the cannabis ordinance to expand within the initial clearing, and it would also allow them to build any required land improvements such as that, or land support, supporting structures or land improvements that are required to maintain their feasibility as a commercial cultivation site. And then can we skip to the second definition? And then the second definition, it includes the word supporting structures or land improvements. So this would prevent cannabis cultivations operations from building any supporting structures or land improvements if it required the removal of prohibited tree species. And then definition number 3 is the most.
Can I pause for a minute? Jared or Deputy Council Schwartz, I believe this one is the one that doesn't allow for the infrastructure such as the road or the pond shown here, if that infrastructure would be associated with supporting expanded cultivation area or cultivation site. So if the processing expanded and the infrastructure such as the pond or the road was necessary to support that expansion, this definition would not allow for the infrastructure to be developed within a cleared area.
Correct. And then definition 3 is the most restrictive. That is prevention, purpose of developing cultivation sites shall mean the alteration, grading, removal, or other development of land for the benefit of the existing or proposed cultivation site. And so this would expand this is the most restrictive, as in if there's a development that required the removal of a protected tree species, that development would be prohibitive, whether it's a supporting structure, whether it's an ADA restroom, whether if it's meant just to provide additional sunlight to that cultivation site, that removal would be prohibitive. And Director Nevedal, do you want to go into the scenarios that you've built out with the slides?
Sure. So let's just go back to the beginning. So I think it's important to kind of preface this conversation about the definitions and the clarity we're seeking with a general understanding that none of these definitions as proposed today would allow for the cannabis cultivation area, whether that's the cultivation area, an immature plant area, a processing area. And none of these definitions would allow for expanded or relocated use, so to speak, into an area that was cleared on or after May 4th of 2017, right? So this isn't about expanding the cannabis cultivation into a area where restricted species were removed. This is about the ancillary support pieces. So just a reminder. So definition number 1 is really the most permissive, right? So if we're looking to assess what the purposes of developing a cultivation site means, the first definition is the most permissive. So here we're showing a processing area in purple, a cultivation area in dark green, and this light green blob, so to speak, is the original clearing. Now, after the applicant applies, we have the clearing, which is shown here in red. So we have some new, fresh clearing of restricted species. The processing stayed the same. The cultivation stayed the same, and the applicant put a road in, completely allowed under definition option 1. Also, oops, went the wrong way, my apologies. The applicant put a pond in completely allowed and expanded their cultivation area within the original clearing. All of this would be allowed under the proposed development definition labeled as definition number 1 today. The big difference between definition 1 and definition 2 is that in definition 2, we have the same starting place. We see the cultivation or the clearing being expanded in this red area. We see the pond installation, we see the road installation, no expansion of the cultivation site, no expansion of the processing area. So this would be allowed under definition number 2. But what is not allowed is that same development of the pond and the road to support expanded cultivation, right? Or if the processing had expanded, right, to support expanded processing. This definition could perhaps be one of the most or the most challenging definitions to regulate, because how would the department necessarily know for sure whether or not the pond that was developed in the tree cleared area is necessary to support expanded cultivation, right? So this could be a little stickier to regulate and work with. And then the third definition, this is the most restrictive of the 3 definitions provided or proposed today. We've got the original cultivation site in the light green clearing with the purple processing area. The applicant proceeds after applying to clear the red area, wants to put a pond in there and wants to put a road in, but absolutely under this third definition, the development of the cannabis or the pond for cannabis irrigation purposes would not be allowed within a cleared area. The development of a road that resulted in tree clearing would not be allowed under the third definition. The third definition would allow for that expansion within the original clearing, but again, it doesn't allow for any ancillary development that would result in the removal of restricted species. So, really what the department is seeking today is clarification on what the extent of development or how much development should be included in consideration for vegetation modification or tree removal. We would recommend to the board really sticking with definition 1, which is the most permissive, or going with definition 3, which is the most restrictive, as we feel either of those definitions would create the clearest guidelines or the clearest review procedures for us going forward in relationship to these specific aspects of the cultivation site. I'm happy to answer questions and leave the slide presentation up for the beginning of the discussion, or stop sharing my screen, whichever the board prefers.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just to speak to the Supervisor Williams' point from before, when we saw this question in terms of what's the right interpretation of the ordinance, we spent a fair amount of time going back and looking at the mitigated negative declaration, trying to review past board meetings, et cetera, and get some guidance. And part of the reason that we're here is that really we didn't find anything that was a dispositive answer as to which of these the board intended when it enacted the ordinance. This board, your determination as to which way you think it should be is going to be entitled to substantial deference by a court, but we're also recommending a clarifying ordinance that would really just take away, if you insert a definition into the ordinance itself, you take away a possibility for future fights over, what does this mean? And you're able to have some certainty both for the applicants and for the department going forward.
Supervisor Williams.
Director, how many sites are in question? We've heard approximately 30. Do you know the number?
Currently, out of applications, there are 9 complete applications and 6 incomplete applications that have vegetation modification reviews to complete, and 5 renewals that are undergoing some type of vegetation review currently.
And would option number 1 allow us to continue with all of those?
It would allow us to continue with some of them simply because we do have some instances where It's not the cultivation area that has expanded into a newly cleared area. It's the development of a pond, right? Or additional road access or hammerhead turnarounds or ADA restrooms, right? So this definition would allow some of the folks that we're working with to move forward.
So I would broaden one to support ADA restrooms, which I believe were a requirement. County Council, you agree?
So the pond is just an example. Really, ADA restrooms, anything that's not considered the cultivation site itself under definition 1 would be okay in a cleared area.
I would also support the pond addition. I mean, if this were a site to grow grapes, quarter acre cleared to grow grapes, there would be no question about putting in a pond. There were times when I think Fish and Wildlife would even recommend it. And it just seems silly to be denying people at this point. If there's a pond, it's already there. It's probably good for the water table. You know, it's creating a wetland. We're supposed to be protecting wetlands. Here, these people have created one. I don't want to deny anyone, and I guess I worry if we deny someone because we've changed the ordinance to arguably be more restrictive than what we're claiming was ambiguous language. We may have an appeal based on that. Why not just blanket cover the people who are in the program? Now, if you have an example, that's why I was asking for examples. If you have an example where somebody's clear cut 10 acres, I'd like to see that, and I don't want to broaden the ordinance so much that we allow that to be incorporated and approved. But you know, when we're looking at 10,000 square foot garden and a pond and access road and ADA restrooms that the state has insisted, I think that's really within the original legislative intent. Although last I'll note, I think the intent of our ordinance was to keep people from getting permitted and from getting licensed. And it's been very successful at that. It was not about effectively transitioning existing farms into the legal market. It was about shutting the doors, making sure people couldn't get through. And so as important as it is to look at that original intent, we need to look at where we are today. We're in 2023. And a lot of these sites, they're going to continue growing with or without us. I would rather they be in the legal system, pay some tax, and protect the environment than push them back into the illicit market.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, well, I agree with a lot of those statements. So one of the things that we're dealing with is, we're going back in time to try to recreate what happened to these sites 5 years ago or so. And so it's very difficult. And some of these have, like CAL FIRE told them to clear a certain area around their house, or we have this tree mortality issue that on the coast, it's on inland, and I visited one site that had, was in the tree mod or veg mod program because they had 2 trees that they said died. And you could see in the hillsides all around there were dead trees. And so it's like, we need to make something really that works for all of us. And it seems like if we had pictures of these 30 or so that are in the program, we could say like that's good, that's bad, whatever, just from looking at it. But when you go back 5 years and try to recreate why a person took down a tree, it's very difficult, and especially if CAL FIRE is telling them you need to clear because of, you can't have those trees near the buildings or something, right? So anyway, I guess the question would be with number 1, how does that relate to the MND? Does the MND have imply, and does this moving forward with the phase 3 people, is this the standard we're using, or how does that relate?
Yeah, so if I may respond to the chair, the standard's the same for phase 1 and phase 3. So, in terms of, where the tree removal, first of all, remember this is all tree removal after the ordinance was enacted. This would not be the pre-existing cultivation sites at the time. All the pre-existing cultivation sites as of the time that the ordinance was enacted are considered to be fine. So, I think at the time that it was written, the ordinance was probably expecting people to have applied for the permission before the trees were actually removed. I think what the department has seen is that a fair amount of the tree removal occurred before permit applications were sought. But regardless, the standard is the same. So for phase 1, phase 3, we're talking about where can cannabis activities occur in areas where trees have been removed since the ordinance was enacted.
Supervisor Williams.
Have any of the clearings been larger than a 3-acre conversion?
If I may, through the chair, and this is Director Nabadal, some of the clearings have been substantial. I don't know if they have exceeded 3 acres, but there are areas or applicants who cleared and then developed cannabis cultivation areas within the area cleared. And some of it is pushing up at an acre or more.
So it's unlikely that any have exceeded a 3-acre conversion, which I imagine all of these sites are eligible for if they were building a home site or an ADU, right?
But not retroactively eligible.
No, but I'm saying today, if they hadn't cleared, they could get a permit to clear the 3 acres. So just trying to, have some rational basis here. We're being far more restrictive than what's allowed for every other purpose on that land.
Yeah, that is correct. And that is, again, coming from the fact, it's not that the impacts would have necessarily been environmentally significant, but they would have been significant enough that they would have warranted some study to find out essentially how the ordinance would change, would affect in aggregate the environment. So the decision at the time of adopting the ordinance was that amounts of tree removal that were frankly lawful and not particularly large to begin with were prohibited.
So to maybe speed us up here, I'm going to cast my vote, and it's for 1, so long as it includes all of the pending applications that are have a VegMod circumstance. And if there's some that this doesn't allow, I would like it to come back to the board for clarification, because if it's right on the edge, we'll move the line.
If I may, through the chair, I don't know that, and the director can probably speak to this better than I can, but from the discussions we've had, I don't know that there's anywhere of the line particularly needing to be moved on this. I think the question is going to come for those that wouldn't qualify under the most permissive of definitions of would you want to effectively remove the prohibition on tree removal and allow people to cultivate in areas that trees have been removed from. And that is something the board could do, but again, you're going to have to go through environmental review before that ordinance could occur.
So in that case, I don't think 1 is broad enough. I don't want to go through this again. I would broaden 1 to include up to a 3-acre conversion that would be allowed for every other purpose. I don't think anybody has done that, but basically all of those applications that are in our queue that otherwise qualify, I don't feel good denying them because there's a few trees removed 5 to 7 years ago. I don't know what the purpose was.
Yeah. So if I may, through the chair, right now I don't know that there's any choice without an ordinance amendment but to deny those. The board could do that, but again, you'd need to go through CEQA first.
Well, I disagree. We're setting a definition here. We have 3 options. Those can't be the only options. We should be able to broaden 1 to include ADA restrooms, access road, where directed by CAL FIRE. What are all of the cases that we hear that arguably were implied in the MND and the original ordinance?
So, if I may, definition 1 is leaving out everything that is not the cultivation site itself, right? So cultivation site is clearly defined within the ordinance. It includes where the plants are, it includes where the processing is. It excludes things like restroom, pond, other support infrastructure. Under definition 1, that's the only area that would be excluded from expanding into an area where trees had been removed that had otherwise violated the ordinance.
Understood. Why do we have to exclude pond?
Pond would be allowed into the clearance. It gets a little bit linguistically confusing because we're excluding pond from the definition of cultivation site, but that means it's permitted to expand into the area where the trees have been cleared. it's almost like a double negative type of problem there.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yeah, Supervisor Haschak, do you have something to add to the conversation?
Yeah, so if trees were removed in this one scenario and it was impactful, wouldn't it be caught with a sensitive species and habitat review or the site-specific environmental review?
Not the way the mitigated negative declaration is structured. So essentially, I believe we already had the sensitive species habitat review in the ordinance at the time that this was identified as an additional mitigation measure to be added. I'd have to go back in terms of the timing on that. But these are separate issues that were raised and independently required within the mitigated negative declaration. So no, the sensitive species habitat review by itself is not enough, at least according to the environmental document that was adopted. You know, again, conceptually, you can go through more environmental review for an ordinance change, but you'll need to go through that CEQA process.
So I have a couple questions. If somebody wanted to clear the similar space to have a corral for their ponies, would it be legal?
Sorry, for
a corral for their ponies?
So generally, yes. What we're talking about is a restriction that's specific to the ordinance, which is independent of whether or not it was legal. That's not to say every tree clearing is legal. You know, there may be situations where permits required, et cetera. But under our ordinance, this simply would not apply. It's a question of CAL FIRE standards.
Okay, so CAL FIRE allows up to a 3-acre conversion into other uses, but because this is an ordinance for growing cannabis, you can't do that. That's basically what we're saying here.
Well, yes, I'd go a little bit further, which is that it's because this is an ordinance for growing cannabis, and the board decided not to do an environmental impact report prior to adopting that ordinance. So the decision was made to put in a mitigated negative declaration, a mitigation measure to prevent you from needing to do more environmental review.
So the idea was do this as simple as possible, thereby making it restrictive.
Yes, there were environmental restrictions put in place to avoid having anything that might require more CEQA review.
Okay, so, and in the thinking of the people who drafted the ordinance, they probably wouldn't want the pond or the road going there too. Is that correct, or do we know?
Well, that's the question that frankly caused us to come back to the board, because in looking at the environmental document, we couldn't give you an answer one way or another. You know, I think both readings of the language in the ordinance are plausible. You know, we went back to try and review you know, prior discussions. We looked at the environmental document, and this is one where we legitimately did not have an answer one way or the other.
Okay, so is there a legal standard for reasonable?
Yes, but I guess I would ask in what context?
In the context of making a site functional, so just for safety of the workers and access to emergency responders, you need a road to the site. In other words, if in the past it was just a foot traffic that got you there, but as it became legal and you started adopting or putting things in like ADA compliant restroom facilities?
So there isn't a reasonableness standard in this ordinance now. You know, conceptually, if you wanted to try and create one, you could, but again, you're going back to potential environmental review. And I don't know that there's one that we'd be able to fit into the definition scheme that we're talking about here. So, you know, really what we're trying to figure out is within the framework of what we've got, you know, what is the right reading of where the tree removal is or is not prohibited.
So our real hang up here is that when the ordinance was adopted, the environmental standards that we put in place are by their very nature restrictive. They're hard to change.
Yes, to the extent that the environmental measures were mitigation measures baked into the document, anytime we touch one of those, we're essentially going to have to look at some additional environmental review.
Okay. Supervisor Jurdy, or Oh, Supervisor Mulhern, then Supervisor Drury, and then Supervisor Williams.
Thank you. I'm just wondering I suppose the temperature of the board. I'd like to move forward with definition number 1 and wonder if we need to have a straw poll for that.
I support it personally. I think that when you have vague language, it's hard to make it really specific when it's vague. And I think in light of everything that we've seen of people trying to comply, I would rather err on the side of being a little bit more permissive than more restrictive, especially when these kind of environmental impacts would be allowed under a lot of other scenarios. So, I mean, if it was like truly egregious and, we wouldn't allow it for anything else, then I'd feel different about it. But if somebody wanted to plant a vineyard, somebody wanted to clear it for livestock, it would be legal. So that's kind of my first take on it. But then we've got the guardrails of an ordinance here that we have to also address, because the next thing you know, we'll be sued for exceeding pretty much the environmental restrictions put on the ordinance. So that's my take on it. So, Dan.
I think I would support number 1, option 1. I do have a couple questions. One is, to confirm, this would not allow for additional clearing of land by any of these applicants?
If I may, it would allow tree removal to build supporting structures for existing cannabis sites. It would prohibit tree removal for the creation or expansion of.
Got that, but under this revision, then additional clearing that has not taken place as of today could then proceed.
Just if I respond through the chair, the standard is the same regardless of whether it's been cleared, say in 2018, or will be cleared in 2025.
Got it. So based on that and Supervisor Williams' comments about, this appears to be largely within the 3-acre minimum of state law, would it make sense, I kind of think it would, that if we had this more liberal allowance in 1, that we would maybe put some sort of acreage cap on it so that we didn't find these ancillary opportunities to result in some future clearing that turned into being multiples of acres?
So if I may respond through the chair, you certainly could do that. I would note, really, any time that you're putting those additional limitations in, that's some additional work on the department in terms of the evaluation of the side. So I would suggest being mindful of that. You could also essentially rely on the laws of general applicability governing just tree removal generally, if you want to decrease the burden on staff.
So I would just hope that we would look at that. Then the other question is, if there are some other issues that can only be addressed by amending the existing environmental document, the mitigated negative deck, I don't know, what's the staff time required for that? What's the capacity to handle that? My general understanding is that's not such a big project that it can't be done. I mean, it's not uncommon, especially if an environmental document is not too old, and this one's not really too old yet, but it seems like it might not be beyond the realm possibility of updating and amending an existing environmental document.
So if I may respond to the chair, it's definitely possible for the board to revisit the environmental document and to possibly make changes. What I would say is that if the changes are going to touch on a mitigation measure, in particular remove a mitigation measure, I think you need to budget more time than if you're talking about something that's relatively innocuous. Realistically, just given the timelines that we're talking about before some of the state licensing coming up, I think there are going to be permits that are going to reach a decision before you're going to be able to complete that process. So what we've been trying to do is prioritize the things that hopefully won't be quite that lengthy. That doesn't mean that you can't still do that longer process, but the applications that are in now are probably going to have to get to a determination before we can finish that.
Is an ADA restroom a structure?
I believe so, yes.
So 4291 would require defensible space clearing around the structure. So folks who have restrooms can clear, is that right?
I'm
Yes,
sorry,
that
someone
is-
was speaking.
That is correct.
That's correct. So all these folks that have a problem, if they would just install restrooms in the right spot, they could clear their land legally today. Why?
So that's actually something we've touched on in another item here, is that we don't believe that the ordinance really can be read in a way. One of the interpretations that was put forward by a proponent of one of the applications was, well, if I simply put a hoop house where my existing cultivation area is, I've got to clear the area around that hoop house, and now I can cultivate plants in that area because that was done for a safety reason. Under the language of the environmental document, under the language of the ordinance, we really didn't think that was a plausible interpretation of the ordinance, because of the fact that essentially it would allow for clearing for the purposes of developing the cultivation site, simply if the structure itself was
Yeah, I understand that. I would reach a different conclusion, because in every instance, the county says you can't put up a hoop house without a permit. That's a structure. And then resource code tells them it's a structure, so they have to do their defensible space clearing around it. Once the land is cleared, you're telling them they can't put a pot in the ground? I mean, this is just, so it's striking. So I want to go back to Mo. She wants to move along, and I support that. I support one, but when you're establishing a decision tree, you want to back test it. You want to take some of your data and see what are the results based on these new rules. And I would pick a fair sampling. But in this case, our whole population is only 30 or less. I would test them all. And that's what we haven't done. So I can support one, but if it fails for 50% of those veg mods in question, that's not Chair McGordy's D, that's an F. That's a 50%. So we could do one today. I have a feeling it's going to come back, and we're going to have to do this exercise again. So I would rather just go through the 30 or so and look at each one and see, does this rule cover?
If I may, please, through the chair, there's two questions on the table here, right? So first of all, the ordinance as is does not allow for expanded cultivation activities, basically cultivation, processing, storage, it doesn't allow for cannabis activities to occur in a recently cleared space, right? I mean, and that's not going to be solved by these definitions. That in order to allow cannabis activities to expand into an area where species were cleared, that would need to be an ordinance change. And then I think we would still need this definition to discuss all of the remainder of ancillary development, right? So I don't know that we can get to Supervisor Williams to the point that you're hoping to get to through this piece of the puzzle.
Where I hate to stop you, but what can we pull that up on the screen where that language is in the ordinance that doesn't allow growing on land that was recently cleared? And what is the definition of recently?
Give me just a moment here.
I would think cleared 7 years ago wouldn't be recent.
So the term in the ordinance is not recently cleared. It's cleared after, I believe it's April 2016. Oh, sorry, May 4th, 2017. My apologies.
Are you able to pull that up?
Yeah,
I am pulling it up currently.
So going back to my colleagues, I don't want to say my welcome here. Is there support for making sure we're covering the cases that are affecting these 30? The general concept of let's not do this twice. Let's measure twice and cut once.
Yeah, I also don't want to keep stretching out staff time and coming to the board with this. If there's a reasonable accommodation that we can make today, and if that's not the case, then we need to figure out what is reasonable that we can do today.
I could be wrong, but staff can clarify. I thought what I heard through the presentation was without amending and going back and amending the environmental document, updating it, the only option that staff was able to come up with was either options 1, 2, or 3 that are allowed under the existing environmental document. If we want to go farther, and I'm hearing support to go farther, that's a separate action that staff would have to do to recirculate, amend in some way the environmental document.
Well, I'm talking about what we can do with everything that's in place today. That's how I'm seeing it. Supervisor
Yeah,
Williams.
through the chair. County Council, is option one the absolute most permissive we could be to support the existing 30 sites? You're saying that there's no way to be any more permissive, that is it?
On the question of the definition?
Yeah.
Yes. If you wanted to amend the ordinance and change the standards, and if I may, there are going to be permit applications that simply aren't going to qualify because they violate the ordinance as written. And there is no definition, there's no, interpretation of the ordinance that's going to make that permit pass and get through. Now, if the board wants to change it so that you're now allowing things that you previously prohibited, you can do that, but again, you've got to go through the environmental review first. So for the purposes of this definition and this question, this was the broadest we had come up with. Now, there are other questions we're going to touch on here, things like safety. So, there's a few different pieces we still need to get to, but for this one, this was the broadest.
So this is maybe the broadest definition, looking at where the trees can be removed. But there are cases where the state indicated trees should be removed. Couldn't the definition include where another agency? Why?
So I think that would go to the definition of when tree removal was for safety purposes, not to the question of whether it was considered to be tree removal to begin with.
And when you say safety, is that compliance in general? I mean, Hammerhead, you could argue that's for safety if there's a fire.
Yeah, so that's sort of the next, it's either the next or the next piece of this after we get past the definition question.
Supervisor Nevedal, Director Nevedal, did you have something on here you wanted to read?
Supervisor Williams had requested the language from the ordinance. This is Chapter 10A17 040 with specific attention to subsection K. This is the first section in the ordinance that addresses tree removal. There is additional language, I believe, in 090T. I'm happy to go to that, but I just wanted to put this up based on the request from Supervisor Williams. And I'm happy to change the screen or scroll to the next section.
So,
yes, sir.
Okay, so looking at K, the very end to address safety, that's a subjective, that's in the eyes of the property owner. If I'm out there in my garden, I don't know if I want to have trees blowing in the wind, right? Those are widow makers. My safety, I removed a few trees. How is it that local government is deciding somebody else's intent, their purpose in defining safety?
So would the board like to move on to the safety portion of the conversation?
I think so. We can come back and revisit this if we need to. Supervisor Hasjack, before we go.
Well, I'll just add with, if we approved one, as a concept, and then it didn't include all 30, that half of them didn't make it because of the limitations still, maybe that's where the General Government Committee could look at those other 15 and just say, well, we need to do something more, or they're egregious and we need to move on.
But that's kind of behind my concept of cast as wide a net as we can with the existing situation. And it could be that there will be some people who won't make it through, and I think they have the option of reducing the size of their grow maybe, or I don't know what. Maybe they can't do anything because they violated the ordinance. So to be discovered. So let's go ahead and move on to the next section on safety.
Thank you. So the term safety and disease concerns isn't necessarily ambiguous when just read out loud, but when looking to apply objective standards and implement and enforcing a regulation, that's where the ambiguity arises. When you look at disease concerns, that can be a clear objective standards of whether or not there is a concern of a disease. However, when looking into safety concerns, that can be interpreted. That can be very subjective. And so the department and the staff has looked at other departments, such as CAL FIRE, that has requirements and standards and objective standards for safety concerns. And so the department would looking to the board for direction on whether or not, when reviewing applicants that have tree removal for safety concerns, of whether or not to apply CAL FIRE standards and requirements when looking at that removal as an objective standard.
Chair.
Yes.
So 5 years ago, if a person had a tree that was diseased on their property, what was the cannabis program asking for at that point to remove that tree?
I believe Director Nevedal might be better to answer this, but I believe that at that time there was no specific request, because there was also no specific evidentiary requirement built into the ordinance.
Right, so I think that's the crux of a big part of these problems, is that people remove some trees. They could have said that they were diseased or dying or whatever, and there was no requirement, and so they're asked to go back 5 years and get an arborist to say, well, that tree was diseased or dying. Is that correct?
That did happen, but as of the specific request is not regarding the disease concern. That is, we touched that on the proposed affidavit, which we were going to discuss after this, or we could discuss this now if the board would like. But the specific request right now is discussing the objective standards that the board believes the department should utilize when reviewing tree removal for safety concerns. And the department, in establishing those objective standards, has looked at other departments and has found that CAL FIRE is probably the best other California department to establish those safety concerns of standards. And so the department's requesting whether or not the board would provide direction for the department to utilize those standards.
Mr. Chair, if I may, we tried to break, and I realize these things are very intertwined, but we tried to break this up into a few different questions here. Really, the first two being, what should the department be trying to determine, right? Is this okay? Is that not okay? First as to when is it for the purposes of developing the cultivation site, then as to when is it falling within the exception for safety, and then this last question is, well, how do we know, right? And what's our process for determining how to figure that out? And each of these we need a discrete answer for, and we need some clarity on to be able to move forward here. If the board would be patient with us, we'll try and tackle these in order here. I think this next one is the safety. Really, again, the issue is, I think to Supervisor Williams' point before, there's a lack of clarity as to when exactly something is for the purposes of a safety or a disease concern, and we're trying to find some sort of objective standard for the department to be able to rely on, so that these things should not reasonably be subject to dispute. Then we got to get to how do we know whether or not it met that criteria.
Supervisor Mulhern.
So CAL FIRE's standards would be quote unquote the safest and maybe likely the most clearing that an applicant might have done, correct?
I believe so, but I'd have to confirm that just to give you a full answer.
Okay, I understand that we don't have the 30 applications in front of us, but I would say that I'd like to move forward using the CAL FIRE standards if that's what people were doing. They were trying to be the safest. We all have to remember that a lot of this process happened during fires in 2017, 2018, as we watched in Lake and Mendocino counties, and there were many people that were extremely concerned about fire safety, not only for their business, but for their homes. So I'd like to move forward with the CAL FIRE standards.
I don't know if I support CAL FIRE standards. I feel like I'm being asked to tell you which is a Van Gogh, and you have put blinders on me. I don't know. I mean, it depends how it applies to these 30. If we're doing all this work with changes, and in the end, we don't get these through, that's back to a failure. And so I guess all of this is subject to will it solve the problem? But coming back to, we're calling this a ministerial permit and that we need objective standards because it's ministerial. It sure looks like a discretionary model to me. I mean, how the LSA is incorporated into our requirement. How is an LSA not a discretionary review and mitigation? And so, you know, given that it's a discretionary permit, and frankly, if you look at the state's PEIR, the only way to make that fit with our permitting is through the lens of the county's permit is a discretionary permit. And so if it's discretionary, why can't we look at those 30 and apply discretion, thumbs up or thumbs down?
To be clear, if it's a discretionary permit, we need to do a site-specific environmental review for every single application.
Well, we can't decide is it discretionary or ministerial based on whether we want to do that site-specific review. But the state has essentially told us that they see us as offering a discretionary permit.
I don't know that that's quite accurate. My understanding is the state actually amended its statute to be able to make their component compatible with the ministerial process and the environmental review that we had set up. So they've essentially retroactively blessed the Appendix G process, which is designed to fit, I might describe it as an adapter trying to fit a ministerial permit to what would otherwise be a discretionary environmental review at the state level.
Okay, so it's just what a circus we have overall between our legacy and the state and every element here. I just want, the bottom line is I want to know, will these definitions fix the problem? And I think what I'm hearing is we don't know. We're going to have to take these and go try it, and we'll wait and see.
If I may, through the chair, I think part of this depends on how you define fix the problem, right? If the goal is every person who has applied for a permit gets a permit, really the only way to fix the problem is to remove the permitting requirement and remove the ordinance. If the goal is to get to a clear result, one way or the other, you know, there's a few different ways that you can do that, but the key is to have something that we're able to eliminate ambiguity in, have some certainty on, and then let the department go forward. I mean, conceptually, you could also solve the problem by banning cannabis in Mendocino County, but I don't think that's particularly the will of this board. So really what we're trying to do here from a staff standpoint is to get these unstuck, to get the questions that have some ambiguities, have some uncertainties, get them answers, and whatever this board wants those answers to be, get those answers. Do whatever steps we need to take, you know, if there's an ordinance amendment or if there's further environmental review, do what we need to do to accomplish that and be in compliance with state law, and then get the permits processed and through. And then whether they are approved or whether they are denied is going to depend on whether or not they meet that criteria.
That all makes sense, but I'm back to there's only 30 of these. If we could just pull up the satellite photo from 2015 and the one from today, and the 5 of us look at it, and if all 30 of those look reasonable, okay, now we need language that will support those, and that's the task for staff. We might pull out a couple and say, no, you've cleared 4 acres, we can't support that, right? Remove those exceptions, but all of the others should be supported by the language that we pass as a definition.
And again, if I may respond to the chair, we asked the department specifically to pull the examples of the ones that were difficult to be able to work through the definitions and work through the problems. I do want to note, there may only be 30 now, but this is the same rule that's going to be applied to phase 3. This is the same rule that you're going to have going forward for new permits that come into the system. So I don't know that it's possible to have the board essentially legislate, you know, each individual permit. What we need is a standard that the department's going to be able to operate and to not be subject to dispute. And then what we've tried to do, and what I'm hoping we've succeeded in doing, is highlighting the areas where there have been difficulties so that we're able to answer enough of these questions in advance that we don't have to keep coming back to you.
And if I may, please add to that through the chair. I think for some clarification's sake here, right? The definition 1, while none of the definitions, including definition 1, would allow a cultivator to expand into a cleared area, an area that was cleared after May 4th of 2017. arguably folks could go back to their original cultivation size and scale, right? As long as their other ancillary activities are allowed in the tree cleared area. So largely what we're dealing with is clearing that occurred after the ordinance went into effect, and in a number of cases, clearing that occurred after the applicant applied for the cultivation permit. So I think while folks might not get 100% of the square footage they want because they've expanded their cultivation area into recently cleared spaces, I do believe that they could go back to their cultivation area that was not within a tree cleared space. And that could be their option to do so.
That's what I was wondering. So they could return to the smaller footprint. But is that what you're saying?
In many instances, yes, right? Unless for some reason they had to move the original cultivation site out of a stream side management area. There's only one individual I'm aware of in that situation, and a portion of where they've moved their original cultivation to is not subject to tree clearing. So they did expand into a tree cleared area, but they could also go back to a smaller footprint and still have some cultivation under the ordinance.
Supervisor Williams.
I think we're over-engineering this. The idea of asking somebody that's at 10,000 square feet to cut back to 5,000, I mean, the land has already been cleared. If they were growing grapes, no problem, go do what you want to do. There isn't a financial incentive today to clear forest land. The cost of clearing forest land, removing the stumps, you wouldn't do that for a crop that is just plummeting. And people who are getting into this business now are looking at larger scale because it's no longer as lucrative. So I think how many phase 3 applicants do we have at this point? Floodgate is open, anybody can come in. How many have applied?
Phase 3 applicants, there are less than a dozen currently.
Yeah.
But I think the piece here is this also is going to determine what development is allowed in the future, right? So if folks can potentially clear trees to develop the processing facility they need for their 10,000 square feet, is that a consideration, right? And so there's not a lot of phase 3 applicants at this point.
Yeah. So there's not a lot of risk of deforestation at this point. I mean, this is, I don't know how many spaces over from the decimal this is when we look at a forested county twice the size of Rhode Island. But we're spending a lot of time. I know you think I'm spending even more time.
You are.
If I understand I'm difficult today, I get it. But for 4 years, I've dealt with people coming in here and sitting out there and yelling at us that they can't get their project approved and they thought they were doing everything right. It was overly complicated. I do have empathy for them. It is, between the state and the county rules, it's been incredibly, they didn't even know what they were doing when they took out a few trees. Maybe CAL FIRE told them to fix their driveway, right? And now they're gonna get booted out. If we come up with a definition that puts them back out there telling us that we're shutting them down and we need to fix it, this will be back on the agenda. And it's probably not my district. This is probably Supervisor Haschek's people, just given that most of the permits are in his district today. So I'm going to be looking at him for a recommendation, and I'll support this language if it's where you want to go. If I were the District 3 supervisor, I would want to make sure that this will actually fix the problem for the people who are affected today. Because I can see this board making yet another change that doesn't address the problem, and then we're back at it.
Well, I think we're in agreement that we want to try to fix the problem. And we're not getting people through the system, and it's bogging everything down. So yeah, let's fix it. I certainly want to hear from the community about if they think that this will fix some of the problems, because we've had people who've been dealing with these problems for years.
Mr. Chair, just to come back to and I apologize, I don't mean to cut anyone off. I see Supervisor Mulhern has her highlighter up.
Why don't you go ahead?
I want for everybody to be clear and be reminded the reasons that there were two sides to this conversation in 2017 when these ordinances were created, and it was to protect the environment. So it has been 5 years. We have, in my opinion, not seen this dramatic environmental degradation that was allegedly going to happen. So we're able to try to work on a strategy and come up with a solution. At the same time, it's important to remember, not all of us were sitting here, and there were more sides to this story than what we're currently hearing from. And I want to make sure that previous actions, we are thinking about the entire community's concerns that were raised at that point. So I want to be very, very clear that there was a reason why these decisions were made. And as a newer supervisor, I may not have agreed with them. I may not still agree with them, but my job now, my job today, is to try to figure out how we can move the program forward while still respecting and understanding that there was a reason these rules were created.
Mr. Chair, if I could come back
Yes.
to the safety issue. So again, what we have is an exception that's written into the ordinance where it's okay if the trees are removed for safety or disease concerns. And again, the department sort of stuck with this question of, well, when do we know if or how do we know, how do we determine, if that criteria is met? And, really, what is that standard that's going to be applied? Caltrans standards were, I keep saying Caltrans, I mean CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE standards are appealing because of the fact that they are defined. There's a body to be able to refer to of, this is when you should remove it. This is when you don't need to. Another suggestion that was raised at General Government Committee was possibly incorporating any requirements that may be propagated by a homeowner's insurance policy, right? So if there's standards that are set forth that were applicable at the time of the tree removal there, and that may be true regardless of whether the homeowner has that particular policy, right? We can still rely on that as showing that was sort of the best practice at the time. That was an accepted standard, and it was within the scope of that standard. Therefore, we know that this is reasonable. There's still going to be questions when you have, say, specific trees, ones that are dead, diseased. That's going to come to the third section here. But primarily on this one, what our question is when a healthy tree is removed, and the statement is that it was removed for a safety reason. How does the department determine, and what is the standard the department's going to determine, use to determine whether or not that really was for a safety reason?
Okay, so do we have more to the presentation on safety?
That's the end of the presentation for the safety concerns. There's more debate, we can move on. If there's not more debate, we can move on to the evidentiary, to the.
Are we ready to move on? Oh, go ahead.
So I've heard of people saying, well, CAL FIRE came out, or they wouldn't come out because they said it's not a 3-acre conversion, it's not important to them, but they want the trees removed around the house or structures. And so I guess it goes jumping forward, but it's one of those considerations, right?
Well, and to be clear, when we talk about using CAL FIRE standards, we're not just talking about whether or not CAL FIRE said do this, right? We're trying to address situations where CAL FIRE was not consulted, they didn't come out, it's not their concern. What we're trying to look to is the standards, best practices that CAL FIRE publishes, right? So if it's, say, within so many feet of a structure, if it's within, I think there was a different, for thinning, there was a different requirement as to how far apart the tree should be within a certain proximity on, based on the slope of the land, right? So some sort of objective standard that we could look at and know based on the condition of the property without having to refer to whether someone actually came out and evaluated in that case. Because again, part of what we don't want is a situation where someone has to go, hire an arborist or come up with some sort of a professional opinion for a tree removal that was done 5 years ago. We'd like to be able to just look at where the trees were and be able to say, yeah, that's okay, yeah, that's not.
Well, I think we can, I would move forward with this and with the CAL FIRE recommendation.
CAL FIRE standard.
Yeah.
Well, it is a theoretically research-based standard, so they have data behind why they choose the practices that they do. So it seems reasonable. If it's good for CAL FIRE, it should be good for us. Okay, let's continue with our
Perfect.
discussion.
Thank you. And so, as we're discussing, we're working to establish objective standards. Once those objective standards are established, need some sort of evidentiary basis to show that those objective standards have been met. The issue can arise or has arisen when there is contradictory evidence presented. And initially, the department, to get away from potential contradictory evidence or relying on just statements, it requested licensed, as I mentioned, licensed professional reports to be created after the fact. But those provided very little evidentiary value, and so the department and county counsel's office has worked to create, and with assistance with outside counsel, has worked to create an affidavit that allows the applicant to attest under penalty of perjury to the facts that would allow the tree removal to have met the exception or not have met the exception, and also request for evidence, if available, to show that the removal was proper, and the requested evidence would have been required at the time of removal, such as a timber harvesting plan exception form from CAL FIRE. And so the potential issue with the affidavit is that there could be contradictory evidence. The department could have contradictory evidence for than what is submitted with the affidavit. And so the department was requesting from the board direction on how to proceed when it is looking at evidence that when it has contradictory evidence than what is submitted with the affidavit.
If I may add, Mr. Chair. So again, the goal here is just to try and simplify the process and to give the department something they can reasonably rely on for determining whether the tree removal was in compliance. A statement signed under penalty of perjury by the applicant, that's admissible evidence in a court of law. That is something that would be reasonable for the department to be able to rely on, as long as there aren't facts on the ground that suggest that it's false. And that one gets a little bit. I don't know that we're going to be able to have a perfect standard for essentially how to address every scenario in which there's some reason to believe that something was falsified, right? If it's a neighbor complaint that says, no, they're lying to you on your application process, that's one possibility. If it's during the review, the department finds something else that appears to contradict the information they have in front of them, whether that's photos of the trees at a particular time, et cetera. But the goal is to not have to have this sort of open-ended, uncertain inquiry, but to have a document that if there's nothing to contradict that document, should be enough to be able for the department to reasonably go forward and to proceed. Now, I do know. I don't want to speak for Director Nevedal here, but I know the department had some concern that essentially sometimes there was a perception that maybe some of the proposals were asking the department to maybe put blinders on or turn a blind eye if they were to see something that contradicted the information that would otherwise be put forward. And our advice and our recommendation on that is we don't really think that you can do that. That essentially, the department, this is a requirement in the ordinance. If the department does have some reason to believe that something's been falsified, they may need to take some appropriate action there. But the goal is really to be able to have a form, have a process, and be able to move through that and get these resolved, and then potentially deal with situations where there's contradictory information on a one-off basis. And hopefully those should not be particularly large, and they should also not be, they're also going to be unique enough that it may not make sense to try and define every possibility now just understand that there is going to need to be some sort of evaluation in some of those circumstances.
Presentation.
So what we're asking for on this one, Mr. Chair, is for the board to essentially accept or provide any notes. This is actually, if I may back up, when it came to the vegetation modification issue, we were initially tackling this primarily just for the department. Then at the recommendation of the ad hoc committee, the vegetation modification item was referred to the general government committee. So some of the things in terms of internal departmental processes were coming to first the general government and then the board. So we wanted to make sure that we're presenting that appropriately and letting the board have an opportunity for input. The one area that we really needed board action and direction was with respect to the definitions before, because we'd like to move forward to clarifying ordinance on those. With this one, it's primarily asking the board for any input or direction that it may have with respect to the affidavit process, but otherwise to keep the board apprised and as to how the department plans to move forward here.
So my own personal view on that is that it would be acceptable, but there has to be a time limit. In other words, I don't want this to be dragged on forever and ever. If you see an exception, you have to bring it to everyone's attention and resolve it within a reasonable amount of time. And I'm not sure what that is, whether it's 15 days, 30 days, whatever. Supervisor
I was going to
Williams.
ask, is 7 years reasonable?
No.
I think it's our job to set that reasonable timeline rather than ask. If you want, I'll support you, 90 days, 60 days, whatever you think is reasonable, but you got to set it now, and then we're going to live with it. Because if you leave it as a direction from board, make it reasonable.
Everybody views that differently. Thoughts on that? Supervisor Haschak?
Well, one of the questions is if in the situation I talked about earlier, where a person, removed a couple trees and then they say, yeah, I removed the trees because they were diseased or dying. And then the department, I guess we need to give direction to the department to say, take it on their word, right?
Well, that's kind of what an affidavit would do, correct? And then the only way to overturn the affidavit is if they said, we only took down 2 trees, and then you look at an aerial and you see that they cleared an acre, then that's the kind of thing that I think.
Right, but I think that a lot of staff time has gone into trying to see if that tree was actually diseased 5 years ago or something, and questioning and requiring these arborist reports, and that's where it's gotten crazy. Yeah. Well, I think that we need clear direction to staff too of what we're expecting about, what's, if a person signs an affidavit, then what's acceptable.
Yeah, if I may, the proposal really is that the affidavit would be acceptable absent something contradictory coming up. And I can't give you the full world of what those would be. I mean, I think Supervisor McGordy's example is a good one, where the affidavit says I took out 1 or 2 trees, and then you see an acre that's clear cut. I don't think the department can just ignore that. At the minimum, they need to ask what's going on here, and get some follow up from the applicant. But the idea is that we don't run into those things. Affidavit should be enough to solve it and move forward.
Yeah, another question I had from a constituent was that where it's on the affidavit where it says were any trees removed from the property and there's not a timeline. And so they're saying, well, yeah, 20 years ago they clear cut the place, right? So is that needed in this?
I thought we had included something in the introductory section, but maybe we could look at clarification and any modifications on that.
I believe you're referring to one of the first couple of questions in the affidavit, and then the following subsections after that is regarding the timeline.
Yeah, so if they were removed 20 years ago, then they would mark, yes, trees were removed and that they were removed before May 4th, 2017.
Yeah, and then in that section, please provide approximate dates. You said 20 years ago, and then the department would look at that and review and make a determination based on the fact that the trees were removed 20 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Is there any chance they're incriminating themselves by describing how the trees were removed sometime before our ordinance for a different purpose?
I don't think we're asking the purpose in the affidavit.
You're asking where did they remove the trees?
But
I mean, 20 years ago, I don't know, did they have a 3-acre conversion on file?
You mean in purposes, for the purposes of whether it might be illegal tree removal?
I think the question we want to ask is, have you removed trees since the ordinance passed? I don't think we need to ask prior to the ordinance what happened.
We can simplify it. That's an edit that's workable.
Yeah, I support that.
Would it be helpful perhaps for me to put the affidavit up? Because I do think it's pretty thorough and it does go through and ask, it breaks it out into different sections, right? On or after May 4th, and then questions to answer if you cleared before May 4th.
Sure, let's take a quick look at it.
Let's see here.
While pulling that up, question for Supervisor McGordy, I think.
Sure.
Given that these rules will also apply going forward to phase 3, what about somebody that has a non-industrial timber harvest plan? They're not converting, they're not removing forest land, but they are harvesting trees, and it's permitted. They've gone through a regulatory system to get that right. Does that interfere with their ability to obtain a permit? Because they're not removing it for safety, they're not removing it for disease trees, they're removing it for economic purposes and perhaps forest health. We haven't talked about forest health yet. Our forests, I mean, the way they were cut until recent times, there's far too many trees per acre. And if you talk to a decent forester or a forest ecologist, they'll tell you we need thinning. That's forest health. This seems like an anti-forest health. If you take a tree and you can't grow, you got to leave them, even though it's appropriate for the forest. How does forest health factor in?
That's a good question. I don't have an answer. It looks like it's against this ordinance. So that's something, one of these unintended consequences, maybe.
If I may, I think forest health can be managed in compliance with the ordinance. The question is, would the applicant be able to then cultivate cannabis or process cannabis within an area where trees were removed, say, for forest health? And I think according to the language in the ordinance, if the trees that were removed were restricted species, no, they could not cultivate or process cannabis in that area, but they could perhaps develop a pond or a turnaround area, right? So.
Counselor, do you have anything to weigh in on that?
Mr. Chair, thinning is one of the things in the CAL FIRE standards that we looked at as potential safety. So there may be some ability to thin and then cultivate in that area. But if we're talking about clear cutting a cultivation area, even pursuant to a timber harvest plan, no, that wouldn't be consistent with the ordinance as it stands. Again, this board does have the ability to make those changes. It's just those are going to be more longer term changes and they're going to require some environmental review.
Okay, thank you.
So would the board like to go back to the affidavit and walk through any of this affidavit together to sort through questions, or how would the board like to proceed?
Does anyone have questions about it? I see we have item 3 is probably most germane to what we're talking about right now.
Well, maybe we should have public comment.
Well, so let me, before we go to public comment on this, well, first of all, Supervisor.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I missed it, but why do we care if they were sold, bartered, or traded, if they were removed? If as long as they're disposed of, I really don't care what happened to it.
Yeah, that was relevant because if they were sold, bartered, or removed, there'd be a CAL FIRE licensing permit. So one of the requirements is that the tree removal had to be lawful. And one of the objective standards that we may be able to rely on is if it was done pursuant to a timber harvest plan, then there'd be documentation of that and we'd be able to rely on that.
I think it just adds more confusion, and I mean, I would be okay with removing it. At this point, we said, here's the CAL FIRE standards. You're going to clear the most beneficial space to protect your property, your business, and your home. I don't really care what you did with it afterwards, but that's just me.
If I could provide some clarification on that, that question pertains to whether or not if it was removed prior to May 4, 2017, which the tree and the ordinance separates the removal of trees prior to May 4, 2017, and the exception for that removal that would allow that removal would be for if it was lawful or if they provide environmental mitigation efforts. And so, in order, we're like Mr. Curtis was mentioning, to find objective standards to find whether or not a removal was lawful at some previous date, that is a question of to determine whether or not an exception for the timber harvesting plan would have been required. So it just pertains to only removal prior to May 4, 2017.
But if it was for safety, then it's a moot point. I just feel like it adds more to the affidavit than is necessary, but I understand the concept for that specific reasoning behind the affidavit, but I believe what we're trying to say right now is, we have an affidavit, you're telling us this is what happened, we believe you, have a nice day. So like all of the additional evidence for that one type, I feel like might just add more confusion.
I think what I'm hearing in terms of board direction is simplify the affidavit.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair, I know we still have to go to public comment, and I don't mean to disrupt the meeting, but could we maybe have a short break before that? I don't want to miss any, and I could very much use the restroom.
Yes, we can have a break of, let's take 5 minutes. Is that all right? We'll see you back at quarter after.
am not going to be able to be thrifty. This is really consequential, and I would suggest that it will affect more than 30 people who are in the current Phase 1 application process, since we already know that most of the rest of the applications have not been reviewed. So I just really want to put this in context. We're not talking about, we know for sure it will be of the Phase 1 applicants, 30 people. We don't know that. I would love to know that, if that's true. There's only 2 people in this room that have been through this issue from its inception, beginning in 2015, maybe beginning of 16. That's Supervisor Jurdy and myself. That's it. 2 people, but we have the MND, and I have it up here on my iPad, and I do think it is very instructive that the manner in which the mitigation measure was defined was specific to only cultivation site, did not in any way prohibit later use of an area that may have been cleared for purposes other than developing a cultivation site to now be used and make use of that area, even for sticking a plant on it. And that's really important to go back and look at legally in terms of what the mitigation measure said, not what we want to try and look for now, blah, 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 blah. The other thing that's really important and may cut through and separate the wheat from the chaff here is there's probably a different implication legally for setting standards of proof and evidence required after 6.5 years than it would be for any tree going forward. Go for it. Get specific. Define to your heart's content. Require lists of evidence. Do more than an affidavit. Check on the affidavit. Go for it. I'm in favor of it. And I'm also in favor of no deforestation. But I have to say that this is a matter of proof, not of definitional problems. There is no need to add any definition right now. And I know this 12-page tome that I sent late last night has not been read. I get it, I apologize, but I didn't know that the materials were going to be identical, with save a few words, from what was presented to the General Government Committee until late Thursday night. So couldn't start on it till then. Be really helpful to know things in advance. At any rate, the proof that is required has to do with a couple of different topics. There's the disease and safety exception, which is written into the ordinance clear as a bell. Disease and safety concerns are a legitimate reason to remove trees, even protected species. So how do you prove that it was for those purposes? Well, again, we get back to the fact that this is a ministerial permit. Ministerial. Why in heck is somebody going back in time and double checking an affidavit to see if there's contradictory proof? What is this theoretical additional proof that might come up? We have not heard one example. Oh, okay, the 2 trees versus an acre. Okay, that's a good example. Are we saying that in every case, MCD should review satellite imaging to make sure that that affidavit is not incorrect? Are we using outdated satellite imaging that's so far up that it can't even see burnt trees that are still standing and dead? or that are at an angle because of the nature of Earth and satellite imaging, that it skews the perception?
No, I think the point was that we wanted something that wasn't subtle but really clear.
And I would suggest that there's another way of handling the current Phase 1 applicants. Again, not going forward, but everybody in the past, and that is affidavit. And unless there's a code enforcement action or a CDF action that has already occurred that contradicts that, why isn't that enough? So I think that that's an important thing for this board to address is how do you want staff to spend its time? We're not asking anybody to ignore empirical evidence to the contrary. However, to go and look and verify is a different story, and using what level of proof. It's been suggested at one MCD discussion that I had that anonymous complaints into code enforcement about some theoretical past tree removal causes them to investigate. Is that what you are saying is okay for people 6.5 years later? I think that if there's contradictory evidence, it must rise to the level of being concrete and completely in contradiction. And I think that using code enforcement violations and CDF violations are a good start. Another thing is, there is no place at all in our ordinance, in the MND, for MCD to be determining whether or not something was illegally removed prior to May 4th, 2017. Yes, there's a sorting of how those applications are dealt with. One's an outright ban if tree removal, which was done for the purpose of developing a cultivation site, is not allowed after 5/4/17. Period. Prohibition unless safety and disease concern. How do you prove that intent is the other major elephant in the room. I have a client who withdrew because his area was cleared by CAL FIRE using it as a staging area during the lodge fire, and then he removed a few more trees for review because he realized it was a good place for him to build a house. And then his cultivation garden was elsewhere, and the environmental scientist said, hey, you know what, you should move it to here. It's a much better place. And he was stuck in what I call VegMod hell for 2 years and finally gave up and withdrew. Okay, so at any rate, the intent, and does that mean you can never put a cannabis plant on a location that once was cleared? It's insane. Anyway, but with respect to this issue of was there illegal conversion, the ordinance is really clear. It says, have to defer to the resource agencies, period. So there should be no question by MCD in any questionnaire, and I appreciate Supervisor Mulholland that you said it just confuses issues, because I agree, the affidavit has so many things that confuse the issue. These are topics that are not necessary to determine these factual and evidentiary issues. There's a few other things that I'd like to clear up that were perhaps misstated or inarticulately stated earlier in the presentation. The expansion for purposes of it's developing a cultivation site is the prohibition, and the intent. Actually, I'm not going to go back over it. I went over that, and that's a nuance that I can let go of. I would like to know how many applications have not been reviewed for this that are in the current system, not phase 3, not future. I think that that's an important thing, because if there are a whole lot of applications that haven't been reviewed, then we're not just talking about what do we do with these 30. What should MCD look at? Why should they look at certain things if it's up to the resource agencies? What should they double check? These are all issues. I actually had a really long conversation with Ellen Drell, and she wasn't able to stay, and she specifically said, please, you can tell them that we're talking and we are in agreement about a lot of stuff, and that more than that, we want to get together a small group to work out these issues, because the way that it's being presented here and suggested is not a reasonable path forward. Even in terms of the environmental community, they do not believe that this is a reasonable approach. But I'll let her speak to that. Hopefully she'll be able to call in.
If I may ask, what part do you think is not reasonable?
Well, thank you for asking. So I'm gonna kind of, my memo is very long, but it logically goes through each part that was presented in the proposal. To begin with, I just talk about context and framing and legal standards of court review, and you can all look at that later. But the staff report, for example, this issue of reason to believe that there's a contradiction. There is no legal basis in a ministerial permit to use that standard of review. We don't know what that means. Define that. That if there's an explicit definition of what is the contradictory evidence, or what level of contradictory evidence is necessary, or when does MCD actually review additional materials, extraneous. They even call it extraneous evidence in their memo a couple of times. And that just like was, oh my goodness. What are we looking for reasons to deny after the fact, even though the county did not require specific proof before? And so the parts of this scenario that add in anything other than the cultivation site in the definition. So definition number 1, as I outline in the memo, is kind of unnecessary. Cultivation site is already included in a definition in the ordinance, 020, 10A 17020. It's right there. It explicitly states what a cultivation site. So then county council or staff has argued that we need to understand what for purposes of means. Well, I just plopped in the Merriam-Webster's dictionary, which is intent. So then it's back to how do you prove intent, particularly so long after the fact. So that's the issue. It's not going to be fixed by a definition. The definitions are already there. There's no reason to mess with definitions. I appreciate looking at the least restrictive to allow for development that was necessary to maintain a safe and sustainable business. That makes sense. But the reality is it doesn't fix anything. It's the for purposes of, and that's intent. So how do you deal with proving or disproving intent in a ministerial permit? Okay, you require an affidavit and the person says, I intended it for this other purpose. What level of proof is necessary to A, trigger just even an investigation of whether that's true or not in this context, and B, to overcome it? So those, I think, are the more pertinent questions. The next thing is the disease and safety exceptions. Really, it's a similar thing with respect to proof. I think the CAL FIRE standards are a good place to start in, but what's proposed is bush to bush, tree to tree, right? Not tree to structure, or which structure, or the chicken and the egg problem of somebody builds a structure after the fact. It also doesn't address this issue of if it was removed for safety or disease. And I just really want to emphasize the statute says concern, not verification, not whatever. In your discussion last week, I think it was, regarding the coastal zone vegetation issue, there was a really common sense approach, strike zone, to harm to people or a habitable structure, business or domestic. I think that that is a really reasonable approach. That may make total sense but not after the fact. And that's the real problem here, is the after the fact. And, you know, I was about to say I hate to get all lawyerly, but actually this context I really like to get lawyerly. There are legal principles at stake here that are, if you're, you know, at one point, I believe in the General Government Committee, County Counsel Curtis, in response to a comment that Supervisor Mulholland made about thinking that I had threatened litigation and deciding that it was important to take more time to discuss the issue, County Counsel said, well, frankly, we're not really concerned about litigation from applicants. I'm more concerned about litigation from the environmental community. Well, okay. Please read my memo. There are significant legal issues at stake here. And on top of it, and I pray that Ellen Drell is able to call in, because we have so much more commonality of issues on this topic than the board realizes, or perhaps that County Council realizes. With respect to the affidavit itself, so again, I just want to really, it's the for purposes of an intent. How do you prove intent? It's the kind of, I'm using the term ex post facto, even though that's a criminal term, and I don't really mean it in the criminal context, but the after the fact evidence. But then it's what disease and safety issues extend beyond the CAL FIRE standards, and that's where I would urge you to consider the strike zone issue for property, business property. I mean, people are walking to their dry sheds. They're going down their road to get to their cultivation site, or be it even on their home. I want to go back, and I'll try and wrap this up soon, but here today, you'll hear from her, is Ms. Teresa Sisho, and she is one of these people who have been in VegMod hell for quite a while. And you asked Supervisor Williams, would definition 1 exclude any of these 30? Yeah, it would exclude her. And she can talk about her story, and then if there are further questions, I can clarify, because I'm the one who has vociferously argued on her behalf and presented evidence that is still not acceptable after a year and a half to MCD. So I think I am going to leave it there, but I would suggest that before further direction is given to staff, that both staff and the board take the time to read my memo, because I really do go item by item in a practical manner and try to point out the real issues that have to be decided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, Hannah, I did read your memo. I pull it up on the screen. Your words are not going unnoticed. So I'm sure County Council and the department read it as well.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah. I think you could draw a parallel between the trial by Kafka and what these cannabis applicants have gone through. And you know, I think our staff has put in a lot of work, and I appreciate it. I really am excited that we have a new deputy county council. But I zoom out and I look at the bigger picture here. I'm elected by the people to represent the people. And, you know, sitting out there looking at this, it's just, it seems outrageous. 6 or 7 years in, and we're talking about a few trees removed a long time ago, and how to prove and how to trust them, and under what conditions, and did they sell the wood? How did they dispose of it? I just, you know, I've been saying I'm going to support my colleagues on this one. I feel like we're going to get sued, and you know, closed session is largely about paying out settlements, and I'd rather it be a 4-1. I'd rather we not get sued at all, but I just don't want my name involved in that. I think we're going down a really bad path here of we think we're fixing something. I mean, if I were selling a machine learning algorithm, first question potential buyers would ask is, well, how well does it work, right? If one of you were selling a vaccine, you would ask, well, how effective is it, right? And here we have new rules, a new decision tree, and we don't know. We haven't applied it to any of the data set. We have no idea how it'll work, who will benefit, who will lose. And I'm hearing we have somebody in the audience that may lose. I'm supposed to go out there and look at her and say, well, we thought this was a good decision tree. I'm sorry, you're out. It's just such an arbitrary. And, you know, as Hannah pointed out, if we had enacted this ordinance last year, I would be much more aligned with strictly following it. But this is now so far in the past. I mean, this is why we don't try people for you know, a lot of crimes, you know, short of some that should, but way after the fact. It's fuzzy memory. What disease did the tree have? Who cut it? Where did it go? I mean, I don't have any trees to report, but if I did and you asked me 7 years after the fact, I don't know, did it rot in the yard? Did I send it to landfill? Did Supervisor Jury come over with an Alaskan mill and take it? And, you know, part of it was taken, but part of it was compost. These are ridiculous questions to ask 7 years after the fact, even 5 years after the fact.
And actually, I forgot 2 items that are helpful potentially. One is, and this is where Ellen Drell and I really agreed and had a gestalt about it, which is the sensitive species and habitat review. While it's a different mitigation measure, the process would screen out the 1-acre clearances. Yeah. And the real ultimate issue in the MND is, are these things less than significant impact? And that's the other thing that this discussion must be brought back to. It's not in a bubble, it's not outside of itself. The other thing with respect to the affidavit and the proof is, I noticed, I started filling one out as if I was somebody, just for the heck of it, right? And it got to the, how did you know it was, what kind of species it was? And I wrote, pretending that I'm somebody, I know my land, I know my trees, that's why I knew what species it was. Is that going to be questioned? Is that going to be sufficient? Why are we asking that?
Was it a white fur? How do you know?
Right. And so, you know, that's the problem with all of this is you have to ask, okay, so if they're asking these questions, what are you directing staff to do with that information? Are you asking them to confirm each item? Or, and if you are, you should have done that 6 years ago. Or are you saying, I accept the sworn declaration of somebody unless there's a code enforcement action, a CDF action that has not been cleared, and move on. And then whatever you feel is reasonable going forward for any tree that's removed from this day forward or the day of a new ordinance enacted forward, to your heart's content.
So Chair McGordy, sometime back I read this piece in the Anderson Valley Advertiser. I think it was by George Hollister, and it was the effect, everyone in the county is an outlaw. If you don't think you're an outlaw, you don't know the rules. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. How much are we going to go digging into these applicants to figure out, is there anything through any lens that where we could fault them and say they're out of the program? Why are we doing it? I think more than the definition, if a state resource agency hasn't already cited for vegetation modification, maybe that's enough for us. Maybe we just move on, start approving, give staff the direction, the clarification. This is not our issue. Unless CAL FIRE has flagged it for concern, move on.
Okay, anyone else in the room would like to, have a question or comment from?
Yeah, I just
supervisors?
had a question for Ms. Nelson. You said that Ms. Sessio's site would not qualify
Yeah.
under this, and why wouldn't it?
Okay. And again, I'll let her tell her story. It's a sad story, and she's really hung in there. So originally, her and her husband had a garden, a 25-plant garden prior to the permitting. And by the way, they're 2,500 square feet gardeners outdoor, next to their house. And when they were following the water board rules, because they entered this program and they hired an environmental scientist to come out and evaluate, make sure everything was good, they were told that the garden next to their house was too close to an outlet for their pond. So they moved over to an area that had been partially burned. They didn't remove any trees to create that area. Eventually, trees fell. They were told that the fallen trees could not be removed because the ordinance says no tree removal. It doesn't say no standing tree removal. I kid you not. Additionally, they have dead trees existing and standing all over, but the satellite image, they were flagged because the satellite image didn't show them as dead. And I have another client who was completely burnt out by the fire, and the satellite image didn't show all the little toothpick burnt things, so he was flagged. And because it was a new location, meaning after the ordinance, because they moved from here to several hundred feet away, that was no longer allowed. They also were told that I call it a triangle, it's not really a triangle, but a group of trees at a turnaround on their property where you could either go to the garden or to their house, but it's relatively close in. They removed it for fire safety and management. Some of them were dead, some of them weren't. And they were told that it was to benefit the cultivation garden, which was nearby, because it could remove the shading. Well, I got somebody calculate that the sun doesn't move that way, and it didn't do that. That still wasn't good enough. They're still in VegMod hell. They haven't been removed. Additionally, I have been told that why weren't other dead trees removed on their property? Well, I think the answer is pretty clear. When you have to go and work in an area and pass by, you're concerned about the trees that are dead and starting to sway.
So in that case, wouldn't the affidavit kind of give clearance to that?
Not according to what staff presented today, because they moved their cultivation site and no. And trees were removed, even though it was for a different purpose. The staff doesn't believe that it was for that purpose. They lost the photo that she had taken a picture with her cell phone at the time, or actually her husband did. His cell phone blew up, didn't have cloud saving. They actually printed out the picture because they were being inspected by code enforcement for a different issue. Code enforcement dealt with them, had nothing to say about trees, nothing to say about anything, and she got rid of the picture. Didn't need it anymore. Well, guess what? Now she needs it.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just to clarify, I actually think that the definitions that this board was looking at adopting would allow in this scenario. The standards are the same regardless of whether it's a new cultivation area or an old cultivation area. The tree, now there may be some sort of evidentiary dispute, but I don't know that I heard anything.
Expansion? I heard Ms. Nevedal say expansion was prohibited no matter what. This is considered expansion.
If we're talking about tree removal for safety reason, that would be an exception. And dead
If that's believed, yes, and there's no proof, so, yeah.
So, and just to clarify, we've got two issues. One is the standard, and I think we're agreeing that the standard that this board is looking at adopting would allow cultivation if the trees at the location removed were dead. The second is an evidentiary issue, and if there's some sort of factual dispute, I think maybe the director can speak to what the situation might be and what the evidence might be relevant to that particular parcel.
And also, though, I would like clarification on this for purposes of developing a cultivation site, because, you know, my Webster's Merriam Dictionary regarding purpose is intent, right? So how do you approve intent in a ministerial context? That 5.5 years later. And that's the question that I would really think is the most pertinent if people, let's set aside this disease and safety issue and what levels of proof are required, which is substantially important, but let's just set this aside. What Ms. Nevedal was saying earlier, and I believe Deputy County Counsel Schwartz is that if there's been any expansion or even later use of an area for, and when I mean later use, I mean if trees had been removed in an area, not for purpose of cultivation, but then they're now using that area for cultivation, that would be prohibited. And people have no way of proving concretely that the intent was not for purpose of developing that cultivation site, if in fact then MCD is going to try to flag to somehow get other extraneous evidence, which we don't know what the standard of. So I'm suggesting if the board directs MCD to verify each affidavit, then require a level of evidence in terms of something that might be contradictory to be a code enforcement violation or a CDF violation. Those are pretty clear.
Anyone else in the room care to address the board?
Hello, supervisors and city council, county council. My name is Teresa Cisco. I moved here in 1978 with my family, and I raised my own children here as well. I've been in the program since 2017. I realized in the beginning of this legal cannabis regulated industry it wasn't going to be easy, and there were many new rules and laws to get familiar with. Therefore, we decided to work with legal help throughout the whole process. I remember a couple of rules that really stood out to me in the very beginning of licensing, and that was don't cut any trees down to enlarge your cultivation area, and all of the important setbacks. I live on 41 acres in Mendocino Mountains. My husband and I chose our new garden area because there was a fire in 2013, and it was the perfect spot. On this parcel, there are many trees that are dying and some that are completely dead from years of drought and disease. In fact, on the way to our property, there are hundreds, maybe even thousands of dead fir trees, and it's no secret that the trees are dying around Mendocino County. We had an inspection in 2018 and passed with no issues. But because we had some dead trees, we took a picture of the one dead tree inside the garden and printed it out. In 2019, we removed the tree that had fallen down in our garden. I took the photo away and I felt like I had the proper documentation to deal with the dead tree. Then came the portal submission a couple years later. I submitted all the documentation to the portal, and I felt very confident that I had submitted everything perfectly, and we were on our way to getting our county license. To my surprise, I received a Vegemod letter giving me 15 days to reconcile with either a professional or an arborist. I panicked, and I looked for the picture of the dead tree. I couldn't find it anywhere. I searched through my phone day after day looking for the photo. I couldn't find it anywhere. I studied the maps that MCD sent to me. I realized that the outline they had drew on their aerial map was much larger than our garden, also the wrong shape. The outline of the garden that the MCD drew on the aerial map was almost twice as big as our actual cultivation area, and it included trees and vegetation that were not in the garden. Some of the actual cultivation area included, lost my place. Some of the trees that the MCD included in their outline was actually closer to our permitted studio. So the trees in question were actually closer to the permitted building than the garden. I responded to MCD, sending them Google Earth aerial maps of the actual size of our garden outlined, and explained to MCD the trees were dead and dying, and removed the trees for safety reasons, not for expanding our less than 5,000 square foot garden. MCD responded back that because of the tree clearing, I could not cultivate in that area, but I could cultivate in another area that was specified by MCD. But the problem with that area that they are saying it's okay to cultivate in is not okay because it's too close to a waterway, which I discovered in 2017 in the beginning with Jacob Zune. John Haschek came out to inspect our garden area because of the Vegemod issue. We showed him where our garden was and the dead trees that were still inside the garden, and explained that we were afraid to cut down the trees. He was able to see the size of our garden and many of the dead trees that were still standing in the garden. I was an eligible LEAP grant applicant this year, or last year. I went through the whole process of providing documentation, insurance, bank accounts, budget, retrieving all the pro forma receipts for the LEAP grant. It took me months and months. I thought I was going to receive the funds, and I had my interview with one of the underwriters, and she said I had all the documents in. Then I waited for a while and no response. Finally, one of the underwriters got back to me and said, MCD won't review your budget because of the tree clearing. This is the first time I heard anything back from MCD. But it wasn't from MCD, actually. It was from the LEAP grant writer. I wasn't able to get my LEAP grant funding because of the tree issue. This winter, I wrote and asked Kristen Nevedal what to do about the trees inside the garden that were dead. She instructed me to have an arborist out and have them record the dead and dying trees. I did this. I hired an arborist, and he marked all the dead trees in the garden. I then wrote to Kristen that I had an arborist report on the dead trees and asked her what to do about the trees because I knew winter was going to be rough this year. Kristen instructed me to be sure the arborist marked all the dead trees as dangerous, and if they were dead. A couple days later, one of the big trees fell and smashed one of our hoops. We then removed the tree that fell in the garden and cleaned up the mess. I am relieved that nobody was hurt from the fallen tree inside the garden, but also upset that I had to wait so long to know if it was okay to deal with the dead trees on my property. I've spent thousands of dollars dealing with the dead trees and countless hours trying to prove they were indeed dead and were not cut down to expand our cultivation area. I've had a permit since 2017, and I consider myself an environmentalist and a land steward. I believe in biodiversity gardening and regenerative practices. Everyone who has been to our small cannabis garden is amazed at how clean and beautiful it is. Unfortunately, it has been very stressful and financially draining coming into compliance. It should not be this difficult to be legal and obtain a license, especially as a good player and a tax-paying community citizen. Thank you for your time. I appreciate all of you. Have a good day.
Teresa, I have a question for you. So how many square feet do you cultivate?
We have 4,800.
4,800. So it's about the size of a large vegetable garden.
Yeah, it's not big.
You know, I'm just thinking from an agronomic point of view that there are times where you have to rotate where you grow things, and this just doesn't seem like a good idea. You should have some flexibility inside of your property. to be able to move, especially a small garden like that around. It's one thing if we're cutting down large areas of trees illegally and things, but this just seems ill-advised. I don't know. So hopefully we can work this out as a board so that you have some flexibility as a grower to be able to work inside of the footprint of a cleared area.
Yeah, we don't have very much flat land on our property, so that really is the only area. And it's very small, and we don't plan on expanding. I couldn't imagine expanding.
Okay, thank you. And Supervisor Hasjack, you were there, you saw it.
Right, and I think that they're very good stewards of the land, and it's a beautiful setting, and if we can't get a permit for that farm, then there's something really wrong with the program. And to put them in the veg mod hell for these last couple years is really an injustice too, I think. I hope that we can fix that.
Supervisor Mulhern. I can't hear you.
We're all editorializing. Go right ahead.
This is why we're here, right? This is why we needed a process, because the department was unclear. So this is why we are working on this right now. So I actually think that this particular case might have been mentioned, and that was the reason we were going through, not this particular case, the reason we're going through this scenario, but because of cases like it. And that's why we chose the scenario number 1, so that people could have more flexibility. So County Council, can you clarify? I understand that Hannah spent a lot of time on a memo. I understand that other people have also spent quite some time preparing, but the conversation that the board had in public during this meeting is meant to give clear direction to staff so that we can move these applicants forward. We don't know how many. We don't know if they are all going to get through, but this is the entire purpose of why we're moving forward right now. So it would be great to finish hearing public comment and be able to move forward today.
I think that's our intent. I certainly don't want to keep doing this like, Groundhog Day. And I think that we're trying to provide clarity and move these 30 people forward. I don't know if there's more, as Ms. Nelson is suggesting, that there's another pile somewhere of many, many more. So if that's the case, we want to be sure that we have really clear instructions for how that's going to be handled, because I don't think any of us want to sit through this again. We want this settled once and for all. Mr. Ward.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Chair McGordy, County Council Curtis, Deputy CEO Antle. I'm going to come at this from a 28-year government employee who did nothing but administer ministerial permits. That's my bag. That's my wheelhouse. That's what I do. But first I want to say, hey, Ted, you're right. We're all outlaws. As somebody sharp-eyed at MCD got on the Google and matched it up with the building permit record, I bet everybody in here probably might need a building permit. Just saying. We're all outlaws. As a building official, you deal with definitions in the code. Definitions are the Bible. They're the guideline. We have a definition of of cultivation site. The language in the ordinance is clear on tree removal. I think VegMod's an unfortunate title for this exercise. It should be tree removal. VegMod, it's kind of colloquial, like camp. It's colloquial. It's a standard of proof. Either it is or it isn't. Either when you're on the horns of a dilemma as a regulator, which I was, you can go two ways. You can overregulate and find a way to say no, or you can be fair and try to find a way to say yes. Being overly subjective has no place in a ministerial permit process. No place. If an affiant says this is what it is, you trust the affiant until there is concrete proof from another agency otherwise. To distrust the affiant in this setting, if that's the mindset of MCD, does that mindset extend to the other applicants who aren't in VegMod hell, but are also given the, let's find out what's wrong with them before we find out what's good with the application. We have a time crunch here because of the delay in reviewing applications at MCD. And the state deadlines are coming up close, and some of these folks that are in VegMod or yet to be in VegMod, which I'm sure is 30 or more, are coming up against some DCC deadlines coming July. Through no fault of their own. This hasn't been resolved. You're right. This can's been kicked down the road and discussed ad nauseum. I'm a son of a lawyer. My sister's a lawyer. My niece is a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. I slept well last night. But I can tell you that Hannah's memos are brief, and you better pay attention to it. Thank you.
Hello, Board, County Council, Chair. My name is Brandon Parker, and I received a vegetation modification letter almost, I believe, going on a year ago. It's approaching 1 year since I first received the letter asking specifics regarding the vegetation removal seen in aerial photos taken of our property. I worked diligently during the 2 weeks following the initial letter to gather all the evidence and proof of the vegetation modification, including documentation from PG&E, the arborist from PG&E, size, dates, species of the vegetation modification in and around the questioned area, CAL FIRE, conditions of approval letter, pictures of downed trees and storms. I had an arborist come out and actually document the dead and dying vegetation that's still existing, and then also document the vegetation that was removed in the past too, and kind of go inside with what I'm saying. We had a letter from Leggett Fire came out, actually did a site inspection. There's a 1022 form that CAL FIRE does. It's an actual inspection form, and I think that we were probably referring to that earlier today. So I believe they come out and they do a whole inspection of the property. They'll tell you what you got to clean up, what you got to do. Well, we basically had the inspection, and they came through, told us what we got to clean up. They give you a big map and basically show you what you have to clean up, how far from your permitted structures, from your home, for your livestock, for your family, and so on. Upon sending all my proof and doing my due diligence to respond with all requested and acceptable evidence to the Cannabis Department, I waited for a month and got a response back stating the permit is still in jeopardy, basically, right? It was a no-go, no push forward, basically. You remove vegetation, according to the law, that's what it is. So I'm giving you a copy of all correspondence this far, and again, I'm stating facts. I believe the original intention of the verbiage in the ordinance for cannabis in Mendocino regarding veg modification in the section and tree removal were intended to halt new cannabis cultivation sites, post 2017. Intended to stop people from going onto new properties and scalping and clear cutting the forest for new cannabis cultivation. Instead, the ordinance verbiage restricts our right to safe fire protection, and the health and safety and human life and permitted structures, livestock, and our home. I believe the long arm of this section in the ordinance overreaches my rights for the simple fact that due to my choice of work puts my family in danger. The ordinance states no veg removal for cannabis cultivation after such date. The ordinance leaves no verbiage for required and requested removal from other agencies, including CAL FIRE. The ordinance leaves no verbiage for remediation or mitigation or veg mod declared a negative impact on environment, for example, replanting 3 to 1. If somebody goes and cuts down a tree or a bush or some vegetation, there should be some, mitigation there or a chance for somebody to go back and, take care of the environment. If we're going to do 3 to 1, we should come back and be able to have the chance to do our best part. I'm not allowed the safe fire protection as my other neighbors, and other farmers in Mendocino County for the simple fact that I grow cannabis. I feel the department, county need to allow for a meaningful use of the exemptions that already are in the ordinance. The meaningful use for the exemptions that are already in the ordinance, meaning the solutions are already there. They just need to be acknowledged by the Cannabis Department and legal side. To allow the safe removal and dead and dying vegetation and reasonable maintenance around our property for safety. In the papers presented, you'll see aerial photos of 2 garden sites, One of two is in jeopardy. The second site is an overgrown garden that needs to be cleared up, also according to CAL FIRE conditions of approval letter and CAL FIRE state requirements and homeowners and landowners. I'm in a pickle because if you do what I'm supposed to do, I feel like I will be at risk of receiving another veg modification letter for site 2. I realize everyone is in a different stage in the permitting process. Sometimes it takes explaining a certain situation to be understood. I want to reiterate that no vegetation was removed for cannabis cultivation, no new site has ever been developed, and I present all proof needed in response within the 15-day letter. With certain species of trees, size and diameter, and the arborist that did it upon date of removal. There should be a remedy for a fix. I kind of drew up a little, little funny drawing. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. These are the two garden sites. This is the cleanup around this site. This is the overgrow around this site. This site, I got a veg mod letter and I did the fire abatement. This site, I did not do the fire abatement and I did not get a letter. When they came, they told me that I need to clean it up. I have to do that. And that's what I'm here today talking to you about and why I'm in a pickle. The size of the garden is 3,000 square foot and I cultivate on 1,500 square feet of it. It's the size of a small house. There's no mention of me needing an arborist upon removal or when this law was put in or ordinance was put in. Post-review, there was no one stated that post-review was going to happen and then I needed to have an arborist later on down the fact. Denial and an appeal is unacceptable. I've done CEQA. I've had my biological assessment through the same folks at Jacob Zune here in the county. Passed with flying colors. We have no issues. I've not done or used a 3-acre conversion. My garden sites are pre-existing. The spot was built out in 1968. I've never expanded, nor do I want to expand. I'm sorry. All vegetation that is on my property, we use for heat. So we actually have 2 wood-burning stoves in my home, and everything never left the property. We actually have a log pile, and we actually use it for fuel during the winter. So that's something that I don't hear anybody talking about is, what about just being able to heat your home? How can you cut down vegetation? I understand the definition for a tree is 4 inches in diameter or less, but still, you're still allowed as a human to be able to heat and feed and clothe yourself. So you should be allowed to be able to use your fuel from your property to heat your home. I thank you so much for your time. I'm not sure if definition 1 is good enough to cover the broad basis of a lot of these folks, and I think a lot more folks are going to come forward. I think that the initial 40, I believe was letters sent out, around 40, and they halted after hitting the brick wall of pushback from everybody and everything. I don't think that they continued to send out letters. I may be mistaken. County Council might know if they continuously are sending out these veg mods or doing homework on these, but I haven't heard anything from the initial 40. Site-specific environmental reviews sounds kind of egregious or extra, especially when we've done biological assessments and sensitive habitat reports along with completing CEQAs, yada, 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 yada. If it's needed, okay. I'm just here to play the game. So I thank you all for your time and for your considerations in all this matter. And I hope that we can get it done speedy. This pretty simple. I think we can go through all 30 applicants in 30 minutes. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to speak? If not, we will go to, I'm sorry.
I had a
Supervisor
real quick
Williams.
question for the previous speaker. Before you, I didn't catch your name. No, previous, one back.
Teresa?
Teresa. I'm sorry. How many trees total came down, and how many did you electively remove in the aggregate?
So we had 2 trees fall.
Okay.
Actually 3, because one just fell.
And did you cut any?
Yeah, we did.
How many?
About 3.
3?
They were not inside the garden, though. They were close to our studio.
Okay,
Yeah.
so 3 storm and 3 elective. Thank you.
Okay, now shall we go to callers online, starting with Monique Ramirez.
Thank you, Board, for the opportunity to speak. Just as a community member listening to everybody's comments, it's heartbreaking to hear these stories of people's lives and all of the stress that that must cause them, not knowing how they stand with their cultivation permit, now how they mitigate the issues that they have with their land. I mean, having trees that are dead and not knowing if they can even cut them down, like there's something so broken here. And we need to help these people, and we need to do it today, not tomorrow, not in a week. We got to figure this out, and we have to stop creating all these problems that we don't need to have. Like, I've watched the original videos on YouTube of the discussion that was had between the old board when they came up with this provision in the ordinance. And I really wish that John McCowan was here today to speak to it, because I don't feel that even then his intent was to see what's unfolded now for the people that have been trapped into this awful situation. And we need to go back and look at that and realize that that language is right there. It was, you know, to protect the community, our environment. We didn't want to have big properties just bulldozed and plots of cannabis planted in its place. And so that was kind of the intent, to make sure that that wasn't happening. And clearly it isn't, you know, so can we just make it simple? Can we just figure out a way to do that? It would be so great. Thank you so much.
Okay, next on the line is Michael Katz.
Yes, good afternoon, Board. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I really appreciate the conversation that's happened today, and I want to thank the Board for what sounds like a shift and a desire to create flexibility and support the small operators who are going through this struggle. I'm still hearing a significant amount of pushback, though, from County Council and perhaps Director Nevedal. And so it is my sincere hope that they will hear what the Board is saying and work to create the pathway to make that happen. What we have seen multiple times in the past couple of years is that directives from the Board about moving people through the program in a streamlined, efficient way that is in line with the ordinance, but allows for the greatest flexibility possible within that interpretation. And we've seen constant pushback from County Council and the department on these arenas. So this is a step in the right direction, but in order to continue in the right direction, I encourage the Board to assign the reading and of Hannah's memo and to adopt the recommendations within, so that we can address this veg mod question once and for all and have it identified, not just for the people who have already been caught up in it, but we can move forward with clear process for new folks coming into the system if and when they desire to. So, and additionally, if there are any changes that are to be made to the ordinance regarding this or any other topic, it's important to remember that there are many, many past directives that the Board has given for adjustments to the ordinance that still have not been made. And any time that the ordinance is going to be amended is a great opportunity to put those in. So thank you for your consideration of this matter.
Next we have Paul Hansberry.
Well, good afternoon. This is Paul Hansberry, lovingly and legally. I've stated to County Council before, I have no idea why this is such a big issue. I know Mo was there, Hannah was there, I was there, my partner Susan was there. Supervisor Journey was there. Who was the other? Matt Kidrowski was there. When this was all spoken about, when this was all brought up. It had to do with people that were environmental villains, people that were clear cutting and bulldozing mountainsides for huge grows. That was the idea, to keep the prevention. It was, now we have County Council who has a very textualistic view of the ordinance and is coming through it and with the letter of the law. The purposivism should prevail here because it's the intent. You know, like I said earlier, the people that drafted the ordinance were mere mortals. And they had they were blazing new ground, trying to figure out what was the best way to do something that they knew little about. They tried as hard as they could, but this is what they came out with. And now to scrutinize it the way that it's being scrutinized is just plain wrong. It's just plain wrong. So getting through and going through the text rather than going to the intent of what was written, and giving the people that wrote the thing a little bit of slack in the interpretation 5-6 years later would go a long way. We need to incentivize these people, and instead we're destroying them. I know County Council a little bit earlier today suggested that we just eliminate the program. At least that's what it sounded like to me. But we didn't want to do that. He at least admitted that. But it seems to me that that's where he's going with his interpretation of this ordinance, and it's giving everybody the blues. So to go say PG&E cut down some trees to clear some wires, and then someone went and planted where they had cut down the trees, but that wasn't allowed. Now the trees weren't cut down for the purpose of cultivation. It was just an opportunity, and a good opportunity for the applicant, for the person who's applying. But still, that wasn't. It was twisted into something that it wasn't, and that's got to stop. So an affidavit would, and just believe them. We're not all criminals. You know, we're not liars. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Oh, and Susan would like to speak.
Go ahead, Susan.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Just briefly, maybe there's, there are a lot of ways to look at something and understand something. And from a horticultural perspective, one of the speakers very movingly pointed out that thousands upon thousands of our trees are dying. For those of us who have a horticultural background like myself, I'm seeing plants and trees really, really suffering the same way the whole planet is suffering. And so sometimes if we can be a little kinder, as Paul was saying, and understand that we are stewards of the land and we are doing our very, very best. And rather than have a gotcha kind of mentality, if we can share the information, my ceanothus is a very strong, rugged tree. That tree is really, really suffering right now. I hope I don't lose it. And I hope if I do lose it and I have to remove it, that I won't be penalized for that. Thank you very much.
We have Gerasimos Christophoratos on the line.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Gerasimos Christophoratos, and I have a permit in District 3, which we got in January of 2017. When Siobhan was head of the department, she looked at the maps just as is happening right now under Kirsten Everdahl, and she also found an error with supposed tree clearing. She called code enforcement, who came out to her property along with a CDFA agent. I'm forgetting her name at the moment, but they came out, did their inspection, and they gave me a piece of paper when they left that clearly states there was no wrongdoing found. We had sent that documentation in February, I think it was 2022, when Kirsten Everdahl's MCD sent out the VegMod letters, and that was not good enough as proof. And so I have several questions for you guys. I do not expect an answer, but I would like for you guys to consider these questions. And one of those is, what if the CDFA and code enforcement is not a good document to prove there was no wrongdoing? I would ask the question, then what is? Also, if we also had removed the trees prior to the May 4th date, and another question I have is, can your maps see when those trees were cut, and what time frame are you guys looking at when you're looking at those maps? Also, another question, can you guys differentiate, and I know this was, I think Hannah mentioned this, can you guys differentiate between brush, dead standing trees, actual trees? Now, we did remove some trees after that 2018 period, after we had spoken to people within the department about whether or not we can cut specific trees that were standing dead. And what they had told us, and I'm pretty sure that other people have heard this as well, is that just as long as we have documentation, take some video footage of the tree, showing that the tree was having issues, it can be removed. And so, I think a lot of these issues probably also arise too. I think Supervisor McCourty spoke about, this whole thing about moving crops around to keep the land healthy. And I think some of these issues arise because we took cannabis outside of being an agricultural product. And if we truly look at the situation, it's an ag product. We have to consider that and look at the situation and other types of agriculture methods and how methods have been done for so long. And I think that would actually help us. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you guys for, again, bringing this up for discussion. I think a lot of us are in a situation now where it sounds like the program has kind of been overreaching with these letters going out. And for us to have to prove this again for a second time, I've mentioned before the thousands of hurdles that get put in front of us, and there's no way to jump over them. We just fall into the hurdles, and it's just a mess. So thank you for your time.
Have one more? Okay.
My name is Ellen Drell, and I'm commenting on agenda item 4C on Tuesday, February 7th agenda. This is not the way to solve complex problems. Staff and concerned applicants and the public and representatives from the resource agencies need to sit down in a workshop setting and hammer out solutions. In my opinion, the proposed options in front of you today don't resolve any ambiguities, but instead they are another effort to undermine the environmental protections of 10A17. Staff appears to be trying to finesse a change to 10A17 that would exclude road building, pond building, irrigation and power infrastructure building, driveways, parking lots from what is meant by creating and expanding a cannabis cultivation site, and thus be, under those would be subject to the tree removal prohibition. Clearly, this was not the intent of the ordinance and the accompanying MMD. Why the staff would do this, I have no idea. It's obvious that pond building, road widening, and parking lot impacts are have much more potential for environmental impacts and likely removal of trees than does erecting a drying shed. I think the real hang-up here is what to do with Phase 1 growers who expanded under the amended Table 1 grow size allowances of 10A17, while the county abandoned site inspections and also failed to cooperate effectively or to collaborate effectively with the resource agencies. I have suggestions about how the county cannabis department could move forward in processing these permits around the tree cutting issue and the expansion issue, but unfortunately I do not have time now to go into those. I hope staff will contact me or my supervisor will contact me to discuss what some of these paths might be. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Okay, we heard a lot of feedback. I'm not really into the bashing staff. I think our staff is following board direction. And if there's a problem here, it's the 5 of us who are responsible. It's not staff, because we told them to carry out this direction. A lot of times what I see is somebody tunes in and they didn't see 6 months earlier we gave direction to staff. They don't like what staff is doing and they think it's our staff running off on their own. No, it's the board. It's board direction. We gave bad direction. And I think in some cases we're not giving enough direction, and the gaps are being filled. The big picture here is we have a program that if we continue to operate the way we've been, we set these definitions, 90% or more will not make it through. And so if we have to decide as a board, is our goal to strictly follow the existing language letter for letter, and if 90% get booted out, that's just life? Or are we trying to bring more of them in as part of the transition? Now, I think it'll be pointed out, there was never a presumption that everyone who applied would be successful. And I think there are some bad actors. It's the problem with generalizing. Not all the people in our program treat the land well, but others do. We don't want to group them all together. It's case by case, and you kind of know it when you see it. Supervisor McGordy, what if we were to apply this level of scrutiny to grape growing in Mendocino County?
The industry would be much, much, much smaller.
And how many acres of, what's an average grape farm?
In Mendocino County, around 20 acres.
20 acres. So the entire legal cannabis may be, what?
300.
Almost 200, less than 200 acres. These are quarter-acre farms. So, maybe you're talking about 10 grape farms in the aggregate. I don't know how much forest land we have. You might. Mendocino Redwood Company, I think, holds 230,000 acres, and they're actively harvesting it, hopefully even aged, and hopefully they're encouraging forest health. But 230,000 acres of forest that are under harvest, and we're worried about somebody that's cut 3 trees. It's so this isn't our director or county council. This is on the board. Somehow we are supporting a program that puts people out of business because they've cut 3 trees on rural acreage. And, that's where I'm stuck. I want to say, let's pass these definitions. It'll move us in the right direction. I actually don't know if it will. I can't backtest it. What if Hannah's right and there's far more? And end of the day, what's fair is to get these people transitioned, get them their permits, because they've been waiting for so long. If they've been waiting 7 years, it's not the same standard. And the direction I want to give is issue the permits. And CAL FIRE, other state agencies didn't find forestry violations. Good enough for us.
Well, I'm inclined to agree. I'm not worried about a few peripheral trees that come down, and certainly dead trees need to come down. They are a hazard to life and limb because all it takes is one of the storms like we've had, anybody near it, people get injured. I mean, you showed me some pictures yesterday of Bower Park and trees that came down there that just about destroyed the picnic area and another structure that was there. So these are real hazards. They're not imagined, let's do it to see if we can get MCD mad at us. These are real things that part of rural living is being, aware of what's in your surroundings and your environment. So that's quite different when taking down trees that like we talked about the last meeting, the trees that are near your house or your parking area versus clear cutting a large area. Those are 2 different things. And I'm guessing that when this ordinance was originally written, that's what people were interested in. They weren't looking at a few trees. I don't know, Dan, you were here probably through some of it, so maybe you can reflect and help us.
Well, so remember at the time this ordinance was written, I think the common thought was that the price of cannabis was about $2,000 a pound, and there was quite a bit of public testimony raising concerns that where people were going to come into Mendocino County, which in fact people did come into Mendocino County, buy up land and start clear cutting the hillsides. And so they didn't want to see the county create an ordinance that would incentivize or reward that behavior. And so that's why we have the ordinance we have. Maybe it wasn't perfect. Maybe there was a different way of phrasing the ordinance, but that was, I think, the reason for the ordinance that we have.
So from your perspective, looking at the questions we're having today about a few trees that are dead, that are coming down, that would kick somebody out of the program, does that seem like the original intent?
I don't think that level of thought was given to that scenario. I think, again, the focus was more on trying to discourage people from coming in and clear cutting hillsides. I don't think anybody, at least nobody said in the meeting that they were looking to kick people out of the program because of 1 or 2 trees. That wasn't ever stated.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, we've got this log jam with our permitting program. And if county council says that we can't just grant everyone the permits, we're really trying to figure out how to make it work at this point. And so, I haven't been able to look at Hannah Nelson's memo. I didn't have time. I didn't see it last night. And Ellen Drell has some concerns. I don't know how to move this forward, but I think that we do need to, who knows, if we adopt what we've just looked at today, number 1, CAL FIRE, and this affidavit, we don't know if we're going to get Ms. Sisho through the program still, or Mr. Parker, and I think that from what I've seen and what I've heard, that those are 2 legitimate businesses that we want to support. And so I don't want to kick this can down the road more, but at the same time, I want to make sure that whatever we do is the right decision, and so we don't have to keep revisiting it.
I agree.
So how do we do that with getting proper input? Do we send it back to the General Government Committee at this point? Look at the memo, get some other stakeholder input, look at the regulatory agencies, have them come and talk to us. I just don't want to go ahead with approving something and having it not be the right decision at this point.
Supervisor Mulhern, you've looked at this for a couple different ways and different times, having been on the General Government Committee. So what's your feeling about, from your perspective, the best way forward?
From my perspective, we need to move forward. And I think that the point that Supervisor Williams made about people not understanding the direction, and I own that I really thought we were going to get more applicants to go in through the portal. I really thought we needed to just give people some time so they could turn in their state licenses. I really thought that we were going to get more applicants through the process. Where we are right now is we have a proposal by the department that has been heard in public, I believe, 3 or 4 times. And we have applicants that have turned in all of their information that are sitting on the sidelines that could possibly be issued state licenses, but can't because of the bottleneck of these issues that need to be dealt with. And so instead of dealing with it today, we're gonna again kick the can down the road. And I think it's time that earlier Supervisor Haschak said, hey, let's move forward with this right now. The department can continue to, or can start reviews and start going through the process. And if it's 50%, then we can have the red flag and then we can have it come back to GGC. I really don't think that we are serving the applicants that have had their permits, have their embossed receipts, have done all of their due diligence by continuing to put them aside while we deal with this. And I really think that if that's what the board's decision is going to be, then that needs to be a very clear statement that the director and the cannabis department staff don't have to hold that angst because they're the ones that get it. I mean, we get it, but we don't get it like they do. And I think that, we do have a responsibility as board members to continue to try to move the program forward. And no, none of it is perfect. But again, it's not going to be done this year. It's not going to be done next year. There's going to be constant changes in state licensing, in county licensing. This is a new legislation. Like it is going to be changing. So I just want to be very clear that if we're going to kick this down the road today, then I don't want for the department to have to take that heat if that's the decision of the board.
I'd prefer not to kick the can down the road personally. I think I've heard enough. And the way that I view it is if we're talking about a few trees that are inside of your growing area that are health and human safety issues, and you should be free to take them down without any consequences. If, on the other hand, you've cleared a substantial amount of area since the date was given, of May of 2017, you don't get a license. So to me, it's pretty clear. And I don't understand what we need to do different. We also have the tools have been put in place that you can do a self-affirmation on this, and we also have the CAL FIRE recommendations for vegetation removal that also would be a way of confirming that the vegetation removal you did was done under the supervision of somebody who's a professional. To me, that's enough to move forward. And if there's some that are in gray areas, then we'll deal with the gray areas. But let's not just keep saying, well, gee, it's not perfect, so let's not do anything. I don't think that's the right step. So that's my thought. Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I could go along with that, and then if we find that 50% aren't making it through with this veg mod, then the General Government Committee could look at it and see if we need to make adjustments to what we've just done. Is that kind of your idea?
Yeah, that's my idea. Is
Okay.
that let's keep moving. I mean, let's not just stand here and do nothing. There probably is some room for improvement, but let's at least move forward. And our goal here is to get people through this permitting process. It's just taken forever. So Supervisor Jordy and then Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I support what the others have said about just let's move forward with the items that the staff has brought forward and the General Government Committee brought forward, and let the General Government Committee hear additional ideas that I'm sure will continue to come in.
Supervisor Williams.
There's an existing model in place. You take out a permit and you have the inspector come out for your roofing, and he's not to go open your wood stove and see is there anything wrong, and then go in your kitchen and pull off a cover to an outlet and see was it wired properly, right? He's there for a particular purpose. He's not there to look for every other imaginable problem. So what I would suggest is we direct staff to presume that there is not tree removal unless there's an affirmative complaint from a state resource agency that has not been mitigated. It's very simple. Unless there's a notice that there's a problem, stop looking into it. We're creating problems. We're not solving problems here. We're creating problems. And with this new language, we're going to find more exceptions, and we're going to be right back to where we started. And we're going to have some people learn that we made a fix, and they're not in. They're now out of the program. How are they going to feel?
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So from a process issue, I want you to be aware, if you do the clarifying ordinance that was suggested, that is going to be coming back to you at least 2 more times, one for the first reading of the language and the second for adoption. So I do want the board to be aware of that process-wise. Also want you to be aware, you could also, there's some limits to how much staff can do in parallel, but you could also sort of direct starting the process for conducting environmental review and looking at removing some of the tree restriction and tree removal prohibitions or tree removal restrictions that are currently in the ordinance. And then I don't know how long that process is going to be. It's going to depend upon what level of environmental review gets undertaken, and then it's going to depend on whether or not we get sued on that environmental review. But you could, in fact, start that process now if you so wanted. I do have to mention, I'm going to have to advise the director and advise staff that they are going to need to follow the ordinance. And this board does have the ability to give some direction, but I am a little bit concerned. I'm hearing potentially direction to do things that might require a change in the ordinance without changing the ordinance and without the CEQA. And I just want to emphasize for the board that that can create a really difficult position for staff, because strictly speaking, staff is required to follow what is in the ordinance, and if staff doesn't follow what's in the ordinance, they are subject to potential mandamus action, et cetera. So I really would encourage this board, to the extent that you want to make changes in the program, do it through the ordinance amendment process, and don't rely just on sort of direction for those things that might require an affirmative ordinance change.
Is that County Council's statement in response to Williams' proposal?
It's in response to the few of the things that have been said here.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not suggesting, I don't want to go through an ordinance revision. I'm not suggesting any changes to the ordinance. I'm suggesting it's enough to ask the applicant, have you removed trees? And when the applicant says no, that's the end. We don't need to go out there and investigate. We don't need to send an arborist out. We don't need satellite photos. Drop it. They've said no. That's following our ordinance. We asked the question. The way we're going, and I mean, I'm sorry, even the way staff has driven this over N years, we're booting everybody out of the program and we're spending millions of dollars to do it. This is not working. And I see this, I've been here long enough to see we're doing it once again. I'm trying to put the brakes on it. This is the same pattern we've been in of one more change, one more clarification. And what do you think the outcome will be that we're going to have? Right now, I think we have 23 licensed cannabis farms in Mendocino County out of the original maybe 9,000. About 1,200 tried to come into compliance, and you got 23 over 7 years. Do you think that's going to jump substantially the way we're giving direction? There's a bigger picture problem here. The way we're working, we're not making progress. And I've been here for 4 years, so I've seen it. We just keep iterating and iterating, and there's nothing to show.
This is a concern of mine as well. So part of what we're supposed to do is fix things and make things work. I don't know that we're making a lot of progress here, and that's why I kind of agree with you that basically you've got the ability to state the facts, and unless we have really concrete proof that that's not the case, we go forward.
If I may, I don't know if this is going to bring Supervisor Williams any comfort, but the proposal on the affidavit, and we got direction to simplify the affidavit, is to have something that the department can have a document they rely on, they're able to issue the permit on that basis, doesn't require additional review or follow-up. But what I don't think I can advise is that if they do, right, if they go out and they do see an acre that's clear-cut, and inspections are required, not necessarily for that purpose, but inspections are required as part of the permitting process, I don't think what I can tell them is you can put blinders on and ignore it. Right? If there is something that indicates that essentially the affidavit was falsified, they may have an obligation to look into that and to deny it. That doesn't mean that every detail in the affidavit has to be independently verified. That would defeat the entire purpose of the affidavit, which is to give them an evidentiary basis and to not require these sort of open-ended inquiries into what are the facts and what information we have. So that is the proposal. We're trying to steer this sort of as, I recognize there are some comments from some that would prefer to go further and maybe, have it limited to, where there's been a violation of the resource agency. And I just want to be clear, the problem on that front is that the ordinance prohibits removal of trees that are completely lawful within the scope of a resource agency violation, right? So in order to be compliant with the ordinance, we've got the affidavit process. If there's some reason to believe that's wrong, the department may have to follow up, but otherwise that's what we've got.
So when I read the ordinance, I see there's exceptions, like for safety. And I have no way to tell an applicant that when they're claiming they removed a tree for safety, that it's not so. and maybe they removed a quarter acre around their farm, and they say it was for safety. I don't think it's our job to go out there and argue with them that it's not. I mean, look, we're worried about litigation. This keeps being thrown around that the county is going to get sued. And it's probably true. You can't make policy decisions based on being sued, right? I imagine there isn't a day that goes by when this county isn't threatened with a lawsuit. So that's not the driving factor, but are we going to, we have Ellen Drell, who I don't know if she's representing Willits Environmental Center. They've sued us before, but she seems to be in line with the cannabis folks. So yeah, okay. Exactly. So I'm trusting some of what I've heard here, but the point is, who is going to sue us when we have the environmental community in this county and the cannabis cultivators and the consultants, everybody aligned, the county's going in the wrong direction, don't pass this. And then we think that we know better and we're going to pass it to solve a problem. That just strikes me as a high risk.
Mr. Supervisor Williams, Ellen Drell's voicemail clearly stated that option one, which this board has indicated they want to go with, is not offering enough environmental protections and goes way too far on the side of the cannabis cultivators. So just a point of clarification. And I feel like this, this has been a good opportunity to have a dialogue and a debate. I really don't feel like we're getting anywhere from moving the entire permitting process forward. And like to your point about we just keep changing things. Yeah, more things come up that aren't working. It's our job to try to figure out how to do it better. So the more that these things come up, as people are approved or denied, because again, we all knew that we were going to get to a point where people were either going to get approved or denied. And it's our responsibility to deal with the things that are coming up. It's going to be our responsibility to deal with the appeal process and the denials. I mean, that's all going to fall on our lap because of an ordinance that was created before some of us were here. So I don't mind continuing to have conversations about the cannabis industry and what we need to do as a board to improve it. And this is just one step of something that has been inhibiting the ability of the department to review applicants that have submitted all of their paperwork and are sitting in the wings because this board has directed, myself included, to continue to try and pull as many people into the fold as we can. They're not coming into the fold. We need to focus on the people that have submitted their paperwork. That's my opinion.
For a clarifying question, earlier we heard this is only affecting 30 people and it won't solve it for all of them. How is that holding up the pipeline of the hundreds?
Because we have to deal with this, we have to deal with other issues that we're waiting for responses from county council before we are working through all of the reviews for all of the applications. We have a timeline. We all have seen that timeline. I don't even know for how many months that we know that timeline of the state licenses, when those people are going to be reviewed. The longer we drag out these other issues, the longer it takes to get to the actual review process. And I don't have the timeline pulled up in front of me. It should, I believe, be starting in April or March, but it's preventing us from being able to move forward with the reviews. All of the other details, which are important and which we need to hammer out, but I also feel like it is inhibiting the reviews of the applicants that have submitted their paperwork.
So that's new information to me. I just don't see how that could be. These 30 might be blocked, but I don't see how any others would. It's not like you have to, nobody can review good applications because we're waiting on this decision. Separate.
Supervisor Hasjack, and then hopefully that'll be us, and then maybe we'll go to recall.
Well, getting back
Ms.
to
Nelson.
what we're supposed to be talking about today about VegMod, and obviously it's a small part of the big picture. But if we're saying with the affidavit, we can give direction to the cannabis department that they are to accept the affidavit unless there's really an egregious conflict with the reality, then we're good to go. Is that acceptable? County Council?
I'm, in terms of the phrasing, I don't,
Yeah.
the thing that I want to be careful about is that sometimes when this board has given direction on these things, sometimes members of the public have took that as an indication that staff has been directed to ignore violations. Or, and I don't, that's certainly not a majority of the people out there, but it has been heard that way sometimes by people, and that has resulted in conflict with the department. And I just, what I would suggest is that you could phrase it as staff is directed to go ahead and use the affidavit process, to rely on the affidavit for making the determination, and to only go outside the affidavit when things have independently come to their attention that can't be ignored.
Okay, can we agree to that?
I can.
Okay. We have a majority?
So,
Right. And I think we were,
Anna, we'll give you one final.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. Two things. I have suggested language. First off, it can be written in that staff is to not ignore contradictory evidence, just to cover your concern, County Council, but that the affidavit is to be accepted as sufficient proof unless CAL FIRE, CDF, whichever term you think is more appropriate, a CDF violation or code enforcement violation specifically contradicts the affidavit or other evidence that wholly contradicts the affidavit or the affiant. And I think that the real issue is what level of evidence and where there, I'm afraid of a further bottleneck is that MCD, in feeling that it needs to carry out its due diligence, will go so far in the pendulum to try and say, well, this satellite image could show blah, blah, blah. And that's all I'm trying to prevent against, because under the assumption that it's carrying out its duty, it's been doing that precisely, using insufficient evidence to contradict what a person is willing to swear to. So I think that there is a way to craft this language to satisfy all concerned and give directions. And going back to Ms. Drell, and perhaps Atlas can confirm this, she indicated to me that she misunderstood the language because, as we've previously indicated, it's confusing. And with respect, and I'm just going to ignore the definition part of her comments, with respect to the conversation that I had with her on the disease and safety, she is in whole agreement that this is insane to prevent these people from going further. Further, she suggested, as I have, that any removal that might have occurred could be dealt with in the sensitive species and habitat review process, which is something that I've repeatedly pointed out. And that's all, but I really think that we can craft language with respect to direction, and the key issue is not just what the affiant says and streamlining what the affidavit says, but the board directing and really clarifying what is the level of evidence that you do want MCD to all of a sudden go, oh, we better look at this further. And that's the key issue. And if it's a CDF violation or a code enforcement violation dealing with this, or other sufficient evidence that wholly contradicts, then we're not having this fuzzy stuff. Thank you.
Supervisor Hasjack.
so can Ms. Nelson send that to County Council? And is that language that we could work with?
I don't think that's what I would settle on, but I think we're close.
Okay.
In terms of and I think that the idea here is largely consistent in terms of the use of the affidavit process. I am a little bit concerned still about violation. The issue of the violations, I think, muddies things in terms of understanding what is and is not going to trigger this, because again, the ordinance stands independent of any of these other things. I think a violation clearly would be grounds for not granting the permit, but that's never been the area where we've had any confusion or issues on this. The meat of it really comes down to the situations where there's some substantial or significant evidence that indicates that the information in the affidavit was false.
Go ahead.
I could support the Hannah Nelson language as well.
Okay, well, we have to have some kind of motion, or how should we proceed?
Yeah, a motion would be worthwhile. In particular, on the definitional issue, we are going to have to come back, so it would be direction to County Council to draft an ordinance change reflecting, in this case, I believe the board's intent was definition number 1 as presented.
Okay. Care to make a motion?
I have one last question regarding about.
Hang on a second. Let's ask the chair if it's permitted.
Is that okay, Chair?
If you're quick, yes.
Yeah, I'm quick, I promise. If we keep kicking the can down the lane, is it going to affect the LEAP grant applicants and their approvals or denials of getting grants in the coming months for the previous year, to pay taxes, to pay things like this? Are we sweeping that under the rug? Is there some part of the agency that's responsible for communicating with the LEAP grant that's going to deny people, the 30 people per se, that are possibly in limbo right now if this keeps getting kicked down? That's all.
Yeah, we're concerned about that. That's why we're trying to move forward with something definitive here, so. Okay.
So you're looking for a motion?
Yeah, some kind of a motion.
I would move, we direct County Council to come back with ordinance changes per the definitions agreed upon by the board today and incorporate the Hannah Nelson language. Hannah, would you be willing to send that to County Council and the board? Thank you.
Was the motion to incorporate the Hannah Nelson language in the ordinance?
In what comes back. This is the affidavit.
So there's really two parts we've talked about today. One was the definition, right, of what standard we want to hold to, and the second part was having an attestment to the fact that people, didn't remove any vegetation.
Well, I think that what Ms. Nelson was talking about and what County Council's talking about is kind of direction to the department and in regards to the affidavit.
Right.
So I agree with the motion. I would just say that, County Council needs to work with Ms. Nelson to craft something.
Is that a second?
Yes.
And do we want Ms. Nelson to read that language again for us so that the clerk can capture?
I don't think we need to do that right now. I think it's, the intent's there of what we want to do. And I don't want, this is just my own personal bias, I don't want us to have to take the language verbatim. I want it to guide our county council in what he crafts.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I can support that.
Okay, so did you get that? I'm sorry?
The motion was basically the recommended action to direct county council to return with proposed ordinance changes reflecting the definitions agreed upon today and use the Hannah Nelson language as a guide for changes to the affidavit.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Haschak. So motion on the floor. We're ready for a vote.
Excuse me.
Oh, yes.
Well, just for clarification, there was more conversation about the affidavit than just what Ms. Nelson spoke about, and I want to make sure that that's included in the direction to simplify the affidavit.
The maker amends to include striking the section in the affidavit regarding when the trees were cut and how the trees were bartered. No?
I really just think that we can give staff direction to simplify the affidavit. I think that they're going to find other
Okay.
things that we can streamline with.
Amended to direct staff to simplify. Is the second degree?
Yes.
Is that instead of the Hannah Nelson?
No, in addition.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern? Supervisor Hashek?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
All right, thank you, and to the cannabis community, I just want to let you know, we're trying really hard to make this work. It's not easy, and I'm not sure where all the problems are, but and it's not just the board that's doing this, it's also our staff, and I think we'd be remiss not to recognize that the Mendocino Cannabis Department works pretty hard to make things, legal, and I kind of agree with Supervisor Williams that maybe our directions at times have not been as clear as they should be, so we're going to keep working on this till we get it right. Okay, would you guys like to take a break? Would you like?
I think we got 2 items.
Yeah.
4F can be 2 minutes.
Okay. Let's go ahead then. Looks like you will defer on the break, so we'll go to item 4F, which is discussion and possible action, including review, adoption, amendment.
4D.
Oh, 4D, I'm sorry. I'm working off my wrong pen. 4D. Okay, 4D is agenda item discussion and possible action, including approval of agreement with Larson LLP in the amount of $25,000 for legal opinion regarding federal implications associated with Mendocino County Cannabis Local Equity Grant Program, effective upon signing through June 30th, 2023. County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the contract the board directed me to bring back with respect to outside counsel opinion regarding legality of certain aspects of the Cannabis Equity Grant Program, in particular those items that may be funding the cultivation or other commercial cannabis activity without some independent governmental purpose attached. I previously mentioned there was a possibility of seeking an attorney general opinion. They had represented to me that they had staffed up their unit. The opinion unit, as you recall, had previously been taking inordinately long amounts of time to render opinions to the requesters. They had indicated that they had staffed up such that they thought they could get something done within about 6 months. Since that time, I have learned that they had a large number of illnesses and departures, and they are no longer able to meet those timelines. I believe we're now looking at something realistically more likely in the range of 1 year. I could push them to potentially go a little bit faster there. That would be the cheaper option, as there would be no cost associated with it on the county side. The alternative is that we have found a law firm. We've attached the credentials. These would be specialists in federal criminal law. I believe the partners included the former public defender for the Central District of California and the former federal judge, who are both, I believe, partners in the law firm. They offered a rather substantial discount to the county, although it's still, discount of their rates is still relatively high. The estimated number of hours they provided clocked in at about 20,000, a little bit more for potential cost. So we drafted a proposed contract with a cap of 25,000. We don't currently have that in the county council budget. There's a cannabis contract currently with about 10,000 left on it that we could suspend use of now that we do have we're fully staffed with deputies and are able to handle some of that work internally. But that would still leave about 15,000 on the contract not currently funded. I talked to the executive office initially about the possibility of maybe using some of the money from the cannabis budget unit. However, since that time, the cannabis budget has been in a somewhat more difficult status. So, the board's options at this time are essentially, don't request an opinion, just proceed with the legal analysis I've already given you. Request an opinion from the Attorney General, or move forward with the contract for this firm, or, conceptually, find some other firm if that were the board's direction.
So I'm curious, Counselor, you don't feel you have internal capacity to go to the stacks and the databases and talk to people to find out what the probability of us being at risk?
I have already done legal analysis on this, and I've provided this board confidentially with my legal analysis. The thing is, in those contexts, because this is an area that is specific to federal criminal law, which is an area we don't practice very much, and frankly, most of the authority that we've seen has been coming from state courts rather than federal courts. It is an area that would be prudent to have an opinion, given the stakes, from a specialist in that field. And we did find one, again, with a pretty steep discount, but very high qualifications, that would be able to provide that. I could spend more time with this, but I don't know that there's anything that I would feel would be especially productive internally for us to be spending more time on. The goal would be to be essentially getting a second opinion from someone with some pretty specialized expertise.
And within your kind of ecosystem of practitioners here in the county, you don't feel that there's a way of getting local knowledge on this?
So, we do have, so let me back up. For this particular task and this particular assignment, I don't know that there's any particular local resource that I would feel especially well suited to something of this particular nature. Now, we do have, a former public defender and two former deputy DAs in my office, right? So if we're just asking for criminal law opinion generally, I'm happy to run my analysis by them, get a little bit more research, et cetera. But again, they're primarily dealing with the areas of state law, and this is also one where it's a bit more specialized in some ways, because we're specifically talking about the mens rea requirements with respect to criminal conspiracy under federal law related to the cultivation of cannabis in a context of a state-sponsored government program. Now, my understanding was this firm had actually dealt with some of the early issues related to cannabis in California with decriminalization. I mean, again, if the board would like, you can certainly rely on the analysis I have. If you want to direct me to go back and do more of it, that's fine. But given the issue, I think I ought to recommend to you, if I'm being, if I'm really doing my due diligence, I think it's appropriate for me to recommend at least considering this option.
Other board members, comments? Start with Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I'm comfortable with the analysis that County Council has given us so far, and I think that we can rely on that analysis, and we can move forward without any further delay with waiting for further analysis, waiting for the Attorney General, or spending this $25,000 on outside counsel. We have already, we've talked about, roads and everything. We've heard from staff who, we saw this morning people really wanting a salary increase, and it's always the question, where is it coming from? And this 25,000, if we spend it, it's going to come from somewhere. And we don't really know where it all come from at this point. I just think it's, we can rely on what the county council has already given us.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I agree. I have enough information to just move forward with what we've been provided. And I don't want to spend $25,000, and I also don't think we need to invest any internal county council time. And I don't really think we need to invest time in figuring out an attorney general's opinion.
Yeah, I really appreciate the concern that county council has of looking out for us. However, in the grand scheme of things, when we look at the fentanyl crisis that we're having now in our state and country, I don't think that the DEA would come after us for committing conspiracy to help cannabis growers produce cannabis, especially since it's such a struggling industry. I don't think there's a lot of value there in terms of the feds wanting to come in to show us what's right. If we were running protection rackets, that'd be really different. But I think what we're trying to do here is probably doesn't rise to a level that would really attract a lot of attention. So I kind of agree with the other supervisors who've spoken so far. Supervisor Williams.
Brother Jurdy, go next.
All right, Supervisor Jurdy.
I'm fine dropping it. Dropping this item.
So it sounds like there's a majority. I'm the odd one out here. I will have trouble supporting the equity out of a concern for HR. We have people go out and we pay settlements where I think the county doesn't have any wrongdoing, and it's cheaper to pay the settlement than it is to fight it. And I would like to have an opinion on file that we're operating legally. I would rather have the AG opinion for free, and I'm happy to wait the year to get it.
And that's okay. I'd be okay with that. I'd also like to know how Cal Cannabis has weighed in on this, because obviously they would be co-conspirators if there was something illegal going on here, and I just wonder if Councilor Curtis has talked with them about it.
I have not, outside of the context of this board meeting. Candidly, under the analysis I provided, I think the greatest risk actually attaches to the five of you.
So with that, I would just like it recorded that I'm not in favor of the equity program based on the current opinion from county council. And I would like to support the program, but I would need an outside legal expert to opine that our current opinion is inaccurate.
All right, public comment.
Good afternoon, Hannah Nelson. So this ill-fitting jacket is my lucky jacket. I won my first jury trial in Mendocino County in 1992. I happened to be wearing this. Coincidentally, in 96 or 97, the case started in 96, it might have been, the first hearing was in 97, People versus Brown, the case that I won 3 appeals and then the California Supreme Court upheld. I happened to be wearing this little trusty jacket at the time, and oh, also my grandma's cameo. And so aside from my fashion history here, I just happen to be an expert in federal criminal law. I practiced in 6 federal courts around our United States, especially in California, but also in other states, practicing criminal law in federal court. And more importantly, I litigated from beginning to end, and even after the Supreme Court upheld the decision, there was more litigation against a unit of 5 attorney generals from the state of California in the People versus Brown case, which was the return of medical cannabis back to the patient. And the government's argument along the way was, we can't return it because we would be co-conspirators. We would be taking part in a federal crime, and we cannot participate in that. So it took 2 years, and I did the case pro bono. More than 2 years by the time we actually got the cannabis returned. But every single court, including being upheld by the California Supreme Court, agreed not only that return of medical cannabis was not contraband at that point, but in addition, that there was no problem with county personnel returning the seized evidence to the cannabis cultivator and possessor at that time. There really can't be a more clear on point, and by the way, the credentials of that law firm are absolutely impeccable. That's excellent, wonderful. But guess what? I just saved you $25,000. I'm going to quote what Supervisor Haschak said the last time when this issue was originally being discussed, and that is, well, okay, let's get out our orange jumpsuits, and us and Nicole Elliott and maybe even the governor will join us. Because quite frankly, this is a state-sanctioned, lawful cannabis program funded by the state, and you guys pushing paper to approve the review of contracts from state money to the applicant does not make you a co-conspirator, period. It does not make you a participant in the cultivation. Additionally, I would inform you that there's a lot of momentum, maybe even before the Attorney General's opinion might come back. There's a lot of momentum at the federal level regarding cannabis. So I think that I am here to support the 4 supervisors who are saying, it's enough. You know what? The risk is just not good enough. But most importantly, Supervisor Williams, I ask you, if you're wanting this opinion and wanting to spend that money, what are you going to say to your constituents that ask you about the potholes? Those are the words that you use repeatedly when coming up with the questions of funding. But secondly, the issue is what will happen with our application to the state for round 4 funding. This direction originally was get the opinion before applying for round 4 funding, right? Well, guess what? It's time. Round 4 funding is now. So what do you propose happens with all of that money, the application and receipt of that money and the processing and the people who are waiting for the funding in the meantime? Thank you very, very much.
Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, so I want to respond to a couple of those questions. I don't think it's potholes or opinion. The AG opinion doesn't have a cost. So we're not. So that argument doesn't hold. It's hard to have the discussion because you haven't seen our existing opinion, and so I don't really know where to go from here. I don't like having that opinion on file and making decisions that are really counter to it. So I would rather have another opinion that tells us that was wrong. I don't think the issue is whether to participate in the equity program or whether the state's equity program violates federal law. I think it's specific to how the funds are allocated. And maybe there's a difference between allocating for compliance of a regulated farm versus buying plants so they can expand.
Well, please, with your indulgence, I am an expert. Just because your county council isn't, doesn't mean that you don't have the benefit of the specific experience and somebody who litigated these specific issues. So that's what I'm offering you, is not show me your private opinion. I can't address it, but I can tell you that I do know these issues, and I have the specific 31-year history of litigating this stuff in federal courts, in Mendocino County Court, and all the way up to the California Supreme Court. So I'm not really sure why it is that that counts for nothing. completely appreciate that I am not your attorney. I am not. I'm just giving you free information. But that free information is based on a lot of experience and having litigated this specific issue. So it just seems a rather absurd thing to not accept that as a legitimate way of having something else in your file, so to speak.
The chair's not going to let me have much back and forth, but it's look at it in the abstract. You have a legal opinion from your county council that's been shared with the board. And to take free advice and ignore that opinion, I think we need to deal with that opinion. And it doesn't matter if it's about cannabis or something else. It's you ask for an opinion, you get it. You don't like it, the option is to get a second opinion, but it's not to discount it.
Well, I think it's your job to decide whether or not all of my clients decide whether to take my advice. They don't all take my advice.
You raise a good point, and I do want to support our county council, and I do recognize that his interest is for the board. So I'm not discounting that. I just think that there's other pathways that we can go if we feel like we need to look at this further.
Mr. Chair, I don't mean any disrespect to Ms. Nelson, but my understanding is she represents applicants to the program. So, I mean, ethically, if she thought that the program in fact violated federal law, she might be ethically prohibited from telling you that. And that's the reason to be seeking an opinion from an attorney that would have an attorney-client relationship with the board and be able to look at those issues.
I recognize that too. Okay, yes.
Hello, once again, my name is Brandon Parker, 3rd District, Northern Mendocino. There's something called the Cole-Ogden Memo. I don't know if anybody's referred to this yet. Not in place anymore. It was I don't know if it even exists, but it was something stating that the feds wouldn't utilize their funds or their money to go after cannabis in legal cannabis states where we had legal operation with the proper oversight by proper, departments and all this stuff set up. So that way legal states can still operate. I don't know if it's even a thing anymore, but it seems to me that it's common sense. It's been, I think they did it in 2011, 2014, or 2018 or something like that.
There's a budget rider in the federal budget that prohibits spending money on investigations and prosecutions in states where compliance with state law is being adhered to. If compliance with state law is not being adhered to, then they can expend money. But the federal budget has contained this prohibition for many years.
And we haven't seen, I'm 4th generation Mendocino, 3rd generation cannabis farmer. This is all I know. I've tried to follow up on all the laws and the changing rules and regulations since Prop 215, 2004. My mom's been medical in Mendocino County since it was enacted in 1997. And I try to stay up on all this stuff, and I haven't seen evidence of any federal funds being spent on people that are doing their due diligence and doing the proper avenues and respectful farmers. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Any more comment from in the room? If not, we'll go to comments online. So, Paul Hansberry.
Hi, good evening. This is Paul Hansberry. The $25,000, it looks like the majority is not willing to spend that, and that's a good thing. But if you were, I think that the question you're asking is the wrong one. It's not whether cannabis is federally illegal. Everyone knows that. Why would you spend $25,000 to find that out? The question you want to find out is why is the Board of Supervisors compromised by executing a program that was legislated by the Assembly and the Senate and signed by the governor and is administered by GoBiz for state funds for the purposes of ongoing and capital improvements for the cultivator. A certain amount is allocated for administration of the program, which was quickly taken by the county. but there's been nothing but delays to the program because he's trying to protect the Board of Supervisors. I think the question should be not, is it federally illegal, but what is the risk of harm coming to the Board of Supervisors if that's who he's trying to protect? You know, you're going for these different things for governmental issues when the program was set out to be for the war on drugs, victims of the war on drugs. That's what the money is for. And so this conspiracy, Melinda Hague is long gone. They're not coming after us anymore. I just don't know what to say anymore. It just boggles my mind that there's this kind of nonsense about this. Susan would like to say something. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You know, we understand earmarked funds. We understand due diligence. And we respect the extra care shown by the supervisor. What we do not understand is why a county that is woefully short of funds is even considering wasting money and wasting a whole year on a topic that's pretty darn clear. As Mr. Parker just pointed out, cannabis is legal in California and numerous other states. To our knowledge, in no states are legislators in orange jumpsuits. There's no legislators at Club Fed or other penal institutions. And, you know, sitting in our gallery, we are so lucky, is an attorney who prevailed at the Supreme Court level in a cannabis case. Why are we indulging in this obstructionism? Please believe that experienced attorney. The equity program is a lifeline. Please stop this obstructionism. We just do not have a year. Let's put our energies and our time and our care to bringing people into the program so that we can pay more taxes. We'd love to do that. Please do not waste this money. Don't even think of it. Thank you.
Supervisor Hashtag, do you have a comment?
Yes. You know, talking with county council, is that to write up a request for an opinion with the attorney general will take time, and that's time that the county council doesn't need to spend, according to what I hear the majority of the board saying. So I'd just like to make sure that, you know, the analysis so far has been sufficient and we leave it at that.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Can I move that I'd like to move that we release our existing opinion to the public.
Is there a second?
Well, I'll second that.
Okay, so help me a little bit here. So we're in the middle of public testimony or comment on this, and how should we proceed?
I would suggest finishing public comment.
Okay, all right, let's do that. So next we have Michael Katz.
Good evening, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I third the motion. I would sincerely appreciate the release of that report. And I appreciate the majority of the board's discussion and decision that this is something that, despite that opinion, they feel comfortable moving forward with. I'd like to point out again that this is in a county council opinion. We pointed out in the previous item that the pushback where the board was asking for a certain thing, the primary pushback was coming from county council. And so I just want to point out that's happening again. When this item was originally brought forward, it was discussed that the concern was that there were employees in the county who were being forced to break federal law. So to go from that to now hearing that the primary concern is for the Board of Supervisors, obviously some things will become clear with the release of the memo, but I think it's important that the board go with their instincts and really direct their employees, such as county council and the department, to follow direction and to improve conditions, and in this particular case, to make sure that there is not this waste of funds and that the equity program can continue as it's been approved in a state sanctioned program. I'm sure that the state has lawyers that probably cost a lot more than $25,000 who determined whether or not this program was legal before they rolled it out. And it would be a shame and a waste of resources for this county to spend another minute on figuring it out themselves. Thank you.
Okay, finally, we have Monique Ramirez.
Thank you, Board. Monique Ramirez, District 3. You know, I just think it's so ridiculous, honestly, that this is even an agenda item, that this is even coming up. All the time we're wasting on it. I'm glad to hear that it seems like the majority of the board does not want to continue pursuing it. But here's something I want to pursue. I want to understand why this even came up in the first place. Why was an opinion even asked for by our county council? Like, where did this all come from? And I feel like there's something bigger at play here. I feel like it's just another indicator that somebody or some people in our county government do not want to have a cannabis program that is functioning at all. And also, especially because this equity funding that we've started to see roll out and been given to applicants, you know, is helping them continue to stay in business. It's helping them basically pay back taxes that they may not have been able to pay otherwise. Like, everyone's benefiting from this. And so to maybe think about taking some other opinion, which is just opinion, and then maybe changing direction and pulling the funding and, you know, God forbid, take the whole program out. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, on this federal presumption of like the cannabis thing, you know, I would draw the delineation between that and our actual cannabis program. And quite honestly, you guys are in business with us. You're a business partner with me. And you want to know why? Because I give you 2.5% of my sales in taxes. So we're all in this together. And so if we're going to have this scare of the federal government coming after us because we're issuing checks to farmers to stay in business with state funding that was given to them, like, this is ridiculous. Like, let's just stop this nonsense. Can we? Like, it's 5:30. We need to go home. Like, I don't want to have this conversation anymore. And I'm sure most of you don't want to either. So stop bringing forward these kind of agenda items that are a serious waste of time. And it really puts a huge target on the county's back of like, why are we doing this? Why? I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Supervisor Mulhern.
I believe we've already voted once on having the opinion released, and my vote's not going to change. So I still vote no. I think we have a first and a second. I also don't know why we continue to have this conversation. Hopefully this is the last time, but maybe it won't be.
Supervisor Hasjak.
I want to make sure that whatever we did before with holding up the equity grants, that is released, and we move on. We continue on with the fourth application.
Supervisor Williams.
I don't recall holding up I think it was Supervisor Mulhern that made the motion, and it was to not hold up the program, continue, and request the opinion. I don't think continuation of the program was gated in any way by the opinion.
I just through the chair, that's consistent with my recollection, and that's the direction we've understood ourselves to have.
Okay. All right, so any further discussion? We have a motion on the table here.
So I'll just comment that I'm going to vote against the motion. I think it's undermining the county's credibility, and actually some of the callers might understand why if the letter is released, that maybe some of the comments that they've been making at public meetings are creating some potential legal exposure to the county as to how they're going to spend these dollars. But anyway, I'll vote no, but I also think there's no harm in our asking the Attorney General for a legal opinion, and I don't know why we would be opposed to that.
Supervisor
that a more
Williams.
palatable motion? I'm happy to withdraw if you'd rather just request the free AG opinion.
I'd rather get the AG's opinion rather than create legal exposure for the county by releasing this memo be due to comments made, and the exposure is due to the comments made by people who've commented at our board meetings.
Yep. So I withdraw the motion, and I'd like to move that we request the Direct County Council to request the free Attorney General opinion.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we have one motion withdrawn and a new one is on the table. So, Atlas, were you able to capture that?
Chair.
Oh, Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, I'm going to vote no on this because I don't want to have the county council expend more time on it.
Okay. All right, so Atlas, are you ready? Oh, Supervisor Mulhern.
Just point of clarification, so if we, you seek an Attorney General's opinion, how much time is that going to cost County Counsel's office? And also, would it need to become an agendized item, or can you just email the board, here is the opinion, have a nice day?
I could, it doesn't need to be an agendized item, I can just email the board. In terms of staff time, you know, I would, it shouldn't be huge. You know, what they request is largely the research that I've already done. So I would be taking that, I would be removing certain parts and framing the questions in a way that they would need. You know, I would tentatively guess 4 hours.
I think that's a good investment of time, personally. All right, so do we have a question framed? No? So I,
Sorry.
okay, so there's a
We do have a motion on the.
we have a motion on the floor, so would the person who made the motion please repeat it?
Yep, they have it.
You have it. You're all set for the vote then.
Yeah, we have to direct county council to request the free attorney general opinion regarding federal implication associated with Mendocino County Cannabis Local Equity Grant Program.
Okay, we're ready to vote.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
No.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hashak dissenting, excuse me.
Okay, now we're going to move on to agenda item 4F, which is discussion and possible action, including review, adoption, amendment, considering or ratification of legislation pursuant to adopted legislative platform. Executive Office.
Thank you, Chair. There's Dylan Knowles. If we invited in Dylan Knowles to ask for some direction on supporting a grant, letter of support, and I'll turn it over to Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, so in 2021, this board approved a resolution supporting the County of Mendocino and working with Sonoma Clean Power, County of Sonoma, in supporting the further development of geothermal energy in Mendocino County and in Sonoma and in Lake. And there's a grant application that Sonoma Clean Power is submitting to the Department of Energy, which would deploy this newer technology that's it's just in the infancy, and just needing a letter of support for the grant application.
Can I move support for what you just told us? And note that it's quite visionary of you.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded for a support letter for,
Yeah, and staff has the draft letter.
We have the
and
draft
it'll be
letter.
for the chair's signature.
okay. All right, we'll call for, yes.
Real quick there, the letter was not attached in the email you sent, so if you could forward that letter back over to us, we can go ahead and do that for you.
Okay, okay, you should have it.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Just a question for Dylan and the executive office. I do believe that the DGC will be getting an update on the legislative platform on February 27th, and that will include cannabis. And so I just wanted to, let everybody know, sorry for the delay. It will be happening at that meeting, and then we'll be able to bring it back to the board. Our legislative platform regarding cannabis hasn't changed all that much, but in general, our legislative platform is a document that can be updated, or as we see today, anything can be brought forward by a member of the Board of Supervisors at any point. So just for a point of clarification, that'll be on the February 27th GGC meeting. That was a question or just confirmation?
Yes, it will be on there. That is correct.
Okay, I think we're ready to call for the vote on that. Oh,
Public comment.
public comment, I'm sorry. Any public comment? I think it's specific to, it could be for everything? Okay, sure.
Really quickly, I appreciate Supervisor Mulholland mentioning that it will, the cannabis-related legislative platform issues will come to the GGC on the 27th. Unfortunately, we are right now in bill introduction land and a lot of jockeying, and it's really unfortunate because there are a few cannabis-specific bills, particularly with respect to potentially being introduced for direct sales and other things that would benefit our local cannabis businesses, that had we had a legislative platform approved as it was indicated and recommended by the ad hoc to adopt at the end of last year, at the very first board meeting of this year, it would have helped potentially convince some legislators to carry some specific legislation. So again, this is just a reminder that time is money in a way, and is impact for our county and for our businesses. So I appreciate that it's coming forward, but I really hope that things can move along here, because I don't think that there's any controversy about a lot of the issues that were recommended, and now we don't have that to rely on at the state level to advocate for what we need.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Okay. All right. Any other further public comment? Oh, we have Supervisor Williams.
The approved legislative platform allows staff to lobby without coming to the board for approval. But it's not the only option. If there's a bill that's moving forward and it needs support sooner, any supervisor can ask that it be put on preferably the consent calendar.
Okay. We do have one online comment from Michael Katz.
Yes, good evening, board. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Additional clarifications on top of what Hannah mentioned regarding the closing of the legislative bill introduction window on February 17th, that these items, yes, were recommended for introduction to the platform in December, on December 12th. And so they did not come back on the 10th. They have not come back today. And so it's not about bills that have already been introduced and a board member bringing that on the consent calendar. It's literally about lobbying at this point to figure out what bills are going to be introduced. And so actually today is February 7th. We have 10 more days that this county could be, based on what Supervisor Williams seemed to say, directing the county lobbyists to actually incorporate these adjustments. So I would request, and we would request, that the recommended additions be communicated immediately to the county lobbyist, and that they engage at the state level with legislators to try to push some of these things along. The 6 additional recommendations that were approved by the GGC are different than items in the past. They're specific, they're nuanced, and there are opportunities to engage with them. So it seems that the board would have the opportunity to ask this gentleman who's working on the program, or the board, you are able to ask the county lobbyist, whatever the case may be. We urge you to not wait until the 27th or the 28th and to make those directions today, so that the county's lobbying efforts that are already being undertaken can actually serve to benefit the cannabis operators in the county. Thank you for that consideration. I hope to see that direction.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, it seems like that those recommendations were heard by the General Government Committee, I guess, last December, I think. And so if those could be, direction could be given to staff to implement those, since they are time sensitive.
Okay. Does that work, County Councilor? And
It's adequate for Brown Act purposes. I defer to the executive office as to the substance.
I believe we've gotten the information that we need, and there was some additional information from Supervisor Mulhern, so we can put that together and push it forward.
okay, great. All right, motion on the table to approve Supervisor Dirty's letter supporting visionary geoenergy. Can we call for the question?
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern? And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so item 4G is Supervisors Reports regarding board special assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Chair McGorty. I attended the First Five annual conference. Key takeaways were that First Five, which is funded by Prop 10 tobacco tax revenue, will have over $100 million shortfall due to the statewide ban on flavored tobacco products. Presentation on the disparities that have become more pronounced in recent years due in part to the pandemic. You know, just this $100 million shortfall will certainly impact the budget for Mendocino First Five. And also equity, diversity, and inclusion work needing to be operationalized was discussed, and ideas on how to look at internal processes and how they can strengthen equity, diversity, and inclusion work. This is key not just to First Five, but also the county's strategic plan. It was really uplifting to be with people focused on children and families. And then I had a meeting with the Area Agency on Aging, and it's going to need additional funding for a state strongly recommended, in quotes, ombudsman program. The costs are split between Lake and Mendocino County, but since Lake County now has more persons over 60 years of age than Mendocino County, their share is a proportional 56 to 44 split. The additional funding will be about $20,000 to Mendocino County to provide greater oversight of, nursing facilities and senior programs. And then lastly, I attended a CalCog meeting and the discussion about declining tax revenue due to increasing numbers of electric cars, vehicles. And so that's going to be something that the state's going to have to deal with in the near future. Thank you.
Anyone else? Supervisor Jordy?
Just briefly at MCOG, the Mendocino Council of Governments, our transportation planning agency, we reformed with several new members on our board, and one of the things we're going to do this year is kind of do an overview of the transportation funding that's going to MCOG in the next few years. I believe we'll be seeing some additional money that will come into Mendocino County. What typically happens is you're given a target and to spend the money about 5 years from the date that you get the target. So some of us I won't be in office when the money is actually spent, but we perhaps we'll vote on how to spend the money. So, but anyways, one of the things I wanted us to do this year was to kind of look forward to the funding that will be coming into Mendocino County, because our obligations for the Willis bypass, for example, I believe are concluded at this point. So the new money that's coming in, I believe, should be available for new projects.
Supervisor Williams, anything? Sure.
Another great day at the Board of Supervisors. I've really enjoyed working with the four of you, and I'll see you early tomorrow. The theme, as I go to events and I read, I think the theme is sustainability for rural counties like Mendocino, whether you're looking at housing, roads, healthcare, cannabis program. It's just trying to sustain what we have is such a challenge in face of the funds available.
Supervisor Mulhern, anything? Okay, you write a very detailed report, so we can read about it. I have a few things for you. On water, the Mendocino Water Resource Team Technical Advisory Committee, which is looking after the grant that we have to pursue grants, it's formed, and they met, given direction to our consultant, EKI. Amir Mani is the contact person. He's worked with the Cuyahoga Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency and knows our county well. So it looks like there may be funding from the Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity or SAFER program that the water resources people have is the most likely place where funds would come from for some of the projects we want to do. And Director Dashiell's been very involved in this contract of $270K, and he's doing a great job of moving stuff forward. Other important thing is that one of the 5 big projects we've identified as priorities for us for District 1 was the bringing the water districts together of the Upper Russian River Water Agency and the city of Ukiah to find ways to share resources to create a sustainable water supply. And it's in the hands of their council right now, and they're making great progress, and it's quite possible that we might have some sort of a solution where water can be shared essentially from Ukiah to Redwood Valley, which would be a huge positive thing if that takes place, because creating a dependable water supply that instead of 5 separate entities working together, they would be able to pool some of their resources, and Redwood Valley would again have a reliable water supply that would allow hookups and building. That would be really good to see that. The other item that I think maybe some of you have seen was the Russian River Water Forum has an interview summary. They did a rather extensive look at stakeholders in the Russian River area dependent on water from the Eel River via the Potter Valley project. They've done their first look at that and have opinions as to the importance and how the water ought to be used, and I believe some of you were interviewed along with me. Economic development, West Company and RGS were successful in assisting Fort Bragg to procure a grant of $1.5 million for a passive ocean desalination pilot project with a company called Onika, which is really cool. This thing floats out in the ocean, it's solar powered, it makes clean water, disperses the effluent into the ocean with minimal environmental impact. And anyway, I'm pretty excited about it. It's part of the Blue Economy Initiative that Fort Bragg is embracing, and I think it's a real positive thing. And lastly, the SURF program, which is a rather large regional incentive for the state to do economic development, is starting a needs assessment with NCO. They'll be working hopefully in coordination with Mendocino County. There's a little confusion as to the process, but I think we're clearing that up. I would also request that we have an economic development ad hoc appointed again. I'd like to work with Supervisor Hasjack on this to continue as we finish different contracts and initiatives in economic development, that we continue for another year. So I'm appointing us, if you accept.
Certainly.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you. Darcy?
Sorry, I was struggling with the button a little bit. Mr. Chair, I'd actually suggest for the ad hoc, not defining it quite so broadly as economic development. When you start to have broad subject matter for an ad hoc, it starts to look more like a standing committee that might have to be meeting in public, pursuant to the Brown Act. I believe in this case, there was some discussion about the possibility of having something more narrowly tailored to the SURF funds, and I would just suggest putting that in the title of the ad hoc and just being clear that that's the mission for it.
Okay,
The SURF committee?
the SURF Committee. Unfortunately, it's spelled CERF, not SURF, so anyway, Supervisor Hashtag?
And it also might be good to include the existing contract we have with the
Yes.
West Company.
Yes. We've just been kind of advising them. I guess we haven't had an official ad hoc on that, so we'll work that out with County Council and the Executive Office and clarify what we're doing. So with that, I don't have anything more, so I think at this point, we will adjourn the meeting at 5:54. Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow.